Looking smart as ever, that moustache of yours radiating across the screens. Welcome, Sudhir.
In the South, we love our film stars, you see. So
You love your film stars. Who's going to be the big star today?
yes,
Is the big
that's
question.
going to be the big question.
Okay, wonderful to have everyone. And Rahul and I will
Rajdeep, I must tell our viewers, has been practicing to the tunes of Natu Natu. He hopes to do a Natu Natu jig with Pradeep, who I know has a choreographer who's helping him. Rajdeep, all set?
Now, I take my children seriously, and they've also sent me WhatsApp saying, whatever else you do, you're not dancing again. Because they get embarrassed. Their friends send them Instagram videos saying, is your father doing a serious job? Or is he simply there to be some kind of bad choreographer of music? But okay, the headlines. Counting of votes set to begin for 4 crucial states. India today is your election destination for blazing fast numbers, unmatched data analytics, immersive and a one-of-a-kind election intelligence 3.0.
Congress chief troubleshooter and Karnataka's deputy CM makes poaching claim against the BRS again. DK Shivkumar has been camping in Hyderabad since late last night. Congress plans to take winning MLAs to Bengaluru.
In Chhattisgarh too, Congress deploys Ajay Makan to keep its flock together. Congress says it's confident of victory. Exit polls have predicted a narrow fight.
Early morning celebrations erupt at Congress headquarters in Delhi, even as exit polls predict a cliffhanger in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Can Ashok Gehlot buck the 3 decades-old trend of the state flipping the government after 5 years?
And the India Today Axis My India poll that's created a storm, predicting that the BJP will bloom well and truly in Madhya Pradesh. Congress's Kamal says there will be a new dawn in the state.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. बनाऊंगा मैं, बनेगा भारत.
Okay, the countdown has begun for the mega counting that will take place across 4 battleground states with as many as 638 assembly constituencies at stake today. It's the fastest counting day updates that you will get here on India Today with Rahul and me. So there's plenty to look forward to, but that's the big story. 4 states, 638 assembly seats, and a lot at stake for all the major parties.
And I want to take a moment, Rajdeep, to introduce all the viewers who are joining us this morning to the Election Intelligence Dashboard. This is EI 3.0. From the day the Karnataka results came out, the India Today team has been working day and night on getting this analytics engine going. And you've heard before this Modi ki guarantee, you've heard of Congress's guarantees. It is the guarantee of the India Today group that this analytics dashboard is going to blow your mind. When counting starts at 8 a.m. and when the results are coming in, there is, there's so much talk about AI, artificial intelligence. This is election intelligence. It's the most sophisticated, high-end, high-quality analytics dashboard, which will help you make sense of the numbers as they come in real time. The kind of cuts we can do with the data are unprecedented. If you were a PhD in psephology, or if you were an analyst at some university, it would take you weeks ordinarily to put together the kind of insights that the election intelligence dashboard can bring out in real time for our viewers. So I hope, and we'll try our best to de-jargonize this and to simplify it as much as possible, so you have some fun with the numbers as well. It's not just Rajdeep and Pradeep will be dancing today. The numbers will be dancing on your screen as well. And this is a lot of effort coming together on counting day. And I hope that you really feel the pulse and enjoy this as much as we've enjoyed trying to bring this together for you. Rajdeep, what's at stake today? The big picture.
the big picture, Rahul, is I think there's a lot at stake for both the major parties. For the Congress in particular, and I'm not going to use that word semi-final because I don't believe there are any semi-finals in politics. There's no prizes for. You saw what happened in 2018. The Congress won 3 of these 5 states and yet was comprehensively beaten in Lok Sabha.
India won everything till the semi-final and lost the final.
That's right. So I'm not going
Semi-finals
to,
have no bearing on the final.
I don't use the word semi-final, but there is a lot at stake. For the Congress, for example, there is the importance of maintaining the momentum of what happened in Himachal and Karnataka and proving that in the Hindi heartland in particular, in a direct fight, you can defeat the BJP. I think that is critical for the Congress to prove. Also, in Telangana, it's important to prove that Karnataka was not a flash in the pan. You can move further down south. For the BJP also, I think it's important to show that it is still the #1 party of the Hindi heartland. It is also not a party entirely dependent on Prime Minister Modi. It can even win when the Prime Minister is not on the ticket. And I think for the BRS, it's also a matter of an existential do-or-die crisis because you're a party which is located in this one state. Can you retain your bastion? So I think from all perspectives, and also for the Congress to become a mascot for the India alliance heading up to 2024. So plenty at stake, Rahul, for
Typically,
each of the key
Rajdeep,
players.
in states where the Congress is lost to a regional power, it's found it very difficult to bounce back. So if the exit polls are correct and the Congress does win Telangana, that would be a very strong pushback because the party was out in the wilderness politically in Telangana post the Karnataka results. They've bounced back. Can they beat the BRS? That's one. Remember also, since 1993, no chief minister in Rajasthan has been repeated. If Ashok Gehlot comes back, he would be not just coming back to power in Rajasthan, he'd be upsetting the political trend for 3 decades that's existed. And since 2014, no Congress government in the Modi Raj has ever got re-elected.
That's right. 2013, not since 2013. So once Mr. Modi took over in 2014, no one's
Mukul
got...
Sangma,
That's right.
Ibobi Singh in 2012, Tarun Gogoi in 2011. After that, no Congress chief minister has got re-elected.
Also importantly, 62 of the 65 seats of North India in Lok Sabha were won by the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. So for the BJP, it's a platform. Win this to make yourself even stronger building up to 2024. In that sense, I think the big mo, as they call in sports, momentum will be important depending on what happens today. Chetan Bhagat's also joining us, looking very natty.
Thank you.
Chetan's, what have you done? What do you do? Facial aesthetics? You do
Hey,
something
Ram,
to make yourself look
early
young.
in the morning.
Look at how young he
All
looks, yeah.
that Botox. No, it's your makeup room. Just spend 5 minutes there. But I agree with you what you said about the election, in case we can discuss the elections, is that I'm reminded, of Satya Nadella said this when they launched ChatGPT about Google. And Google had to immediately launch Bard and all those things. And he said, we made the 900-pound gorilla dance. And I think Congress has to make the 900-pound gorilla dance today. They have to do really well because in the Lok Sabha, 5% at least advantage. Like, it's a different game. BJP is at an advantage. Now Virat Kohli has come in the team. It's Modi's election. Here, they better do so well to say that we are ready for the Lok Sabha. So they
Ashok
have to
Malik,
make the gorilla dance.
What's at stake from a BJP perspective? The Congress's pride is at stake. From the BJP's perspective, what's at stake? Ashok.
Sorry.
So, you see, if you look at this as a run-up to the Lok Sabha election and in comparison to last time, in 2018, the BJP lost all 3 states it lost Madhya Pradesh, of course, reformed the government later. It lost Rajasthan, it lost Chhattisgarh. These are BJP regions, BJP bastions. These are areas the BJP has to sweep in order to come back to power with the majority in 2024. So it would it would want to regain some of its lost strength here. So it would actually want to win back Madhya Pradesh, as the polls suggest. It would want to do well in Chhattisgarh, and it would want to win Rajasthan. In fact, if it loses Rajasthan, the BJP will be disappointed.
Yes, Sudhir, what's at stake? I'm going to go in a moment to Telangana because the action has already begun there early. Lots of buzz about how DK Shivkumar is claiming that the BRS and the BJP also are threatening to poach their MLAs. So it seems that Telangana, there are those who still believe it could be a hung assembly.
Oh, yes, I think Plan R is in place, which is planned resort. They would be moved to a resort either on the outskirts of Bengaluru or at least in a hotel in Hyderabad. But yesterday, the social media cell of the BRS had put out a poster saying KCR 3.0 loading. So we don't know whether the KCR software is going to get an extension of another
But
5 years.
nobody since MGR in the South has won 3 successive elections. MGR did, and KCR.
ಪರಿಚಯಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅರ್ಬನ್ ಕಂಪನಿ ವೀಕ್ಲಿ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಕ್ಲೀನಿಂಗ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ ಕೇವಲ $649 ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಟೀಮ್ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಶೈನ್ at only $649.
for them, where Telangana comes into question, with what I said the last time around. This is possibly, I see, as the first election where Rahul Gandhi is also on the ticket. Maybe not officially, but he's also on the ticket in Telangana. So if they win big in Telangana, I think a lot of credit will go to Rahul Gandhi. So he needs this, individually. Yes.
Rashid?
Yes, Ragdeep, I think Preeti is absolutely right. It is Rahul Gandhi, in Telangana at stake. Is that Mohabbat Ki Dukaan, is it making big impact that will lead to another round of yatra from east to west? So if South is sort of, so to say, for secure for India alliance, they'll move to, from east to west, so that, east is also isolated from BJP.
It'll be interesting. Each of these states is distinctive. And I think that's the magic of this election. Rahul, what's exciting and why I called it the thriller. Normally, exit polls detect a pattern and 80% of them are moving in on one side or the other. This time, look at the variations within exit polls and the intriguing possibility that in at least 3 of the states, you could have a super over. Wherein vitamin M starts, he called it Plan R, I'm calling it vitamin M. Vitamin M, i.e. money, could then play a role. So I think you've got all kinds of possibilities emerging going into a counting day. That's not happened in a very long time.
I have a confession. I'm really excited about the prospect of a super over, at least one, if not 2. The reason I say this has nothing to do with who wins or loses. I mean, nothing turns on it for us.
You have a resort?
No, neither, frankly, do I have a resort. But I'm excited because that's when the magic and the prowess of election intelligence comes to life. I mean, if any one party is winning big, then nobody really wants any analysis. Then okay, let's get on to the song and the dance and let's cut the cake. If it really goes down to the wire, that's when you feel the magic. That's when those numbers jump out of the screen and dance on wherever you're watching, whether it's on your phone, your laptop, or a big screen. So I'm hoping, frankly, I don't have a resort. I don't have much money either, but I'm hoping it goes down to the wire because that would make this coverage this morning and this Super Sunday massively exciting.
I want to go to Telangana first because I think what we've seen overnight in Telangana is a lot of action. DK Shivkumar coming in from Bengaluru, trying to suggest that his MLAs are in danger of being poached. Akshita Nandgopal and good old Nagarjun Dwarkanath early morning outside.
Young old, good old bol diya.
Hey, good young. Do you know what he does? He's a qualified pilot. So when he's not doing reporting, he's flying planes. But we've got both of them. Just listening to what DK Shivkumar has said late last night, because he's thrown up the possibility that already there are attempts being made to poach MLAs. Listening to what he said.
Some of our candidates have informed us that whomever he has spoken, whomever this party people are speaking, they all have spoken to us. They have informed. We have made elaborate arrangements for all our candidates. All our party cadres will be with them. Our leaders will be with them. They are safe. We will see that they are protected.
Sir, is there any possibility that Congress MLAs may break towards BRS?
At no point of time, not even a single candidate or MLA will break. They have already informed. Whomever they have spoken, they all have communicated to us. So we know their political strategy. We are well aware. So we are in a tightrope with everyone.
How serious are these reports, Nagarjun? Is the Congress simply playing mind games with the BRS, or does the Congress actually, do they have any evidence to say that MLAs are being contacted. There's even buzz of an election strategist being used to contact MLAs.
Well, it's more like a perception that the Congress is set in that their MLAs are in demand as of exit polls were given. So DK Shivkumar definitely has put in googly in the foreplay here that the BRS has contacted MLAs and to create a narrative that they're in the forefront as well. But however, what we are picking up is that not just DK Shivkumar, 11 ministers from Karnataka government have come here to Hyderabad to make sure that all their candidates are kept together. So around 49 MLAs who were observers and 10 ministers who were cluster in charges have landed in Hyderabad is what we are being told. And the Congress post 8 o'clock most likely will drop a member or a karyakarta behind each MLA to keep a man-to-man protection so that their phones don't go off, their locations are known always. This is the plan that is being done. In fact, till late early morning, the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, the meetings were happening where DK Shivkumar, Mr. Revanth Reddy, and few more observers who were in charge of Telangana sat together to decide the next course of action. Right now, I am at Revanth Reddy's house. Already you can see a lot of his supporters who have come here eagerly waiting to look at the trends. They've come already with bouquets to wish him as well. So clearly they feel that the exit polls are going the way that they wanted, and the polls today will also show the numbers that we predicted. So quite upbeat mood here. But Congress has a problem that their MLAs have to be kept together. So by 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we'll know which way they are heading, either Bangalore or outskirts resort in Hyderabad.
Those are visuals from the Congress headquarters in the capital on your screen. The BJP offices this morning keeping it calm and classy just at this moment. The Congress office a bit over the top, Rajdeep. They've got the puja going and they're really excited. I mean, this is always something that scares me because are you counting chicken which haven't hatched just yet? That's Manoj Arora. No, that's Manoj Arora on
but
the
this
screen.
is because of you guys, because the moment your exit polls come, they order the flowers, they order the laddus or whatever is the mithai there.
You know,
But you see what happened 12 months ago when the Congress won Himachal Pradesh, there were no celebrations. And everyone criticized them saying, you won an election and you're doing nothing about it. Now they've gone the other extreme.
No, but
in the
you
hope that
no,
at 6 a.m. in the morning,
I think
you might as well create a mahal.
I think the BJP learned a lesson in 2015 in Patna. They were bursting crackers at the BJP headquarters in Patna, and that turned out to be very premature because the election was a debacle from the BJP's perspective. So they said, okay, let's wait till the final results are in. Clearly, Manoj didn't get the memo over there. He's out and celebrating already, getting set. Rashid Saab was telling us that they already ordered laddus.
Yeah, they have ordered laddus, yeah.
What if they lose, and what happens to the laddus? Will they send them to the BJP headquarters or they'll try and have them still?
I think the Congress thinks that, at least 2 states will come to them, Chhattisgarh and Telangana. So that would be enough for celebration.
But that's only half of what's at stake. So if you win half of what's at stake, you're still having 200
You
kilos
need
of
half a
laddu.
laddu.
But you see, that's why today is interesting because the line between 2-2 and 3-1 can be a very thin one. Whoever wins, if one of the two sides wins 3-1, then you have all the bragging rights today. If on the other hand it's 2-2, you'll have cherry picking. You'll have each side claiming which state has defined this election. So I think there's a huge difference between 2-2 and 3-1. It's a bit like the Ashes. You go into the last test, you're 2-1 down. If you make it 2-2, it's a different picture. If it's 3-1, it will be remembered as the whichever party gets 3 states that day out.
The maximum amount of shock is in Madhya Pradesh, which is where Hemendra Sharma is, because in Madhya Pradesh, the conventional political narrative was that the Congress had the edge. Suddenly, the India Today Access My India exit poll shows a massive sweep for the BJP, which, if this is true, would be quite remarkable because even the BJP, frankly, didn't know till the polls came out that the numbers were as favorable as they turned out to be. So, Hemendra, there have been press conferences galore, lots of anger, lots of tu-tu meme around the post-poll studies. But give us a sense of the buzz and the excitement on the ground in the lovely lake city of Bhopal on the morning of counting.
The exit polls might have given a clear edge to the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the Congress Party has not given up yet. In fact, they appear in no mood to give up till the last vote is counted. Digvijay Singh has given at least 130 seats for the Congress Party. Last night I was at outside the Congress office. They were lighting up the building. They were putting up lights over there. They're saying that they would light it tomorrow evening, that is today, and if they get that opportunity to do that, whether that will happen or not remains to be seen, because counting is going to start in a hour's time or sometime from now, and the leads are going to come. But the Congress Party, by playing some mind games, they have ensured that their cadres, they remain, their spirits remain high. The huge screen has been set up outside the Congress office, and Kamal Nath has sent out a message that his chopper is ready, that if any collector does anything against the interests of the Congress Party in a close margin seat, he will be flying to that particular constituency along with his legal team. So those legal games are being played. The Bharatiya Janata Party, on the other hand, appears to be pretty confident. Their leaders are here in Bhopal. All the entire top leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, is over here in Bhopal, and they are hoping that they would be making a government comfortably.
Am I right in saying, Rahul Verma, that Madhya Pradesh may have a disproportionate importance at times? It is the largest state that's going to the polls today, but it is also...
In terms of area, it's Rajasthan.
Sorry?
In terms of area, it's Rajasthan.
In terms of, but in terms of 230
Yes,
seats and in terms of Lok Sabha, 29 seats on offer, Madhya Pradesh seems to have become a kind of real battleground state in this election, also because perhaps what happened in 2020, the way the government was toppled, will that become, in a sense, a determinant of how the BJP and Congress see their future in the Hindi heartland?
See, for BJP, Madhya Pradesh is much more important in comparison to the Congress. The reason being, when you were saying the 3-1 kind of thing, the probability of Congress getting 3-1 is high, but it's not the same for BJP, because BJP is not in fight in Telangana at all. And in Chhattisgarh, they had given up. So for BJP, the crucial states are actually Rajasthan, where they were thinking they will have a win. And if they convert Madhya Pradesh, then they are in a good shape, right? Last time they didn't have any. And if this time they have two, then that becomes really, really important. Second reason why Madhya Pradesh is important, as I've been saying, it basically is going to tell us whether Madhya Pradesh has become a dominant party state or not. If BJP wins Madhya Pradesh this time, then Congress coming back to Madhya Pradesh will become really, really hard in foreseeable future.
That's an interesting point. Yes,
no, Rajiv, I just want to come in. What's interesting is, I want to give you a story, because what happened was, if you remember 2020, when the government fell in Madhya Pradesh, to bring in DK Shiv Kumar and Madhya Pradesh, if you remember, the MLAs were taken to Maharashtra. And at that point of time, there was DK Shiv Kumar as well as Jitu Patwari who were in charge. And that time, Karnataka hadn't happened. And I remember I was anchoring here and I was patched to DK Shiv Kumar, and he wasn't that big at that time. And I remember him saying, now DK Shiv Kumar is here, he'll make everything okay. And that's what he said earlier. And I was like, this kind of bluster, because he wasn't on the scene at that point of time.
But
and he camped outside that resort.
Before Gujarat arrived for the BJP in a big way, Madhya Pradesh used to be the original, Madhya Bharat was the original girl of BJP and Bharatiya Jan Sangh. So it's a real heart of India. I think it's a lot of psychological impact would be there. If BJP loses out Madhya Pradesh, then that would mean that in the heartland also they are not so safe and secure. I know obviously the theory is given 2018, but every election is different. And so would be 2024 would be wide open.
Let me bring in Ashok, but it's very interesting. Kamal Nath told someone a few days ago, I am going to make sure whatever happens, we win Madhya Pradesh. He's made it very personal. The manner in which his government was toppled, he said, Ek din bhi ho, lekin sarkar to banani hi hai.
No, but that also means if he loses, the extent of disappointment is that much higher, because he's never really been a state-level politician. He's always largely done his politics at the center. It's only after the last assembly elections, and particularly after his government was toppled, that he really double down on state elections in Madhya Pradesh. And if the polls are correct, it's going to be a very bitter disappointment for Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, and potentially the end of their political careers as well.
Never right of the you're right that they are both septuagenarians, all of that. Though Kamal Nath, if you meet him, says abhi to main jawan hu. Whenever I ask him, is this your last election? He said, last election, abhi to main jawan hu. He's got that sort of spirit of that old self.
Sorry? He's the king of Chhindwara. He'll be voted back in as
the problem is Chhindwara is not Madhya Pradesh.
True.
So we're going to have to see, particularly since our poll says Gwalior, Chambal and Mahakaushal. Mahakaushal, which is where Chhindwara is, and Gwalior Chambal is where Pradeep
Scindia.
Gupta's poll is suggesting a huge swing. But Ashok, you wanted to get a word in.
So just two things. One, Madhya Pradesh in many ways, even ahead of Gujarat, is a very important bastion historically for the BJP and the broader Sangh Parivar. So a loss in Madhya Pradesh would actually be very, very damaging for the broader Sangh Parivar. So retaining Madhya Pradesh for them is very, very important. I'd also like to take you back to 2018 Madhya Pradesh and 2017 Gujarat. Both those elections were very closely fought. In one, the BJP lost narrowly. In one, it won very narrowly. In Gujarat, 5 years later, the BJP began what it thinks is a new cycle. It won a huge victory. The BJP would hope to repeat that here and begin a new cycle. And the third point,
yes,
the integration of the Scindia faction with the BJP has not been smooth at all. If this result is achieved today, as Pradeep Gupta predicts a clear and forthright victory, then that integration would have been achieved.
But there's something much bigger at stake as well. The future of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, there were enough indications from the BJP top leadership that they wanted to look beyond Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But if you end up at 140 plus, which is what the India Today post-poll study is suggesting, then he's emerged as a leader to reckon with in his own life.
I'm sorry, I disagree.
Quite a bit
At 140, it's easier to have a transition than at 101 or 150.
Yeah, that's going to be a matter of dispute. But, Rahul, you mentioned Shivraj Singh Chauhan. If he wins today, he becomes a 5-time CM. And that is huge. I don't think barring Nitish Kumar, I'm not sure any other chief minister of North India
But I disagree with
has been
Ashok.
sworn 5 times.
I'll tell you why I disagree with you. Because if at 140, Shivraj Singh Chauhan helps the BJP sweep Madhya Pradesh and you mess with him and you change him, you run the risk of jeopardizing what may happen in the Lok Sabha election 2024. And given the importance of the Lok Sabha elections for Messrs. Modi and Shah, they're unlikely to want to risk it.
I agree. They will not see.
It's a very big panga.
Don't disturb a good
So
thing.
what you're saying is theoretically correct. But
If you have to have a transition, it's easier at 140 than at 120. That's all I'm saying.
If there is no Lok Sabha.
Yes.
I think, see,
Lok Sabha is different
leadership
direction.
selection in India in last 15, 20 years does not happen on the base of popularity, but what the central command of any party decides, right? And whether it's 120 or 140, if they're going to consider leadership popularity, that's only one factor. What the top people think is going to be the day.
No.
But
That's too simplistic reading of the situation. The top people also are cognizant of the message in the mandate. And if the message is a sweeping victory, it becomes very difficult to change the incumbent chief minister. That is disrespecting the mandate.
Absolutely.
And nobody is living in political la-la land. They're very conscious of the mandate. If it's 105, 110, 115, you can say management or electioneering ka chunav. If it's 140, apart from everything else, Ladli Behna, the chief minister's own popularity, Mamaji's connect with the masses, all that is a factor. It's very difficult for any party before the next Lok Sabha elections.
Sure.
After the Lok Sabha elections, I don't know. But till the Lok Sabha elections, to mess with that mandate is fraught with risk.
I tend to agree with you, Rahul, on this, particularly because also Shivraj Singh Chauhan is OBC. In the times in which we live, OBC politics, and you will see this play out in many of the northern states, is going to become more and more important. Not easy to remove him. If you do, you'll have to find another OBC leader who's
You have
equally
here Prahlad
charismatic.
Patel.
There are a couple. Mr. Patel is one of the names. Whether that happens today or 6 months down the line, we don't know. But you're right. That's one of the intriguing questions that will be there. What happens to Shivraj Singh Chauhan if the BJP wins big? He's the last leader, in a sense, from the Advani-Vajpayee era, the last appointment of a chief minister from the Advani-Vajpayee era who's still around. So fascinating what you're saying, what happens to Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
Scindia as well. Vasundhara Raje.
No, but who's still chief minister at the moment? Let's go to Vasundhara Raje Scindia, because that's the other big question. Rajasthan. That could be our super over, according to most pollsters. We've got Nabila Jamal in Jaipur.
You know what's happening, Rajdeep, in Rajasthan is that the Rashtriya Loktantrik Party of Hanuman Beniwal has been contacted by the Bharatiya Janata Party because the BJP is concerned that if they're short of a mandate, which is a full majority, they need to be able to ally with some of the independents and smaller parties. So a lot of that
2019, Hanuman Beniwal fought with the BJP and then he moved out of. But only 3 seats is what the last election that the RLP actually got. If you look at the last election,
But Preeti, even 3 seats could make a difference.
True,
Hanuman Beniwal apparently has
Will
told
not
people,
go with Vasundhara Raje.
I am ready to support BJP, but no Vasundhara
Yeah, will
Raje.
not go with Vasundhara.
So that's the way, a journalist of Rajasthan has made a fascinating point to me. He said Rajasthan could be heading for hung because both major parties put ego before party. If Ashok Gehlot had accommodated Sachin Pilot, the Congress would have been in a great position. If the BJP had given Vasundhara her due, the BJP would have been in good position. So you've actually got a situation in Rajasthan where the possibility exists of will one party cross 100 or not, or will both parties be stuck in the nervous 90s? That's the question in Rajasthan that's being asked. Nabila Jamal, you're up there in Rajasthan, Pink City. What is the mood out there? Is this excitement of a super over in Rajasthan?
To be honest, I'd say, Rajdeep, that if the Congress has any reason to celebrate, it's only because of the India Today, Axis, My India exit polls that gave them a slight edge over the BJP. But otherwise, the sense that I got here, speaking to a bunch of people who were on ground, a couple of polling officers who are walking in, they all feel, of course, the polling officers refuse to divulge any details. But I did meet with a bunch of general public right outside the polling accounting booth here, and they said that it is the BJP that will come to power here. The BJP has really put up a spirited campaign, and if we see if the trend of the revolving door, the pattern continues, then it's making way for the BJP. They fought the Congress government here on the paper leak scam, which is one of their main issues. 14 examinations papers have leaked here, and that's really going to be a cause of bashing for the Congress, if at all. And apart from that, the women's safety, that has been a big issue here, and corruption. So the Congress really hoping, as per our exit poll survey, that they come up with an edge. But the BJP seems mighty confident here. Polling, counting is happening right here, and about 4,600 EVMs that's already underway. So trends will come in by about 9 a.m. Rajdeep.
Let's go to Devankur Wadhwa because he's at the right place. Vasundhara Raje's residence. Vasundhara Raje, interestingly, Devankur met Governor Kalraj Mishra yesterday, and she's suddenly becoming active. And the sense is that she has sensed a moment at 90, 95, 100 that she could become chief minister yet again for a third time. What are you picking up? What is Vasundhara Raje up to?
A very good morning to you, Rajdeep, and to Rahul as well. You know, as I was heading towards this location where I'm right now, I was thinking about a very interesting anecdote, and this dates back to 2018. So what happened back then, Rajdeep, was that a local big shot who's considered as a big wig in the media circles, in some of the media circles, he had got equal number of billboards made having Vasundhara Raje and Ashok Gehlot on it with congratulatory messages. So this was back in 2018, Rajdeep, and his game plan was that whosoever's party wins big, that person's posters will be put across the city congratulating that person for the victory.
I know exactly who this so-called media baron is.
So I'm not naming that person, Rajdeep, but
I'm
absolutely sure that you know that person. But fast forward to 2023, Rajdeep, the buzz is that that person has decided not to put up any posters, but because there are just too many names in the BJP and is confounded by the number of candidates, contenders who can be the chief ministerial aspirants as far as the BJP is concerned. So he has dropped that idea. Having said that, whether too many cooks will spoil the broth for the BJP, or the fissures that one has seen in the Congress in the last 4.5 years, will that get the better of the Congress? We will get to know in the next couple of hours, or perhaps by around noon or 1 o'clock.
I want to tell our viewers that I had a conversation with Vasundhara Raje yesterday, and I don't want to divulge the exact conversation, but if anybody thinks that this is someone who's hanging up her boots and going off to Europe on a holiday, which is what some in the central BJP think, that's not true. She's fully in it. She's plugged into the numbers, she's plugged into what's happening, and she's in her head far from done with politics.
It's interesting. Like Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Vasundhara Raje also represents, in a way, the older generation of the BJP. in an ideal world, I do think that this particular central leadership of Mr. Modi and Shah want to effect generational changes across these states. We've seen them do it in other states. Yogi Adityanath, for example, and Uttar Pradesh being a classic example.
No, but they didn't have anybody in Uttar Pradesh who would have been a bottleneck or a problem.
You see, yeah, so therefore, here you have to tread carefully. The point you made about Shivraj is equally operative to Vasundhara Raje. For the next 6 months, at least till Lok Sabha 2024, you don't want to rock the boat. She's got a lot of the independent
No, but
MLAs.
the BJP central leadership doesn't think so. They think that vote is for the party, not for Vasundhara, and they think they can, move her and it won't impact.
But in the
the
last
fact is, Vasundhara doesn't think so, and till the time you actually give it a go, you don't know who's right.
But in the last dying hours of the campaign, something changed even in the campaign for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
What changed?
I'll tell you what changed. For somebody who was not on the posters, you suddenly saw Vasundhara Raje right next to Prime Minister Modi and Nadda. It happened. These changes were made in the dying hours of the campaign. What I really feel, Rajdeep, my hunch is, if it's a close contest, which it promises to be, it comes down to the wire, they'll have to go the Vasundhara way. And even the last final rally, which Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, did with Vasundhara Raje, for not acknowledging her at all through those many rallies, he turned around and he acknowledged her on stage, much like what happened in the dying hours of the UP campaign or even in Karnataka with Yediyurappa. It happened there.
Yeah. Ashok Malik, Chetan Bhagat, do you believe generational change is important for a political party? These are two figures who've been around for 2 decades. Do you think the BJP under Modi Shah is more willing or is more empowered to make those generational changes than the Congress? The Congress wasn't able to replace Gehlot with Sachin Pilot at any stage in the last 5 years.
Yeah, but that was also because Gehlot was managing a coalition which didn't have a majority, right? So in the same way, as Rahul Verma, as Preeti said, if the BJP has a very narrow majority in Rajasthan of just fall short in running a minority government, it will need an experienced hand to pull together the incremental MLAs.
So that's going to be the key factor.
But if the BJP sweeps and gets 140 seats or something, then it has no
Vasundhara
autonomy.
has 25 of, at least by the last count, of independents in the fray who are loyal to her right now.
There are various numbers. There are various numbers doing the rounds about how many.
I think, both national parties are having some kind of tussle with their state leadership. In Congress, the problem is that in every state, there are 2 leaders who are fighting among themselves, be it Karnataka, Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. In Rajasthan, you had Gehlot and Sachin. In Madhya Pradesh, you had earlier Scindia and Kamal Nath. Same is going to happen in Telangana. So while national leadership in Congress is weak, the state leaders are basically fighting among themselves. The case is opposite in case of BJP, where national leadership is really, really strong, but the state leadership is not falling in line with the national leadership.
No, but they need to have the Rajdeep, have luxury of numbers. As they say in Urdu, जब खुदा हुस्न देता है, नजाकत आई जाती है. If you have big numbers, you can make anyone chief minister. In
That's
that
right.
situation,
Yeah.
you have to go with Vasundhara Raje and Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
Okay, so you're not writing up Vasundhara Raje.
Today, I think we will know, do you need a double engine Sarkar or you need a double engine driver? You need 2 engine drivers also, right?
So you're saying you may need
I
a
think
strong chief minister.
If the MP is the only place where BJP wins big, as per your current polls, it could all change in a couple of hours, then it's very clear that wherever they have a second engine driver also, that's what's needed.
But
So
Mr.
you don't
Bhagat
need
is
double.
saying that Mr. Modi magic is not working in states.
No.
No, we
At the
don't know
state
that.
level. We don't know that.
You know,
But
that is one of the tests today.
we will comment
we
on
will
that.
know whether Modi magic works in the states or not. I think that is one of the big question marks, whether Mr. Modi is able to lift the BJP in state election. The interesting data point, between 2014 and 2019, the BJP did win a series of state elections on the name of Prime Minister Modi. Since 2019, on an average, the BJP has lost 10 to 12% of vote share compared to Lok Sabha when it has come to state elections. Therefore, this is a test, you could argue, for so-called Modi magic when it comes to state elections. One of those states is Chhattisgarh. Sumi Rajappan has been waiting for a while. Sumi, you're in the fascinating state of Chhattisgarh. I say fascinating because this is a state which last time saw a clean sweep for the Congress, and this time we are predicting a tight contest in the Axis My India poll. What are you picking up? Is there talk even in Chhattisgarh of MLAs being guarded carefully, of resort politics taking place, and independents being wooed maybe?
all the audience watching this bulletin and joining us on this very special coverage. But the excitement is high. Anxiousness is also running high among all the candidates of both the parties, and specifically after our Axis poll has come out, where we are predicting that both the political parties will reach the magic number, and that has led to a lot of anxiousness and deliberations. In fact, Congress has already started the core committee meeting. They have asked all of the Vidhayaks, all of the MLAs to go to PCC once their results come out. And all of them have been asked to follow this instruction very sternly. And in fact, Ajay Markan, the treasurer of AICC, is already here to closely monitor the post-poll scenario as well. I'm outside the counting center where the counting of 7 seats of Raipur will take place shortly. There's a lot of drama going on in here where workers of various political candidates are pouring in and political observers are also pouring in. But certainly it is going to be an interesting fight. Unlike 2018, where the Congress had a smooth ride, this time around, Congress is facing a tough fight from the BJP. And it is very interesting because the same party was not visible on the ground until a couple of months back. So it is going to be interesting. Chhattisgarh, all eyes on Chhattisgarh tonight.
I'll just for a moment, just on Chhattisgarh, because while we talk of these battles in states, there's a battle even in Chhattisgarh. If the Congress gets 50, that's just 5 above the majority, or even a little, just 45, 47, T.S. Singhdeo, he's been talking his own candidature up. Is he a potential challenger to Bhupesh Baghel, or will the Congress put all its eggs in Baghel's basket, Rashid?
You see, I think a lot depends upon how Congress performs in Sarguja. In Sarguja last time, out of 14 seats, all of them went to the Congress. So if T.S. Singhdeo performed well in his regional area, then he will become a challenger. But if Congress perform badly in Sarguja, how do you crown him?
Okay, interesting. In each state, there are battles within the battleground.
But I think by now, Bhupesh Baghel has demonstrated that he commands the vast majority of MLAs. So no matter who in Delhi might be more pally with T.S. Singhdeo, and T.S. Singhdeo is a lovely man, but Bhupesh Baghel really has far more control over the MLAs.
And also, Bhupesh Baghel is OBC. You see, I have now come to remove an OBC chief minister when you are talking of caste census, when the Congress is pushing this whole idea. We want to be capturing the OBC vote bank that's gone to Prime Minister Modi. Bhupesh Baghel becomes an important figure.
So Chhattisgarh means the 36 forts. And unlike, say, a Telangana or a Tamil Nadu, there was never a very strong sense of sub-regionalism in Chhattisgarh. Bhupesh Baghel has created the idea of Chhattisgarhyavad. Raman Singh is projected by him as an outsider, and therefore now, given all of what he's done in the past 5 years, if the Congress wins, unless they want to take an axe and hit their own foot with it, it is impossible to try and change Bhupesh Baghel. The campaign has been fought on his name. He's led from the front. And I want to show you on the election intelligence dashboard the historical trend in Chhattisgarh. So the BJP has had a comfortable lead, not in terms of vote share. In terms of votes, Chhattisgarh has always been a very close contest. Just 1 or 2 percentage votes separating the BJP and the Congress. But in terms of seats, there's been a fair gap in the past several elections since the creation of Chhattisgarh in 2000 between the two parties. That changed only in 2018, where the blue line, which is that of the Congress, went to a phenomenal majority and the BJP crashed. The question now is, will Chhattisgarh revert back towards its historical mean, which is a much tighter contest than what we saw after 3 terms of anti-incumbency that got built up against the BJP, Rajdeep, in Chhattisgarh?
Who knows, this could be another super over. Let's go for a moment to Akshita Nandgopal. She's been standing by outside that beautiful looking state secretariat of Hyderabad. Akshita, good morning. Namaskara. Namaskar. What have you had for breakfast there in Hyderabad? You know, every time I see all of you in the south, I think of great weather and super breakfast. What have you had early morning?
Namaskaram, Rajdeep. I was up at 5, anchoring 6, so there's no chance for breakfast yet. But I just have to head home and I'll get some hot pesserettu with my parents, so I don't need to worry about catching a meal here in Hyderabad. I'm here at the Congress office. I moved out of the Secretariat. I just want to show you some interesting posters that have been put up here. I know that there have been celebrations at the Congress headquarters. Nobody's gathered here, but what's written essentially here in Telugu, Rajdeep, is that they're saying that the Congress will get a decisive mandate today. Note the date on top. They've said that under the leadership of Revanth Reddy, the next government will be formed. And also they've said that this is a message also about what's going to be happening in Andhra next. So very, very interesting message that is being put forth. They've even written the date saying swearing-in ceremony will happen on 9th December. These posters have been put up. Questions will loom on whether it's a bit too premature to be doing that. But I can tell you that while there's a media frenzy out here, no Neta who's come. I'm sure all of them are glued to their TV screens right now, waiting to see if they actually have to step out here in the Congress office. I bet in an hour or two, people will start streaming in and the celebrations will kick off.
You know, it doesn't...
What's changed? What's changed suddenly in Telangana? You know, this is mystifying because 24 hours ago, Congress seemed to believe it's a done deal. I get a sense in the last 24 hours, Sudhir, something has changed. That is it KCR trying to sort of again play mind games with the Congress? The woman voter is with me. At the end of the day, I can't be defeated. There's a sense of invincibility. And the difference between getting 58 seats and 60 seats. I get 58 and KCR gets 50. He's got Owaisi by his side. And he's got the ability to poach the other side.
Well, Dave, for yesterday, after exit polls, I was speaking to BRS leaders. They said the CM has given a figure of 75. And in the worst case scenario, they say 50, which means they still feel they are in the game. But yes, the Congress, jubilant after all the exit polls, giving them a clear majority. But there is also that feeling of nervousness that agar by chance 58 aa gaya to kya karenge? Because then they are vulnerable. They are vulnerable.
No, but the thing is, in Telangana, the Congress doesn't need a mini wave to win. If the Congress is to win in Telangana, it needs an electoral tsunami. And I want to go back to the 2018 data. The BRS won 88 seats. Just look at the large swath of the map of Telangana and how green it is. The Congress only at 19, and a lot of those MLAs they lost in the post-election scenario. If I do a quick SWOT analysis, this is what I call the strength scan. I'm just introducing you to it. So when the data is coming in live, thick and fast, you have a sense of what the data is suggesting. The Congress has very few safe seats in Telangana. There are only 3 seats in Telangana, which the Congress has won in every election for the past 3 elections. There are 51 weak seats, seats which the Congress hasn't won in any election in the last 3 elections. Now, if you're wondering how have there been 3 elections in Telangana, because there have been only 2 in the creation of Telangana. Telangana is India's youngest state. The third that we're referring to here is in undivided Andhra Pradesh, when at that time the TRS and the Congress were in alliance. So even at that time when YSR was in power, there were 51 seats they haven't won, which essentially means that if the Congress wins Telangana in the way the India Today Access My India exit poll is suggesting, it would be a political tsunami. This is not a management or electioneering ka chunav, Rajdeep. If this is true, it would be quite historic. Because usually when the Congress gets elbowed out by a regional party, they find it very difficult to come back.
And you see the numbers of make it even more difficult in some ways for the Congress, because they are writing off almost 20 seats of Hyderabad in and around Hyderabad, including Owaisi's stronghold of 6 to 7 seats. So you're actually fighting 99 seats. And out of 99, I need 60. So I need effectively a two-thirds. I've been saying this. Congress has the momentum. KCR has the math. So the tsunami also has to be, and the Congress believes it has one, is in South and Central Telangana, as our Axis exit poll showed. 49%, 51%. If I can win 50 out of the 60 there, that's what your strike rate needs to be. If I win 50 out of 60, I'm in the game. Why? Because in North Telangana, the BJP in some seats is also taking away anti-incumbency vote. That's what's worrying the Congress.
Revanth will have to do a Rinku Singh essentially today.
Revanth will have to be good one. Revanth will have to do a Rinku Singh today. He has to take over South and Central Telangana to win this election.
You know, just because of what happened in the World Cup finals, I'm a little wary this morning of too many cricketing analogies and metaphors because we just...
Rinku Singh is a new age cricketer.
वो पिछली बार था.
नहीं अभी यार IPL 6 महीने पहले हुआ.
ठीक है, okay. So we slip into a quick break right now.
And he doesn't play for the Hyderabad Sunrisers. That's the problem.
So we'll slip into a quick break. 8 o'clock is when the EVMs will be opened. The first set of trends will be the postal ballots. We'll start bringing the numbers on your screen. That's when our analytics engine, the election intelligence dashboard, will dance on your screens. And I hope to God it blows your mind. Whether it does or not, do tell us. Keep giving us your feedback. We'll be back on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Israel-Hamas war escalates after a truce. Israel-Hamas truce has ended on Friday. The IDF has resumed its all-out attack on the Gaza Strip with the aim of eliminating Hamas. As per Gaza Health Ministry, at least 35 Palestinians were killed in Israeli strikes since the truce expired. Israel dropped leaflets on eastern areas of the main southern city, Khan Yunis, ordering Palestinians to evacuate and move towards the Rafah town. The blame game has also begun. Hamas blames Israel for ceasefire failure. Meanwhile, Israeli government said that Hamas violated the terms of agreement.
This morning, after a 7-day hostage release pause, having failed to provide a list of more hostages for release, the Hamas army of terror in the Gaza Strip violated the terms of the agreed framework and launched rocket fire at Israeli communities.
حقيقة يعني احنا نرجع الفشل للطرفين الإسرائيلي والأمريكي. الطرف الإسرائيلي يوم أمس بالليل كان واضح أنه هو يريد العودة إلى القتال. جرى طرح أكثر من فكرة من قبل الوسطاء. نحن تجاوبنا مع 3 أفكار منها، ورغم ذلك الإسرائيلي كان يقول لا 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 في كل مرة.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kanwal, only on India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
5, 4, 3,
2,
1.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Results Day here on India Today. We're just about 4 minutes away from the EVMs being opened and counting beginning across as many as 638 assembly constituencies. So it's not 1 or 2, it's not 1 or 2 states, it's 4 states today, 1 tomorrow. Lots at stake in the 4 battleground states. Rahul and I are bringing you each and every result, every trend, and it promises to be a day that will go down to the wire.
During the break, I had an opportunity to look at how our coverage was doing in terms of live analytics on digital and on social. We're at this moment 20x of our competition. So I thought initially maybe they're saying 20%. it's 20x. So we don't know whether the BJP is winning, the Congress or the BRS at this moment. But there's one network that's winning and winning hands down. And we are very, very thankful for your trust, for the fact that you've woken up early this morning, you've turned on India Today. It means the world to all of us at the India Today group. We worked very hard in bringing this coverage together, and the fact that you've chosen to join this morning really does mean the world. And I hope that we can live up to the expectations that you have of our network and from this coverage.
Okay, let's put all our guests on the line by asking them a simple question, a quick 10-seconder. Essentially, 4 states today. What's going to be the final tally? Rahul Verma, you start first.
I'm the youngest one.
No, come on, go on.
I think it's very, very hard. But if I have to put my neck on the line, I think Telangana might be going to Congress way, Chhattisgarh again to Congress way, BJP may be getting MP, and even better in Rajasthan.
Preeti.
I agree. I think it's going to be a 2-2 split. I think it's going to be 2 to the Congress and 2 to the BJP.
Rashid.
3-1 in favor of Congress.
Which one is going to the BJP?
Rajasthan.
I see. You're predicting Madhya Pradesh, therefore, with the Congress. Ashok Malik.
2-2, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan with the BJP, Telangana, Chhattisgarh with the Congress.
Okay, it's 2-2, but it's not the same because Telangana, Chhattisgarh are much smaller. If BJP does win Rajasthan and MP, they are going to go to town and say, we won big. Yeah, there's somewhere in Telangana, Congress did well, some in some pockets.
What do you mean somewhere in Telangana?
I mean, in the sense they'll play it out to be this factor happened, that factor happened. But look at the giant states, look at the big ones. I mean, combined Chhattisgarh, Telangana not equal to MP. So it's actually...
Number batao, Chetan, tum yaar.
No, I think now,
No, but
like now, neck on the line 2 minutes before trends is
You're
like...
calling Telangana a small state, but can I say that's not correct for the reason that from a campaign financing perspective,
Yes.
if the
Hyderabad is
Congress
very
were to win Telangana, all their problems with campaign finance for the next 5 years till the 2029 general elections are sorted. That's how important in
it's
terms of
supposedly an
campaign
ATM
finance.
state.
So
It's bigger than Bengaluru.
two things, Hyderabad and Bangalore, both.
If you ask anybody in political circles, they'll say the amount of black money in Hyderabad is more than there is in
There's
Telangana.
one more
It's
thing.
more than there
If
is
the
in
Congress,
Bengaluru.
if the Congress wins Telangana, if it wins Telangana, then you have an interesting dichotomy where all of South India, apart from Andhra Pradesh, is with the India Alliance.
Yes.
While Northern and Western India are still strongly
All
behind.
metros, Calcutta, Delhi, Chennai, all metros are with India.
Well, all metros, all the major metros then, except Mumbai, would be with the India Alliance.
metros are
Mumbai
with
is still
India.
with the BJP Shiv Sena there, yes.
So Telangana, Congress definitely having the edge, but the BRS says we are still pretty much in the race. Yesterday, Rashid spoke about laddus being distributed. I can tell you in Hyderabad, it's double commit.
Okay. You know, my sense, therefore, is that we are heading for a day where no one is very clear. Someone is going 2-2, someone is going 3-1.
Hung.
I believe there will be at least one super over and one result that will stun both pollsters and
No,
pundits.
Rajdeep,
Where
I've
is the
always...
super over? Rajdeep,
Sorry?
where is the
Rajdeep, you have
super
to spell
over?
out which
No, no,
state.
Where is
You
the
forced all of us
You
to do
asked
that.
us.
I am today playing the role
Don't
of the
diplomat, you are
neutral
not.
umpire. I want to listen to everyone and I will tell you my results in the evening.
Super
Be a
over.
Shakur Rana.
Tell us super over before.
Rajdeep, will there be at least one resort?
Will there be at least one? I believe one result will keep us going till way into the evening. There's going to be one state
Resort.
that's not going to be a state.
I said, is there going to be one resort India will know of?
You know,
Amazon rainforest के secrets तुम्हारे पास कैसे आए? You mean silky smooth hair secrets? मुश्किल था पर पिलग्रिम ने ढूंढ निकाले. Who's Pilgrim? Pilgrim Patua and Keratin shampoo. Keratin और Amazon rainforest से मिला पतुआ. बालों को दे 10 गुना ज्यादा smoothness. Pilgrim Patua and Keratin shampoo.
a 230 member assembly, which is quite remarkable, doesn't happen too often.
And that's when chief ministerial aspirants were calling, messaging, saying on the election intelligence dashboard, can you show me XYZ or ABC? And that's when I realized the power of the analytics engine to draw out in real time meaning and deep analysis, which even the netas don't have access to. They can ask for these reports one by one, and of course they'll get them. But to be able to process them in real time, make sense of the data as it flows in, because otherwise, as the numbers start coming in, oh, BJP at 10, Congress at 5, that means very little, frankly. That's just like the viewer can see it. To draw meaning, why is this happening? Where is this happening? What happened last time? That's the kind of processing capabilities that the election intelligence dashboard has, and we'll start kicking it into action in just a few moments from
You know, also one reason why this is going to happen is because if you look at these states, these are all states where the two major parties, the three North Indian states, Hindi heartland states, have roughly a percentage of votes in that 40 to 43 range. For, you know, it's not a state where one party has a 28% vote share, the others has 42. So it's intensely competitive down to the MLA level and regional level. You will see in Rajasthan, for example, Eastern Rajasthan may vote very differently to Marwar, which may vote very differently to Mewar. Similarly, look at Madhya Pradesh. You may have Gwalior Chambal voting one way and Bundelkhand, Bargelkhand voting the other. In Telangana, North may vote very different to South, which may vote very different to Hyderabad. That doesn't happen too often. Bastar may vote very different to Sarguja. I mean, this is why I believe today is going to be, I repeat, Michael Jackson. The real, you're saying dance to Natu Natu. We should be dancing to the original magician.
Seriously?
But you practice
Are you going to do can you do a Michael Jackson, Rajdeep? Really?
I did it when I was in college, but I'm not in college anymore, so I won't do it. But you should have seen me dancing to Michael Jackson in college.
But Natu Natu, you can get away with thrillers like stretching it.
The moonwalk, man, the moonwalk.
Just a question. I think you are absolutely right. If the elections are going to be close this time, then the regions in all these states become important, right? Why is that happening? Is it because the competitive nature of election or something to do with much more deeper sociological and political economy churning that regions are voting differently?
It could be a mix of all those factors, but I think state elections are very competitive. You see, it's not just about, Modi versus Rahul or those national figures that we put. This is about Mera MLA kaun banega.
The local issues.
The welfareism you've thrown. Yes.
The local issues that cut across all these regions are very, very different if you look at it. The issues of a Maha Kaushal are very different than what goes on up in Chambal. If you look at what happens in Ahirwar is very, very different than what happens in the Bikaner, Jaisalmer. The demands are very, very different.
Think of it. If this is the reason, then campaigning on just welfare schemes, campaigning on CM face doesn't matter.
Why doesn't welfare scheme
You see,
work? They
one
work beautifully.
then they should work across the state.
Test in Madhya Pradesh will be how the BJP's chieftains who were sent to specific regions, specific constituencies, specific areas, you go there, fight there, camp there. Even people who did not want to contest those elections were sent in there with the idea that, if you win, the chief minister's post is still open. So you have
show us whether you're a paper tiger or a real tiger. I think that's the message the BJP central leadership said.
We've got one of those, one of those figures, Rajyavardhan Rathore.
Let's go across to the former INB minister. Speaking at this moment, Nabila Jamal.
We are winning. Bharatiya Janata Party is winning, and we are forming government with a vast majority.
I covered his campaign, Rajdeep. Rajyavardhan, he's a sitting MP from rural Jaipur. He's on a sticky wicket in Jotwada. The locals there actually believe that he might not be able to pull through. For him, this is a do or die. I followed him through the day and I could see how desperate he was to win this election. Rajyavardhan Rathore.
Let's listen in once again to him.
What is the one reason that you think that the BJP will be back and the Congress will
Because of the confidence people have in Pradhan Mantri Modi, Prime Minister Modi, and the misgovernance of Congress government here in the last 5 years.
Who's the chief minister will face then?
That's not important right now.
All right. Thank you.
It is an interesting trend for a political party to put members of parliament in a state assembly election. It almost shows that the BJP believes that they want more new faces possibly in the Lok Sabha. You get a few people to contest assembly elections, keep them there, get new faces. But they believe in this theory that it galvanizes the local cadres. In some places it does, in others it angers. I met a leader who was hoping to get a ticket from the very constituency where Narendra Singh Tomar is contesting. And he said, "Hum to yahan 5 saal se taiyar the assembly election ladne, MP saab aa jate hain." So, it's a tricky one round.
The same thing for him. The reason why he's having such a tough fight in Jotwada, whereas Mr. Rajyavardhan Rathore, is because there is a former BJP leader who thought that he wanted the ticket. So there's so much infighting within the BJP on that particular constituency.
It's going to be interesting. I think Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh are both states where both the political parties have got some of their strategy right, some of it wrong. The Congress invested a lot of their resources in projecting Kamal Nath. So they've put their eggs in a way in the state leaders' basket. I didn't even see posters. Otherwise Congress is always the Gandhi family and the local leaders are sort of secondary roles. Here, Kamal Nath was the face and the Gandhi family was bottom of the posters.
But there's too much talk around the Congress, because if the BJP wins Madhya Pradesh, the BJP would have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Madhya Pradesh, till a few weeks ago, looked very firmly headed towards the Congress. You've got laddus up there. The laddus are being prepared. The mithai walas, especially around Bengali sweets, they're very smart because you've got them ready, and whoever wins, you can have them sent to those people. It would be a master class in election management if the BJP is indeed able, at a late stage in the campaign, to pull Madhya Pradesh away from the Congress. That would be.
You know, this is the story of comeback. 6 months ago, everyone wrote of Ashok Gehlot. Today, Ashok Gehlot, by all accounts, is not down and out. 3 months ago, most people were writing off Shivraj Singh Chauhan. By all accounts, he's back in the race. In Chhattisgarh, it appeared that Bhupesh Baghel was cantering to victory. What happens? It now seems to be a tight fight. And on the last day, we are being told, KCR ko mat bhulo, still in the race.
Pawan Khera is speaking at this time. His wife, in fact, is contesting in Telangana. Let's listen to the Congress leader.
रिजल्ट्स का मायना क्या रहने वाला है, किस तरीके से?
रिजल्ट्स का मायना स्पष्ट है। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से जो हमारा सफर शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद जिस तरीके से हमने अपनी बात, अपना संदेश लोगों तक पहुंचाया, लोगों का दर्द जिस तरह से हमने उसको आवाज दी, मुझे लगता है ये उसकी जीत होगी।
कई खबरें ये भी आ रही, विधायक दल की आपने बैठक बुलाई है, ऑब्जर्वर्स को लगाया गया है, खासकर पर्टिकुलर क्योंकि राजस्थान जहाँ से आप आते हैं, वहाँ पर क्या पूर्ण नंबर आने वाले हैं या कुछ?
नहीं, हम आश्वस्त हैं। ऑब्जर्वर्स तो हमने चारों राज्यों में लगाए हैं, लेकिन हम आश्वस्त हैं कि हम चारों राज्य जीतने जा रहे हैं।
Those laddus, Rajdeep, are at the Congress headquarters. Do you think they're getting a bit carried away? I mean, the first votes haven't been counted. The laddus are being counted. I mean, just stay calm.
You know, elections are already on their plate. These are those Delhi ke laddu.
Bengali market ke laddu.
Bengali market ke moti choor ke laddu.
Ginti shuru to hone do.
You see, the problem with the Congress is that in the past, as I said, they were accused of not celebrating enough when they won Himachal. Now they are celebrating prematurely. To my mind, elections will be only, the trends will be clear only by noon this time. It's going to be that competitive.
So they can leave the laddus for a while.
Bring them here.
Laddus look
Bring
so
them.
fresh and tempting.
Please send them to the studio. All I've got is these biscuits and some coffee. If you can bring the laddus, it might just make my morning just that much more interesting. You don't need the laddus at the Congress
You
office.
really want your
at
morning
the
to be
moment.
more interesting than what it is poised to be?
No, I'm just saying this.
We are aiming for a cliff.
No, you see, I think political parties believe that if they create a mahal, they might change the numbers. It's not going to change. The EVMs are already decided. It's like exit polls. You know, people yesterday when this leader last night say your exit polls are wrong, I said, don't worry, sir. Whatever happens will be known in a few hours from now.
Laddu means confidence. I think laddu is a sign of telling the troops this is confidence. I mean, the laddu symbolizes
So I just
the
asked
confidence, right?
asked our producers, by BJP office mein kya ho raha hai, wo bhi to batao. So there's some halwa there. Okay, fine. There's
Okay,
some
fine.
Halwa just being whipped up at the
It's
BJP
always
office.
sugar, you know. I mean, that's a separate discussion. That why we always have to feed people sugar.
You've been on a health trip recently.
Yeah, and
right?
I don't think sugar is that good. I mean,
But given how much stress they take, surely on counting
but
day, if
not
they win,
sugar.
they can have
You
the
know, you can
halwa.
have. There is no protein.
No,
ever.
this is,
but that's separate issue.
It's against traditions, yeah. That's not done.
What is your favorite sweet? What is the favorite sweet in Madhya Pradesh? What is Madhya Pradesh's sweet number one? Come on.
I think I mean Madhya Pradesh can have a lot of sweet, but laddu is universal.
Laddu is universal. There is a place in Gwalior where Atal Bihari Vajpayee, as Prime Minister, would order his laddus from. I think it's called Bahadura Sweets. At Bahadura Sweets, I went on a Sunday morning. Sunday morning, Bahadura Sweets had a longer line than a Salman Khan, Shah Rukh Khan first day, first show.
You know, I'm just being told that some channels are showing all kinds of crazy numbers. Can I just say that this is where postal ballots are just being opened? I know that they're not confident about their coverage and their numbers and the quality of their analytics. That's just full Farji cafe. You just need to give it some time. Let the real numbers come out. Show the viewers the real picture. Don't just start cooking up numbers even before the ballot boxes have actually been opened. Postal ballots open initially, then the electronic voting machines. It's a process that takes time. Don't cook up numbers because that, I mean, it's a bit like they're polling. I mean, don't really send surveyors out to the field. Many of them, frankly, just wait for our numbers to go out, see what we put out, add or subtract a few and then put it out. I mean, that's just like very shallow.
Look, I have no problem. Rahul, we should let whoever wants to do whatever. I think we should be on a day like this very, very cautious to ensure that we give you the credible news. You know, the worst thing you can do on a day like this is put farji numbers, as you called it, because it'll completely skew your analysis of what's happening. And I think therefore...
And it's not a game. You know, for us, this is not a game. This is something we take very seriously. We invest a lot of time, energy, effort, equity into it. And therefore, you don't want to be cooking stuff up. So the first trend, frankly, is now coming in. It's coming in from Madhya Pradesh. The first lead that we've got has headed towards the Congress. So that's really the first lead that's just come in. If you're seeing bigger numbers elsewhere, I promise you somebody just sitting there is cooking it up. It's not from...
And it's interesting, the first lead for the Congress is coming from the Malwa belt. And I believe that, you know, elections in Madhya Pradesh will be decided by Malwa and Malwa Nimad. Because last time the BJP was in... I mean, in a large state, it will be decided from different reasons, but Malwa is critical for the BJP. The BJP needs to go back to dominating Malwa. In 2018, in the tribal belt of Malwa Nimad in particular, the Congress had made a huge comeback. One reason this election is important, Rahul, tribal seats. 47 seats in Madhya Pradesh are tribal. That's a huge number. In Chhattisgarh, 29 are tribal. Which way will the STs vote is going to be crucial to the final numbers of this election. Are the poorer parts of the country in a region like Malwa Nimad or in Bagelkhand, Bundelkhand voting with the Congress or going to the BJP? I think that's going to be a big
also where the community shows similar voting patterns across states, or are the tribals voting differently in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh? Are the Dalits voting along similar lines? I mean, those are the real questions to look at. Those answers will have meaning for this result and what may happen in the Lok Sabha elections. So the first lead coming in from Madhya Pradesh. We're waiting for numbers to come in from other states as well. Rajdeep.
You know, my sense therefore, and I don't know whether you all agree, is that one of the things that I'm going to be looking at, we saw it in Rajasthan, we saw it in Karnataka, poorer parts of Karnataka were with the Congress in that election, and the higher income areas tended to vote with the BJP. These are parts of the country where a large parts are below the poverty line. That's why you've had all the welfare schemes, Ladli Behna, even free mobiles. Whether those work on the ground, can they attract those floating voters? You agree that that's going to be critical? How the tribal belt, when you went to some of the tribal areas, what did you see, Preeti?
Well, it's working. You know, to be very honest, Rajdeep.
People were impressed with these handouts.
It's not impressed, but, you know, in a tribal household, you have 1,250 rupees coming in every 10th of every month. It matters. If you have two women, it matters. If you have a person who's elderly, then that person gets 600 rupees as the, you know, the pension. So it stacks up. And in a place where, you know, they don't, I've been to villages where they don't know the name of the prime minister, where they don't know Shivraj Singh Chauhan, but what they know and what has percolated to the, you know, grassroots level is the fact where they say, कि फूल से पैसा आ रहा है.
Okay, so we have some leads coming in.
1250.
Okay, we have some leads coming in, Rajdeep. These are live concurrent viewership details, and I just want to put them out just for a moment for our viewers, so you have a sense of how things are going. This is where India today is at this moment, and you see where our competition is less than half of where India is. It's more than double the viewership elsewhere, and that's an important lead that we're tracking. I mean, it's really important as well, and shows just how plugged in audiences are to our coverage. So initial leads just coming in from Madhya Pradesh, and Rajdeep, that's pretty phenomenal. You know, we can track live concurrence as well, and there's a massive lead, much more than any political party will have all through the day today.
You know, Rahul is a bit is getting a cue from Amit Shah,
which is,
you know, Amit Shah must be doing that in live. Ki hamare number kitne aa rahe? You're doing it in terms of where India today is. You're looking at the micro detailing. Very good. I'm just saying that, you know what, please think about the competition.
You know, what gives me a huge kick is sometimes, and I don't want to name who, like really top people from these parties call up and ask for some particular analytics done by the data intelligence unit. And that's really interesting that, you know, you're able to cull data and meaning from what's happening, which they're not immediately able to process. Small joys of life, Rajdeep.
You know, but your data analytics team does a wonderful job. You're going to show much more of that through the day. I just for a moment want to tell our viewers that what we are seeing at the moment is only postal ballots being counted. That's why, you know, we're being very cautious. Interestingly, the one lead that we are getting in Telangana is coming from others.
Okay.
And therefore, you've got one from others in Telangana, one for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh.
And I can start showing on the EI dashboard. The first lead from Madhya Pradesh is from Bhind. The lead is from Bhind. And in Bhind, Chaudhary Rakesh Singh Chaturvedi of the Congress is leading over the UP candidate Rahul Singh Kushwaha and against Sanjeev Singh Sanju. So that's the first lead. Rajdeep was
And
talking
can
about.
I just make a point?
The Congress is very strong in Bhind.
But for the Congress, winning Gwalior Chambal is critical. Last time, 34 seats, they won 26. Jyotiraditya Scindia has since left the party. Most of the MLAs who went with him, 16 of them, were from Gwalior Bhind. You've got the BJP that has put up some of its MPs in Gwalior Bhind, the likes ministers like Narendra Singh Tomar. The BJP knows, if I can bring down by double digits the Congress in Gwalior Bhind and in Mahakaushal, I'm in the race. Hold on to Malwa Nimad. And the BJP
So we have
has a
now
chance.
numbers coming in. It started to move, guys. Numbers are coming in now from Telangana. 6 leads, largely from northern Telangana on the election intelligence dashboard. 3 of those leads are for the Congress, up 2 from the last time. The BRS is at 2, down 2 from the last time. So these are the seats of Asifabad, Chennur, Sirpur, where these leads are coming from in the northern region. And yes, so the north is where the BJP thinks it has a chance. In some of those districts, particularly with an eye on the Lok Sabha elections, they think this is where they can score.
Well, I think the BJP did a good decision by fielding 3 of their MPs, one of them from Adilabad, one from Nizamabad, one from Karimnagar. And Adilabad and Nizamabad are 2 districts where the BJP would be looking very keenly at. You mentioned Sirpur, Chennur. Now, these are places where some of the heavyweights of Congress, especially Chennur and Bellampalli.
And Telangana, good news for the Congress, because any seat that the Congress gets in North Telangana means that they are denting the TRS in its citadel. Then if you can get South and Central Telangana, you're in the game.
Okay, so we've got some leads now coming in from Chhattisgarh, largely from the northern belt of Chhattisgarh. The BJP having 4 of those leads, up 4 from the last time. I can also isolate the BJP seats this time around. So you can have a sense on your screen right now of where the BJP leads are coming from. The Congress is at 3. They're currently down 4 from the last time. These are the seats of Ambikapur and Jashpur. 3 leads for the Congress. From Telangana, let's go across.
Just quickly on Chhattisgarh, bad news for the Congress, because remember tribal belt last time, Congress got 25 out of 29. And already in the 3 tribal seats that are polling at the moment, it's the BJP that is leading. So the BJP, and remember there is a small tribal group that has been formed, the Sarva Adivasi Samaj, which has been formed, which is going to dent the Congress in this election in the Adivasi belt. So bad news for the Congress coming in from Chhattisgarh, good news coming from Telangana.
I want to show you what's happening in Rajasthan. 11 leads for the BJP, up 3 from the last time. Most of these from the northern part of the state. The Congress at 5, down 2 from the last time, and 16 leads in total from Rajasthan on the election intelligence dashboard, Rajdeep. These are seats like Churu, Ganganagar, Jhalrapatan, which is where Vasundhara Raje comes from. These are the seats where we've got these numbers: Suratgarh, Taranagar, Vindhyadhar Nagar. These are the leads that we have, where the BJP is off to a good start at this moment in Rajasthan.
Some of them are bastions, like Taranagar, Vidyanagar, where the BJP is expected to win. But clearly the BJP is taking an early lead in areas of Rajasthan, which the Congress had won last time. So that's bad news for the Congress at the moment. Not so bad news for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh at the moment, Rahul, because in Madhya Pradesh, the Congress is leading 12-9. So early leads, of course, but the Congress, particularly in Gwalior, Chambal, and in Bundelkhand, Bagelkhand, is holding its own. Bagelkhand, remember, was swept by the BJP last time. They won 25 out of 30 there. So you've got a situation at the moment where in Madhya Pradesh, the Congress appears in the race. Rajasthan, it appears the BJP is very much ahead of them, 13-5. Telangana at the moment is going to be neck and neck, 6-7, but it's mainly coming from the north. Any seat that the Congress gets in the north of Telangana will be advantage
I
Congress.
can actually show that on the election intelligence dashboard in real time. Where are the gains and losses at this moment coming from? So take a look at this visualization. The Congress's leads, this is the BJP's leads in Madhya Pradesh at this moment, coming from Bundelkhand, where they're up 1 from the last time, coming from Chambal, where they're up 4 seats from the last time, and in Malwa, they're up 1 from the last time. This is the aggregate of the gains and losses for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh at this moment. For the Congress, This is the graphs for the gains and losses. They're down 4 in Chambal. At this moment, that's the Congress's scorecard, Rajdeep, in Madhya Pradesh.
You know, that, as I said, Chambal, Gwalior, Chambal, Preeti, you travel through this, becomes very critical for the Congress because they swept that region 26 to 30, 26 out of 34. That's why they played this Gaddar card, that Scindia and Tima Gaddars defeat the Gaddars. Did you get a sense that the Congress is on the back foot in Gwalior, Chambal this time?
Well, you know, Bhind, Morena is where the Congress is strong, but it has been traditionally strong. Gwalior, because there is still a lot of affinity to Jyotiraditya Scindia and the Scindia family. So the 6 seats in Gwalior is where the BJP seems to be, you know, maybe making inroads there. But Datia, you have Narottam Mishra there, who's standing, and he seems to be, you know, when I was in Datia in that constituency, it seemed that the Congress was doing better than the Bharatiya Janata Party.
So Gwalior Chambal region, it, you know, as you pointed out, it's a Scindia territory plus the BJP. So they should be, you know, sweeping elections.
I'm seeing one very important trend, and you may want to come to Rajasthan on that. BJP 7 seats in the Jaipur area, Jaipur Dhundara area, 6 to the BJP, 1 to Congress. Congress was well ahead of the BJP here, and this is where the Gujjar factor will play a role. The fact that Eastern Rajasthan and Jaipur region were last time dominated by the Congress, this time BJP leading in 6, Congress only in 1 out of the 44 seats in the Jaipur belt.
I have the gains and losses as an aggregate for Telangana at this moment. The BRS at this moment is trailing on 6 seats in northern Telangana, which they'd won in the last elections. The Congress's gains in Telangana at this moment coming from the north, where they're up 7 from the last time, and from central, where they're up 2. As far as the overall picture in Telangana is concerned, take a look at where the numbers stack at this moment. This is the picture from last time. We'll power this up live for you right now. The Congress at 10, up 9 from the last time. The BJP at 8, down 9. The BRS at 8, down 9, and the BJP.
Rahul, bad news for the BRS in Telangana. It is 8-8 in North Telangana. So what is happening is, if North Telangana becomes so competitive and the Congress starts winning central and south, bad news. The BRS is not being wiped out in their stronghold. That's very clear. But this is the region, Sudhir, correct me if I'm wrong, that they want to sweep if they have to come back to par along with Hyderabad.
If KCR is to do a 3.0, he needs to retain North Telangana and Hyderabad. These will be the 2 most critical regions, because that was the hotbed of the Telangana movement. Karimnagar, Warangal, Nizamabad, Adilabad. And if the Congress is making gains there, that will be bad news for the BRS.
You know, so you're seeing in
But these are postal ballots, right? So
these are postal ballots. AIMIM has opened its account. It's leading in 1 seat in Hyderabad, expected. The Congress, interestingly, is also leading at the moment in 1 seat in Hyderabad. But the real interesting battle at Telangana will be in the north, 8-8. And Rahul, if it is competitive there, then the Congress will have reason to feel comfortable.
The other number that you need to look at this moment is from Chhattisgarh, where the BJP seems to be doing much better than it did in the last elections. Here are the numbers for Chhattisgarh. 12 for the BJP, up 10 from the last time. Congress at 11, down 9 from the last time. If I show you what the Chhattisgarh assembly is looking like just at this moment, the BJP is off to a strong start in Chhattisgarh. Very initial leads, but the BJP off to a strong start in Chhattisgarh. The BJP also seeming to do well in Rajasthan at this moment. The BJP's numbers and where these numbers are coming from, coming up on your screen right now. We have leads for 32 seats. The BJP leading at 21 of them, up 8. The Congress at 11, down 4. If you're wondering why is it that most of the leads are coming stacked in one part of the state, is because that's where we have the trends from. Counting naturally has started everywhere. As the numbers come into our feed pipes and we're able to process them, this is where we have the numbers from, Rajdeep, at this moment.
You know, Ahirwal, the Eastern Rajasthan belt, we are getting 3 trends. BJP 2, Congress 1. Jaipur belt, which we are getting 40 leads in 8, BJP 6, Congress 2. The reason I'm emphasizing these 2...
Rajdeep, Shekhawati, the BJP is leading on 6 in Shekhawati, which is a Congress stronghold.
Which is a Congress stronghold. So clearly all the early trends from Rajasthan are giving BJP a lot of heart, I'm sure. The Madhya Pradesh trends are the more interesting one, because in Madhya Pradesh, at the moment, the Congress is leading the BJP 18-14. And, and that, in a way, many would say, will give the Congress, my friend Kamal Nath, a belief that maybe Abhi bhi Kamal khil sakta hai. Let's just see the regions if you can tell us of Madhya Pradesh.
There's something really interesting.
14-9 in Chambal, Rahul. 14 to the Congress, 9 to the BJP as of now in Chambal. So that's really what is propelling the Congress in this race in Madhya
I
Pradesh.
think this is, postal votes where Congress is seen as at a disadvantage.
There's something really interesting that I can do. There are 638 overall seats that are up for grabs. If I aggregate the numbers coming from each state and throw up a pan-India picture, obviously the elections are being fought in the states. But for what it's worth, if you're a numbers geek and you love your elections like I do, here's what it looks like at this moment. 51 leads at this moment for the Congress party, 50 for the BJP, others at 8. So Nadda ji just had his birthday yesterday. He's at 50, Mallikarjun Kharge at 51. There are total 638 because 40 seats from Mizoram will get counted today. This is what the overall national picture looks like. So various cuts and slices and dices would just make things more interesting. Rajdeep, you're talking about the region by region breakup of Madhya Pradesh. So maybe we can go to that and take our viewers through that. So what we can do is we can go to each region of Madhya Pradesh. We'll start from Baghelkhand, one lead from the BJP at this moment in Baghelkhand. We'll come to Bhopal, which has 20 seats. We got leads for 2, 1 for the BJP, 1 for the Congress. Let's come to Bundelkhand, 8 leads at this moment, 2 for the BJP, 6 for the Congress. In Chambal, which is what Rajdeep was talking about, we have 27 leads at this moment. This is the Jyotiraditya Scindia belt. 13 for the BJP, up 7 from the last time. Congress at 14, down 6 from the last time. The Congress had done really well in Gwalior Chambal last time. In Mahakaushal, we have leads only on 2, BJP at 1, Congress at 1. In Malwa, we have leads on 2, BJP on 1, Congress on 1. We have leads at this moment in Nimar. We don't have any leads in Nimar at this moment. Rajdeep.
If I were to give 4 big trends for the 4 big states, the fact is in Madhya Pradesh, Congress holding its own as of now in Gwalior Chambal. That's good news for the Congress. In Rajasthan, the BJP making impressive strides in the Jaipur region and eastern Rajasthan. Good news for the BJP. In Chhattisgarh, the Congress losing out to the BJP in some of the tribal pockets in the early trends. Good news for the BJP. And in North Telangana, neck and neck fight between the BRS and Congress. Decent news for the Congress, given that it's going to probably do much better in central and south. Yes.
Small point here. Rural seats in Telangana, 9 each to the BRS and Congress. The urban seats, it's a Congress which is leading in 3, the BJP and MIM in 1 each. So that's an interesting difference from what our exit polls such as it suggested, that urban is where the BRS will do better.
Therefore, you've got a situation. You've got Revant Reddy, early lead for Revant Reddy, not unexpected. KTR in Sirsila is leading at the moment. So KT Ramarao, Revant Reddy, who've been engaged in this tug of war, seem to be winning their own constituencies at the moment. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, we are told, leading at the moment in Gajwel. We'll see how that plays out. That's his stronghold. So you've got a situation where the leaders are winning, but I can see a possible trend in Telangana emerging of a more competitive fight in North Telangana.
Let me show our viewers the VIP scorecard for Telangana, and we can do this for each state in real time. At this moment, in Kamareddy, K. Chandrasekhar Rao is in the lead. We are awaiting results from Gajwel. In the details that we've got just at this moment, Revant Reddy in Kamareddy is behind in the very initial counting that's happened. Bandi Sanjay Kumar, the former head of the BJP in Telangana, is leading at this moment in Karimnagar. We are awaiting results in Muhammad Azharuddin's seat in Jubilee Hills in Hyderabad. Akbaruddin Owaisi, Asuddin Owaisi's younger brother at this moment is leading in Gosha Mahal T. Raja Singh. We're awaiting the numbers from there. We also have leads for Pocharan Reddy, who's leading at this moment from Banswara. We've got details for Madhugod Yashki in Lal Bahadur Nagar. He's leading as well. Harish Rao, we are waiting details from Siddipet. Rajdeep.
You know what I'm gathering at the moment is clearly that this is an election where in Telangana, you're going to have to wait to South and Central before we can make any broad predictions. North being so competitive, Hyderabad expected to go BRS, AIMIM way. Therefore, until we start getting leads from South and Central, we really won't get a picture of Telangana. On the other hand, in a state like Madhya Pradesh, where clearly it's now turning out, as in these early leads, a competitive fight. 23 to the Congress, 21 to the BJP. Congress holding its own, as I said, in Gwalior Chambal, but we don't have too many from Malwa. And unless we start getting leads from Malwa, Nimar and the tribal belt, we won't know which way Madhya Pradesh is turning.
Even Chambal, the BJP is coming in.
You know,
In Chambal as well, the
yeah,
BJP
but
is coming
the
in.
Congress is at least holding it. So Rajasthan is the one, Rahul, where I'm getting with 52 leads at the moment, BJP leading in 36. So 2 out of 3. So BJP doing very well in Rajasthan as of now, and the leads are coming from across the state. That's the first sign that a party is having the early advantage. I would say out of all the states, the one where you can say that one party's got an early advantage is clearly in Rajasthan. Congress now making a comeback in Chhattisgarh, winning regions outside the tribal belt. You know, that's the interesting thing. It's not Sarguja, it's not northern Chhattisgarh where they're doing well, but as you're entering the plains, the farm areas, that's where the Congress is starting to pick up seats in Chhattisgarh.
I can show our viewers how the VIP candidates in Madhya Pradesh are doing. In Budni, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent chief minister, is leading. Kamal Nath is leading in his bastion of Chhindwara, which is where the BJP really tried to rattle the Congress leader by sending a lot of BJP forces there. But he's leading in Chhindwara. Interestingly, the Home Minister currently, Narottam Mishra, is trailing in Datia. Narendra Singh Tomar in Dimani is leading on Central Union Minister sent there up against a tough fight. Lots of videos of his son coming out as well. He's currently leading. Kailash Vijayvargiya in the city of Indore, on Indore 1, leading. Fagan Singh Kulaste leading in Nivas. Prahlad Patel, we are awaiting results for. We also have Jayawardhan Singh, who's Digvijay Singh's son, in their traditional family bastion of Raghugarh. He's leading as well. So that's the breakup, Rajdeep, of the VIPs of Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, one more trend coming in from Telangana, which is interesting. 4 leads now in central Telangana. The Congress leading in all 4. 4 out of 31. So while in northern Telangana, BRS has a slight edge, 11-8. Central Telangana is where the Congress is making its leap forward. And this is, remember, 31 seats. They're going to start to need to sweep areas like Khammam and other areas. They will need a complete sweep across central Telangana if they are to be in this fight.
And these are constituencies which are kind of abutting Hyderabad. So whether that kind of also influences the urban areas, that will be interesting to watch.
Okay, so we have the VIP candidates of Rajasthan on our screen right now. We've got trends from Sardarpura, where Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot is currently in the lead. In Jhalra Patan, Vasundhara Raje Scindia is currently leading. On the Belvedere seat of Tonk, Sachin Pilot is in the lead. We are getting just initial trends which suggest that Colonel Rajyavardhan Rathore, in the initial numbers that have been counted, is trailing. We also have details coming in on Rajendra Rathore in Taranagar on a BJP ticket. He's currently in the lead as well. Kirodi Lal Meena, we're awaiting tickets for Diya Kumari in Vindhyadhar Nagar, is currently in the lead. And interestingly, Mahant Balaknath from Tijara, who models himself, Ashok Malik, as a bit of a Yogi Adityanath. He's 38 years old. Yogi Adityanath campaigned for him. If they're looking beyond Vasundhara Raje, Balaknath thinks he's in with a chance.
I think it's a bit premature. I know there's been a lot of media speculation on that. Of course, he's a energetic campaigner. He has a presence, but I think it's a bit premature to call him.
He's the sitting MP from
Rahul, can you tell us, there are 3 seats of Hyderabad. There are 3 seats from Hyderabad where we are getting trends. 2 are with the Congress, 1 with AIMIM. Now, that is a bit of a surprise. The general belief is the Congress has very little chance in Hyderabad. These are early trends, postal ballots. AIMIM leading in 1 in the old city, but Congress leading in 2.
So I can isolate where those 2 leads are coming from. Okay, so this is Hyderabad. We have leads for 4 seats out of 21 in the region of Hyderabad. The Congress's leads are currently coming in Lal Bahadur Nagar and Uppal. Those are the 2 seats.
LB Nagar is where Madhu Yakshi Gaud is contesting.
Good old Madhu Yakshi Gaud. You know, he's been hoping for a comeback in politics for a long time. But if they start winning those seats, that's a good sign for the Congress coming in from Telangana. So early trends for the Congress, Telangana relatively positive. For the BJP, very positive trends from Hyderabad. From Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh 50-50 at the moment. Chhattisgarh slight edge to the Congress.
We can actually go region by region.
Every state BJP is plus from last time.
We can go
It's
region
already
by
all
region in
states,
Telangana.
all the leads. BJP, you'll see the green thing.
No, right. You see, there's an anti-incumbency vote everywhere. Other than Chhattisgarh.
Okay, now we've got, Madhya Pradesh is turning out to be Madhya Pradesh a story and a half. Congress leading in 66. BJP leading in 44. So just as the BJP has established a strong early lead in Rajasthan, guess what? In Madhya Pradesh, it's the Congress which has taken a strong lead. And this is the turnaround that's taking place. These are early trends at the moment. But the interesting thing, Rahul, I maintain this. Look at the tribal seats at the moment there in Madhya Pradesh. That is where this election will be won and lost in this key state. At the moment, the Congress is holding its own in Madhya Pradesh. The BJP is dominating in Rajasthan. If you look at some of the numbers, rural seats, for example.
No, so I have that
No,
detail.
just to say, Rahul, rural seats in Madhya Pradesh, Congress leading 53, BJP 31. So actually what many told us on the ground, BJP is strong in urban areas, rural Congress may do well. No, we don't know. This is early trends. I am only going by I will only go by early trends. 53 to Congress, 31 to BJP in rural Madhya Pradesh.
Can
That
actually
gives them an
show
advantage.
that to our viewers. According to our data, there are 35 seats where the tribal vote is 20% plus. I'm just taking a moment to explain so you know what you're looking at. There are 35 seats where the tribal voters in Madhya Pradesh are more than 20% of the overall voters on that seat. We have leads for 14 of those seats. The Congress currently leading in 12 of them. The BJP leading in 2. If I look at the Dalit seats of Madhya Pradesh, we have trends for 19 out of 35 Dalit seats. The Congress leading on 13. The BJP at this moment leading on 6. If I look at the Thakur-dominated seats, 25 such seats, we have 15 trends. The Congress leading on 10. The BJP leading on 5. If Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath are watching at this moment, they'll be like, "Hum to bata hi rahe the, tum वैसे ही हमें हरा रहे थे, अभी नहीं हारे हम."
But look at how it is different. I showed you what is the rural tracker, and you just showed that in Madhya Pradesh. Look at Rajasthan. BJP leading in 45 in rural parts, Congress in 15. Now, traditionally, the Congress has been stronger in rural Rajasthan. So you've got just the opposite. 2 states showing very different results. Madhya Pradesh, no, 1 minute. Anti-incumbency may well be 1 point. You're right, Rashid. But we are not seeing we are seeing rural-urban splits taking place very differently in 2 states. We don't know how this will play out as the day progresses.
So here is that data on your screen right now. We have trends for 85 rural seats out of the total 171. So that you know what is classified as a rural seat. It's a seat where the percentage of voters living in rural areas on that seat is more than 60% of the overall registered voters in that state, in that seat. So we have trends for 85 such seats, the Congress leading in 49 of those, the BJP leading in 36 of those. If I look at the urban seats of Madhya Pradesh, on the urban seats, the BJP leading on 6, the Congress leading on 4. If I look at semi-urban are those where 45 to 55% of the population lives in urban areas, which is why it's classified by us as a semi-urban seat. There it's split 9 versus 9. That's the breakup, Rajdeep, at this moment in Madhya Pradesh.
And if you look at Chhattisgarh, another state with a large rural tribal population, there in the rural tribal seats, Congress leading 20 to 12. So in one state, Rajasthan, BJP sweeping rural Rajasthan, rural Chhattisgarh is going towards the Congress, and rural Madhya Pradesh going towards the Congress. So you've got a complete switch across the states, and that shows the churning that takes place in different states. So, anti-incumbency may be operating in some states. On the other hand, it's not seemingly operating at the moment in Chhattisgarh. And that reflects the real battle, though, is 10 each in northern Telangana for INC, BRS, and BJP leading in 4.
All of them in North Telangana.
All of them in North Telangana. No, these are North Telangana numbers. INC 10, BRS 10, BJP 4. So the BJP is also getting a large chunk of the anti-incumbency vote. Remember, 3 of the 4 BJP Lok Sabha seats of Telangana that they won last time were in northern Telangana. They won Adilabad, they won Nizamabad. So they are doing well in northern Telangana, taking away some of that vote. Otherwise, it could have been a Congress sweep even in northern Telangana.
The one very interesting talking point, and this is just as far as bragging rights are concerned, it doesn't really mean very much. If I aggregate all the leads that are coming from the 638 seats where counting is on at this moment, the Congress is leading on 152 of the trends that we have, the BJP on 149. As far as bragging rights are concerned, that's a big one, Rajdeep, and the BJP wouldn't want to lose this.
As of now, both sides have something, when they cherry pick, they will say, look at Rajasthan. The BJP is going to say, look at Rajasthan, we are dominating. The Congress is saying, look at Telangana, we are making a comeback, we are holding our own in Chhattisgarh. Madhya Pradesh is the one which is going to get tighter by the moment. INC leading in 63, BJP leading in 54. And now as we go region by region, Rahul, it's becoming very clear here that this is a tough fight right down the line. The turnaround is Baghelkhand. Congress leading in 11, BJP in 2. This is, remember, areas like Satna, Rewa, on the border with Uttar Pradesh. And yes,
The last time the Congress lost, in the beginning, you had Mr. Digvijay Singh, who looked at one seat, and that was Jhabua. And when he saw the BJP leading in Jhabua, he said, we've lost the election. Right now, the BJP is leading in Jhabua.
no, but look at the turnaround.
Leading in Jhabua.
No, but look at the turnaround. Baghelkhand last time dominated by the BJP trailing badly. Champal, where the Congress dominated last time, BJP dominating this time 20 to 14. Look at Mahakaushal, which is Kamal Nath's belt. 14 to the Congress, 11 to the BJP. I still believe Malwa Nimad could play a key role, but look at early Malwa. 6 to the Congress, only 2 to the BJP. And Nimad, which is very tribal dominated, 1 to BJP, 1 to INC. I have a particular fondness for Nimad because it is the area of one of my heroes, Kishore Kumar.
I have a very interesting cut over here.
Yes, sorry.
Now, everywhere the leads are closing in. Madhya Pradesh.
Madhya Pradesh is a close fight.
And even Rajasthan, like,
It's
the
coming in.
kind of...
Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh, everywhere. So I think at the moment, it's...
No, just a minute. Rajasthan 76 to the BJP, 55 to INC. So there is still a considerable difference in numbers.
I think MP and Chhattisgarh are much closer than we imagine.
Look at MP, look at Chhattisgarh. It's 27 each. Rahul, look at Chhattisgarh, 28 each. You want a super over? You could well get it in Chhattisgarh.
Okay, so here's something that we can look at. This is called the retain ratio. What this means is, of the MLAs of the seats that the party had, how many seats are they currently holding? How many are flipping, and who are they flipping to? So we have leads currently for 47 of the 109 seats that the BJP had won last time. On those seats, the BJP currently seems to be retaining 40%, 60% they're trailing on. The Congress is picking up 28 of those leads. As far as the retain ratio for the Congress is concerned, we have trends for 69 out of the 114 seats that the Congress had won last time. Their retain percentage is only 42. Their trailing percentage at this moment is 58. So there's a lot of uthal-puthal, lots of change in the political winds.
And my friend KCR is back in the race because in Central, now 9 leads available, BRS leading in 4, Congress in 5. So don't write out KCR just yet. He's making a bit of a comeback in that part. If he can make that comeback, sustain it, then he's very much still in the race.
And Rajdeep, all 6 seats in Gwalior, which is Jyotiraditya Scindia's belt, BJP is leading.
Okay, the one sweep taking place in Telangana at the moment is in South Telangana. 9 to the Congress, 1 to the BRS. Now, this was expected, but the Congress will have to hold its own in Central if they want to reach the magic 60 mark. So, Telangana also is now becoming an interesting contest. Look at that, 33 to the Congress, but BRS 20, BJP 4. 24 place 33. It's closing in.
North and Central will be the key regions.
Yeah, that's where the fight is taking place. South seems to be going to the Congress at the moment, but not Central Telangana, not just yet at least.
We can actually
Congress
show,
pulling ahead though in Chhattisgarh now,
Rajdeep,
36 place 27.
we can actually show where the leads and losses are coming in Telangana. At this moment, the BRS is down 15 seats in North Telangana. They're down 4 seats in Central, and they're down 9 seats in South. They're down 1 seat in Hyderabad. So they're not, because they swept the last election, they're trailing and in all these regions. The Congress's gains and losses. The Congress is up 12 in the North, 5 in Central, 2 in Hyderabad, and 10 in the South. So the Congress gaining in all regions, particularly in the South and interestingly in the North, but just at this moment.
And look at how Madhya Pradesh has turned just in the last few moments. The BJP has now taken a 71 to 57 lead here. And now in the rural seats, if you look, the BJP is leading 53 to the BJP at the moment, 45 to the Congress. So you're seeing region by region and of course, minute by minute, these changes taking place. Gwalior Chambal is quite a story. BJP leading in 20 to 14. And Baghelkhand, where the Congress was earlier dominating, now it's 10-6. Bhopal region, of course, the BJP expected to dominate. But this time, as per our survey, 8 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP. These are crazy numbers where you're seeing a shift taking place region by region, Rahul, as you look. BJP leading in Kamal Nath's bastion of Mahakaushal, 17 to 14. So you're seeing a real churning even within a state taking place. A lot of local anti-incumbency. Malwa 6 to the Congress, 3 to the BJP. And Nimad, which is a tribal belt, 3 to the BJP, 1 to the Congress. You're seeing churning within a state. Not just overall, but every region is flipping compared to 2018. a lot of local anti-incumbency at work, sitting MLAs, and many of these parties will regret not dropping many sitting MLAs. That's a big difference that's taking place, Rahul.
It's all very initial leads. You can't try and draw very deep meaning just at this moment. But for what it's worth, here's the SWOT analysis and the strength scanner of Rajasthan. Out of the 28 seats, which are considered safe seats for the BJP, seats that they won in every election for the last 3 elections, they're leading only on 13. On the relatively safe seats which they've won twice in the last 3 elections, the BJP currently leading on 29 out of 77. On the weak seats which they won only once in the last 3 elections, the BJP currently leading on 35 out of 76. And on the very weak seats which the party hasn't won in any election for the last 3 elections, the BJP leading on 6 out of 19. This is the number of seats that we have trends for. The Congress leading on 3 out of the 5 seats considered safe, 20 out of 60 considered relatively safe, 29 out of 82 weak seats, and 18 out of 53 very weak seats. So all of this seems to suggest that this is essentially building up to be a thriller, because it's all up in the air at this moment and nobody can be quite certain about which way the dust will settle, Chetan.
You know what? Yeah, go ahead, Chetan.
No, I think BJP is going to, like, at least from what we know right now, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, these are big victories. I mean, these are big. Yes, Telangana's victory in Congress victory is huge for them to make inroads there. But by the evening, BJP is going to play out. Look, we won the 2 big ones. It's 2-2, but we won the biggest 2s. You know, it's not that all 2s are not equal. So, and that's what's happening. And then anything might happen in Chhattisgarh still.
But as you're seeing, because this is only the first 45 minutes, you're seeing Rajasthan closing in, and you're seeing Madhya Pradesh also becoming a tighter fight in terms of the fact that the Congress, or actually the fight changing. Here, the BJP is taking a comfortable lead, 30 now, 84 to 54. So the BJP, which was behind in Madhya Pradesh, is now marching ahead, while Rajasthan is tightening, as our poll suggested. Congress is taking a solid lead, crossing a halfway in terms of the number of seats available in Telangana. So the Congress's best news at the moment is coming from Telangana, and they're reaching slowly that magical 45 mark in Chhattisgarh. So Chhattisgarh, interestingly, even though they're losing in the tribal belt, they're making the gains in the plains, Rahul. And that suggests, given that they started from a very high point in 2018, even if they make those losses, they would be still ahead of the BJP. So 2-2 is what it's appearing. And as Chetan says, the BJP could argue we are winning the big 2. The Congress could argue we are holding 1 and gaining 1.
So if, since everybody loves their cricket, if I look at strike rates in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP currently has a strike rate of 60. Out of the 138 leads that we have available, the BJP is leading on 83. So that's a strike rate of 60. The Congress's strike rate in Madhya Pradesh is 40%. So that's the Congress and the BJP. I can look at strike rates in Rajasthan as well. So it'll give you a sense of how strong these parties are doing in each of these states. The Congress's strike rate in Rajasthan is 49%. The BJP strike rate is 50%. So Rajasthan is looking very tight. Let's look at strike rates in Chhattisgarh. If I look at the strike rates in Chhattisgarh,
84 BJP, 85 Congress. I mean, just 10 minutes ago, we were saying 2/3. So I think, these are postal ballots. It's going to be incredible for us to make any large predictions based on this. But this is a tight race in Rajasthan. What's clear? It's a tight race in Rajasthan.
Chhattisgarh as well, very tight.
And Chhattisgarh is also tight, with the only caveat, Ashok, that Chhattisgarh, because the Congress had a 2/3 majority last time, even if they lose some seat, they still have a bit of a
here's the strike rate in
Rajdeep, Congress is leading in Rajasthan now.
So here's the strike rate in Chhattisgarh. The Congress leading on 44 out of 75 seats for which we have trends. So that's a 59% strike rate for the Congress in Chhattisgarh at this moment. The BJP strike rate is only 41. Let's come to Telangana and look at strike rates in Telangana as well. In the initial leads that we have, the BRS's strike rate is a very poor 37%. The Congress is hitting away at a strike rate of 57%. The BJP strike rate in Telangana just at this moment, Rajdeep, only 7%.
And the BRS, as predicted, making a comeback in Hyderabad, winning 11, leading in 11 in Hyderabad, 4 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP as of now, 1 to the MIM. So at the moment, the BRS holding its own in Hyderabad city. It is central where the BRS is putting up a fight, 8-6. South is where the clean sweep at the moment is giving the Congress the edge. They're leading in 13, the BRS just in 5. But even Telangana is not a done deal, because as you know, 27 for the BRS, 5 for the BJP. If the BRS is able to keep the Congress below 55, they have a chance in
18 out of
Telangana.
those
So
45 are coming from the north, which is a huge gain for the Congress if these trends
that's
hold.
right. So I think you're seeing across all these states highly competitive fights in region after region, and that's what makes this election such a thriller.
While the elections and the numbers are very closely fought, there's one number which is not being closely fought at all. If you see, this is the graph of live concurrent viewership just at this moment. India today more than 2x, like almost close to 3x of its nearest competitor. And if I actually add up at this moment, all our competitors, they still don't seem to be coming anywhere close to where India today is. So that's one race, one contest where the numbers are very decisive. The trend has been firm, Rajdeep, from the moment we started. Not for a second has the trend changed. That's the only place the trend's not changing.
You know, my son is sending me a message saying Rahul is completely into how many, in concurrent views, who's ahead. You've got to also tell us who's ahead in the election, but you're right. That seems to be pretty one-sided. That's not the
I should meet your son someday.
Yeah, that's not the thriller. That's the inevitable fight. This is the real thriller that's taking place, and I find it
But
fascinating.
Rajdeep, look at Hadoti. That is where Vasundhara Raje comes from. The Congress is doing really well in Hadoti, and that's the region where the BJP was very strong the last time around.
Are you surprised by what's happening in Rajasthan at the moment?
No,
This
I'm not
churning that's
surprised.
taking
I'm
place
not
within the
surprised
state.
because I'm not surprised with what's happening in Rajasthan right now in terms of I expected this like our polls did. But look at what's happening in Hadoti. Hadoti, this is Vasundhara Raje's region. This is her bastion.
You know, yeah, Congress leading in rural seats in Rajasthan 74 to 63. Who wins rural? Rajasthan wins the state 9 times out of 10. In fact, 10 times out of 10. You know, Chhattisgarh, on the other hand, it's interesting that there you've got a complete switch in what happened last time. In Bastar, last time the Congress had swept. Now the Congress leading in 4, the BJP in 3. BJP making some gains in the tribal pockets of Chhattisgarh, which is an interesting story within itself. Madhya Pradesh, Rahul, is I think the state where the BJP, after looking earlier on the back foot, now is taking a solid lead as of now, 99, playing 62. And if you look at regions again, it is really the turnaround that's taken place in Chambal. Last time the Congress won 26 out of 34. Now it's the BJP leading in 21, INC, the Congress in 13. In Mahakoshal, where the Congress would have expected to do very well, large tribal belt again, BJP leading in 22, Congress in 14. So the Congress is actually doing badly in areas they did well last time, which is bad news. And Malwa, traditional BJP stronghold, BJP leading in 12, INC in 6. Bundelkhand, again bordering Uttar Pradesh, BJP sweeping now. 21 to the BJP, INC just 5. So you've got the BJP now across Madhya Pradesh making gains region by region, clearly showing
They're sweeping Mahakoshal.
Nimad also 6 to the BJP, 1 to INC. So across Madhya Pradesh, if there's a trend, there's no region in Madhya Pradesh at the moment where the Congress is ahead. That's
And it's
bad
doing
news for the
really well in
Congress.
the tribal areas. Mahakoshal, all tribal seats, the BJP is leading.
That's
That
right.
is where
So-
the role of a Prahlad Patel and a Kulaste will come in.
That is Kamal Nath's region.
Yes, that is Kamal Nath.
The closest fight seems to be in Rajasthan. And I want to go region by region, try and explain what's happening in the different regions of Rajasthan. We have 16 leads in Hadauti. The BJP leading on 8, down 1 from the last time. The Congress on 8, up 1 from the last time. Let's now come to the Shekhawati region, bordering Haryana. 9 leads for the BJP out of a total of 19, up 5 from the last time. The Congress at 10, down 4. Let's come to Mewar. In Mewar, we have 32 leads out of 35. The BJP leading on 22 of those, the Congress on 10. Let's come to Marwar. In Marwar, we have 34 leads out of the 41 total seats in the region. The BJP leading on 15, the Congress on 17. Rajasthan, as our poll predicted, is really going down to the wire. In the Jaisalmer Bikaner pocket, 19 out of 20 leads, 8 for the BJP, 11 for the Congress. Let's now come to Jaipur. 44 seats here. We have leads for 41, BJP leading on 18, the Congress on 23. And finally in Ahirwal, 22 leads here. The BJP on 14, doing very well, up 11 from the last time. The Congress at 8.
Simple. Sachin pilot factor. We've underestimated the Gujjar factor. This was an area dominated by Gujjars. You stretch from Delhi, you go along the Delhi-Jaipur highway, you're going to areas like Alwar, you're going to areas like Bharatpur. This is where the BJP is gaining over the Congress. But Telangana, Rahul, Congress at the moment now leading in 50. So the best news for the Congress is very clearly coming from Telangana. 52 to the BRS, 26, BJP 5. And remember, for the BJP, all these seats will be seen as gains in a way because the BJP has been in the past not really a factor in Vidhan Sabha in Telangana. But really, no, just a minute, just to focus on Telangana, because as my producer reminded me, 60% of our online viewership is coming from Telangana. It is the state of the moment for us. And remember, in Telangana, you've now got a situation where in Hyderabad, the BRS is doing very well, 11, AIMIM 2, INC 2. But the moment I go into rural Hyderabad, the Congress now dominating central also. That's where they are picking up 13-5. And South, to my mind, is going to be a wipeout for the Congress. 17 to the Congress, BRS just 4. So the Congress is holding its own. Our exit poll is proving the tsunami that you've been speaking about. I called it a mini wave. Rahul said tsunami. The tsunami that is needed is happening in central and south, Rahul. If that tsunami sustains itself, then I think, Sudhir, this could be game, set and match to the Congress and
Telangana. The story of Telangana is coming from north. Yes, the Congress is leading in 20 seats compared to just 5 of BRS. That's where the BRS swept last time.
And if these numbers hold, then the Congress is above 70 and 75. DK Shivkumar can go back to Bengaluru. He doesn't need to book a resort. If these numbers are true, the Congress will not need a resort in Telangana. You can be near the Charminar. You can have all the wonderful food that Hyderabad presents to you, and you will win that state. So for the Congress, the best news in this first hour has come from Telangana. For the BJP, the best news has come from Madhya Pradesh. For the Congress, good news also from Chhattisgarh. But look at what is happening in Rajasthan. Now, if these numbers, Rahul, remain 93 to 99, nervous 90s, is what we've been predicting. That both sides are worried about 100 kaun jeetega. Rajasthan is what Rahul Kanwal wants, 1 super over. You want 1 super over? As of today, as of this moment, it looks like Rajasthan. It could change.
Most certainly. I want to take you through how some of the key VIPs are doing in Telangana. Very interesting. And remember, these are just initial numbers, so they could change. K. Chandrasekhar Rao is trailing both in Kamareddy and in Gajwel. K.T. Ramarao, his son, the flamboyant IT minister, currently leading in Sirsila. In Bandi Sanjay Kumar of the BJP, leading currently in Karimnagar. Mohammad Azharuddin in Jubilee Hills, the former India captain, trailing in Hyderabad. Akbaruddin Owaisi, Asuddin Owaisi's son, leading on his seat. Raja Singh in Gosha Mahal is currently trailing the firebrand controversial BJP leader. We are awaiting Revant Reddy's verdict in Kodangal. Madhugad Yoshki in Lal Bahadur Nagar is leading. Harish Rao is leading of the BRS in Siddipet. Etla Rajendra is leading in Huzurabad and is trailing in Gajwel.
One interesting result coming in from Telangana, lead coming in Karimnagar, Bandi Sanjay Kumar. He's leading at the moment. Now, Bandi Sanjay Kumar is the person who was removed as the BJP president in June, July this year. Many believe that he was the one taking on KCR, a sense then that this propaganda spread. BJP and KCR have had some kind of a deal. Bandi Sanjay Kumar removed. Sudhir, that's an interesting trail there.
He was up against Gangula Kamlakar, the minister in KCR's cabinet, heavyweight minister. But again, a lot of anti-incumbency against him, both of them from the same community.
You know, the battle for Kamareddy, of course, remains interesting. KCR, KCR versus Revant Reddy. That's the direct fight that's taking place in Telangana. At the moment, we are still waiting. Sorry?
The BJP person in Kamareddy is a local guy, has done a lot of work in Kamareddy.
Venkatraman Rao, right?
Venkatramana Reddy, very strong. So it was an interesting contest with each of the 3 candidates actually holding on to their own.
The controversial Akbaruddin Owaisi, brother of Asaduddin Owaisi, being pulled up by the Election Commission, was accused of taking on the police force. He's leading, of course, in his bastion in the old city of Hyderabad. So key candidates seem to be surviving at the moment. Just next to him, Raja Singh, important. Gosha Mahal trailing. And this is an important, result because there's been so much of attention on Raja Singh. Has he struck some deal with Owaisi? Is he seen, to be this sort of strongman who can't be defeated?
And BRS
suspended for hate speech.
BRS actually put more observers in Gosha Mahal as compared to any other seat in Telangana.
And Congress is leading there, which is interesting.
Very interesting.
In Telangana, we can look at where the leads and losses of each of the parties are coming from. I'll start with the BRS, which is down 19 seats in northern Telangana from the last time. They're down 7 seats in central Telangana. In Hyderabad, they are where they were last time. In the south, they're down 14. So bad news for K. Chandrasekhar Rao and the BRS in the initial numbers coming from Telangana. In the north, the Congress is up 60. Now, this is interesting because this is where the BJP thought they'd be picking up leads. It's the Congress that seems at this moment to be doing well in northern Telangana. Hyderabad also they're up 2. In South Telangana, the Congress is up 13. In Central Telangana, it's up 13. When you're winning and leading in each of the regions, it's quite clear it's not a mini wave. It is building up to be a tsunami. The BJP is up 3 in the north and 1 in Hyderabad. It's a bit of a weak performance by the BJP in Telangana.
And Huzur Nagar, Uttam Kumar Reddy, who was the previous Congress chief, is also leading. Interestingly, an MP contesting an MLA election, and someone who again was once an Air Force pilot, I think, Sudeep.
Yes, he
so
was.
He's not crash landing.
He's definitely not crash landing. The interesting bit about Uttam Kumar Reddy is that before 2018, he said, I will not shave off my beard till the Congress wins. He has been waiting for over 6 years now. Now he can actually go back to his clean-shaven look.
Okay, Sudhir is not going to get his moustache anywhere, but South is tightening. 17 of the Congress and 12 of the BRS. So the BRS is not giving up the fight. It's not as if it's given up this fight. 36 plays 53. I said the Congress has to reach 65 to be secure. Then there will be no need for resorts. So as of today, the Congress seems relatively safe in Telangana. Congress has crossed the halfway mark in terms of leads in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan. And Preeti, you want to take this forward with us? 94 plays 95. You want to give us a sense of why is it becoming so tight in Rajasthan? You've been traveling there. Did you get a sense that it would be so tight?
100%.
Why?
Give us a sense. Okay, to be honest, when I came back, I knew it's going to be really tight. We were looking at a hung assembly, maybe with an edge to the BJPs. That's what I told you, Rajdeep, when I got back from Rajasthan. But having said that, why I feel it's come to this is because I didn't quite see the kind of anti-incumbency that one would see for Ashok Gehlot in 2013 when he came back with just 21 seats. You could see how unpopular Ashok Gehlot was on ground. This time, it could be the welfare schemes at play. It could be, the 500 rupee cylinder, the free mobile phone for women. More importantly, the Chiranjeevi, the health scheme. That has really worked.
Absolutely. We'll look at a gender skew, of course, as a post-poll analysis. It is our belief that, or my belief, that whoever wins the greater proportion of women votes tends to win a state. So that could be a factor both in Madhya Pradesh with Ladli Behna and with Chiranjeevi in Rajasthan. But Mahima Singh, spokesperson Congress, for a quick reaction. Your best news, ma'am, at the moment is coming from Telangana, but you could also have even better news if you do well in Rajasthan, where you're in a neck and neck fight, and in Chhattisgarh, where you're slightly ahead. Is 3-1 the best scenario for the Congress at the moment? Are you willing to write off Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP is 118 to 89 ahead of you?
Jai Hind, I think these are very early trends, and as we see the results coming out along the day, I think it's going to be 4-1 for sure, because we know our groundwork. We know that the very courageous Karyakartas of the party, from the Karyakartas to the topmost leaders, everybody have put their heart and soul into these elections. It is a people's fight that the Congress has put forward, and I think the guarantee.
But will the Congress?
Manifesto
what is
projected.
You're saying Congress believes they'll win all 4? You're bound to say that. But which is your most vulnerable state? Do you concede that Madhya Pradesh could be vulnerable at the moment for you?
No, I think Madhya Pradesh, owing to the Vyapam scam and the major corruption, the 50% commission sarkar that was running there, just like Karnataka, you will see that eventually people would have drifted away from along the day. You will see that they will oust the incumbent government there to bring in the fresh breeze of change, which will be the Congress. Because I think that the people are really.
As you're speaking, ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, even as you're speaking, even as you're speaking, the Congress has reached 60 in Telangana, which is, remember, the halfway mark, 119 member assembly. The Congress needs to go above 60 to ensure that they have a comfortable lead over the BRS. So your best news, ma'am, is coming from Telangana. You can smile a bit now.
Absolutely, we are humbled. If we come at a 4:1, we'll I think say that we'll be reassured that ego doesn't go a long way, which is the BJP style of governance. I think
right now looks like a long shot where your Madhya Pradesh numbers are concerned. But madam, if you look at your numbers in MP, you're closing in. You're at 94 right now. This was your election. Many would say on ground. You have lost this election. You have snatched.
If they lose.
If you lose at all. If you lose at all. These are initial trends, we agree. But you lost steam in the final leg, Mahima.
I would say that the initial trends, all of us know that the initial trends are owing to the postal ballot, and the incumbent government there is the BJP's. So I think let's wait a little more because we're very confident. We have ground feedback. We have very strong feedback from the ground, and it is going to be 4:1. It will be seen.
Okay, 4:1. Remember, Mizoram, of course, only goes tomorrow. But these numbers, Chetan, you were saying 2-2. At the moment, I'm only going by these numbers at the moment. These numbers at the moment show 2 to the Congress, 2 to the BJP. But very close in Rajasthan. You're saying that will be enough for one side to take bragging rights, or both will go home feeling, cherry picking what is working for them?
I'm looking at those 4 others in Rajasthan, and I'm saying, who are those guys?
RLP.
We need those people. Those people will be on TV tonight, and they will be like they may be needed.
You just have to go from Delhi to Jaipur. The closer you go to Jaipur, there are a series of resorts, beautiful resorts. There's Fairmonts there, where there are all kinds of
It's the wedding season. I'll tell you, there's this real crisis in the resort politics right now because it's wedding season, and apparently every resort is booked with a wedding.
Politician double paisa deta hai.
I just had an opportunity to speak to one of the senior most BJP leaders who was dialing, just wanting to chat about the results. The sense that I'm picking up from the feedback this is the election intelligence dashboard. You're seeing what the numbers are saying in real time, but the sense that we're getting by speaking to these top BJP leaders is that they think they're winning big in Madhya Pradesh. They think that they're not going to win Chhattisgarh, that Chhattisgarh haath se nikal raha hai, that Rajasthan could go down to the wire. They're actually hoping that while it's looking tough for them in Rajasthan, because it's going down to the wire, it'll require counting till the end to know what actually happens. And Telangana, of course, they realize is now out of their hands. So the party being quite realistic in terms of what it's looking like. Madhya Pradesh looks like the big win. Chhattisgarh, they now acknowledge. They think that it'll get close, but they know that the Congress is ahead. That's the sense at the high levels of the BJP just at this moment, Rajdeep.
It is fascinating how this is playing out at the moment because you've got 4 states giving 4 very distinct verdicts. One is a tight fight, clearly, in Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh also is not at the moment the kind of one-sided race, but it could change dramatically. Chhattisgarh is showing churning between the tribal belt and the plains. And in Telangana, you could have history being created because a state which was dominated by one leader for 10 years could be seeing a distinct shift. So, depending on which political party you belong to, you can just hold on to what suits you.
What's the national big picture looking like? Let's put that up on our screen right now. This is what the national big picture looks like according to the election intelligence dashboard. Of the 638 total seats where counting is on at this moment, if I aggregate all of those, the Congress is up on 301, the BJP at 258. At this moment, bragging rights are with the side in blue, the BJP at 258. But remember, Rajdeep, one of the things that we saw in 2018, and Ashok Malik can build on that, is that whatever anti-incumbency there was in the Hindi heartland, in some senses got flushed out during the assembly election results, giving Prime Minister Modi a clean slate for his re-election in 2024. That's the big election.
See, this is a very different election. 24 will be very different. 2 things have happened. One, a number of BJP sitting Lok Sabha members in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan have been moved to the states. So, in a sense, Mr. Modi is perhaps setting the agenda for a new influx of candidates for the Lok Sabha election. Second, in a place like Telangana, where the BRS won 9 seats out of 17 in 2019, and it won those 9 seats on the back of a big assembly victory in 2018, in 6 months earlier. In those 9 seats, the BRS will now be vulnerable. It will not lose all of them, of course, but it will be vulnerable. Both the Congress and the BJP would hope to gain.
Okay, let's look at Madhya Pradesh, which interestingly at this moment is 111 versus 102. I want to look at where the gains and losses for each party are coming from. We look at the BJP to begin with. Jyotiraditya Scindia would be quite delighted by the fact that in the Gwalior-Chambal belt, a lot was at stake for him personally and for the party, because this is where the BJP was seen as being weak. They're up 15 at this moment. In Bagelkhand, they're down 10. In Bhopal, the BJP down 6. In Bundelkhand, up 6 at this moment. In Mahakaushal, up 7. Malwa, down 6. In Nimar, up 3. That's as far as the BJP's gains and losses are concerned. Let's look at the Congress's gains and losses In Baghelkhand, the Congress up 10. In Bhopal, interestingly, at this moment, it's up 5. This is a traditional BJP bastion. In Bundelkhand, the Congress is down 4. The Congress is getting hammered at this moment. In Chambal, down 14. In Mahakaushal, they're down 6. In Malwa, they're up 7. In Nimad, they're down 2, Rajdeep.
You know, this is what I call the churning within a state. And Rahul, you may want to expand on that, because you've got parts where last time the Congress dominated, they're losing this time. Parts where BJP dominated, they're losing this time. There was a battle within a battle. Scindia
Right
versus
now is 111 versus 102.
Yeah, so Scindia last time, for example, was with the Congress, and the Congress did very well in Chambal. It became a bit of a personal battle there, charges of Gaddar among others. And now you've got the BJP doing very well in Chambal. Is this strange that within a state, you see such different trends within 5 years? Local anti-incumbency more than statewide anti-incumbency?
True. I think especially when the elections are going to be close, then you are not going to see a statewide trend, and regions will become very, very important. And in Madhya Pradesh, what might be happening, that the regions which were stronger for one party, meaning that one party was getting its MLAs elected in 2008, 13, 18. And so the local anti-incumbency may have built very, very strong for those parties, for BJP in some regions and for Congress in other regions. And that's what the churning we are seeing.
You know, I think one of the, I wonder, Rashid, whether you agree that maybe political parties need to realize that you have to sometimes, it's not easy to change MLAs. Ashok Gehlot told me, you know, when I asked him, why did you only drop 17 MLAs? He said, nahi, bahut mushkil hota hai kisi MLA ko ticket deny karna. Are political parties not realizing that unless you change local MLAs, you will suffer from local anti-incumbency, both parties?
Absolutely. Historically also, over 50% MLAs actually lose regardless of which party wins. And in this case, it's very interesting, Rajdeep, in Madhya Pradesh, that when the Congress seems to be doing well, and that's where women vote percentage was much higher than the average figure.
Okay, Rashid is determined to prove us wrong that Ladli Behna, he's been saying, will not have the kind of dramatic impact that our poll suggested.
I'm just going by numbers, yeah.
Yeah, you're going by numbers at the moment. Both the parties in the nervous 90. Just once again to look at Telangana. T.S. Sudhir, are you picking up any clear trend that's emerging from what we are seeing at the moment? 66 to the Congress, 35 to the BRS. Are you suggesting now that the Congress could well be comfortable, or do you believe it could still change dramatically?
Well, if 66 holds and goes up to 80, that's the figure that Revanth Reddy has been speaking about. But you mentioned about anti-incumbency. KCR repeating 90% of his candidates. And I was looking at a seat like Srirangam-Palli, which is on the outskirts of Hyderabad. The Congress picked up a BRS corporator, gave him the ticket. I was told that he's suffering from a huge anti-incumbency because of his innings as a corporator. He's right now trailing. So anti-incumbency can affect both parties in a different way.
Yeah, in fact, that's a great point, because, you know, the one mistake, and I think BRS admits it, insiders admit it, they told KCR, let's change. KTR told KCR, let's change more MLAs. He said, no, these are my strong men. And he announced it 3 months ago.
Yep.
He announced 3 months ago, I'm only dropping 7 MLAs. Now that he could be paying a price for not dropping enough MLAs.
The closest contest at this moment is in Rajasthan. If you're looking and wondering, where are we likely to see a super over? Ladies and gentlemen, the trends now suggest that super over could come in Rajasthan, not just according to the intelligence dashboard that we have. Even as per party sources, Rajasthan is where it's literally going down to the wire. Let's take you through how the seats dominated by certain communities are doing. In the Dalit seats where the percentage of Dalits, not just the reserve seats, the percentage of Dalits on those seats being more than 20%, so they can influence the verdict in that seat. The BJP leading on 33, the Congress on 35. In the tribal seats, not just tribal reserve, but seats where tribals have more than 20% of the overall voters on that seat. The Congress leading at this moment on 15, the BJP on 28. Muslim seats in Rajasthan, 22, where the percentage of Muslims is more than 20%. The BJP leading on 8, the Congress on 13. In the Meena seats, 13 for the BJP, 12 for the Congress. In the Gujar seats of Rajasthan, at this moment, 21 leads for the Congress, 16 for the BJP. In the Jat-dominated seats, see, just so that you're clear about what we're saying, a Jat-dominated seat doesn't mean that this is only Jats on that seat, obviously, right? This means that the percentage of Jat voters on that seat is more than 20. So they're the single most influential community, and they can influence where that seat ultimately goes. On those, 19 for the Congress, 16 for the BJP. But the way to read this data is that if all the other communities get together and vote for the other party, then the dominant community also by itself may not be able to sway the results.
You know, I don't know whether Preeti, who's tracked Rajasthan more than I have, would agree with this. But what is interesting about Rajasthan, and Rahul, you can also dip in, is that this is one of the few states where no one caste dominates the state. So therefore, elections become competitive. There is no one caste more than 20% of the state's population. So you've got Jats, Meenas, Gujars,
The
all
OBC come together.
They, but they all in a way compete for their own stronghold. So you don't have it's very difficult therefore to get a sweep. That might explain this. Look at even in Gujar seats, it's highly competitive. Look at Meena seats, it's highly competitive. Did you see that caste dynamics perhaps are not as potent as we think as they are in other states where you have a sweep?
No,
one way or
to be
the other.
honest, Rajdeep, the elections in Rajasthan are decided on the metrics of caste, and historically that has always held sway.
But look
Where
at how
particular
it's playing out this time.
Because, usually caste, last time, 2018, the Gujars en masse went with the Congress. En masse went with the Congress.
Does gender trump caste?
Does gender trump caste? Yes. Now, off late with what you've seen, yes, what cuts across caste lines is welfare schemes. So, it's interesting. You go from village to village and you will see that same woman talking about that mobile phone and that 500 rupees ka cylinder. From Yadav to Meena to Gujar.
Is that a change quickly?
I think it's not a complete change. Now what you are seeing is a mix of identity plus occupational molded into one, right? When you are targeting poor, you are also targeting lower caste in that sense. But just in case, like in Rajasthan, what you're seeing is a very, very close contest in SC seats and ST seats. In both places, BJP was expected not to do well. And they are, in fact, in ST seats, they are leading Congress, and in SC seats, they are neck and neck. So,
But they're taking away more
But
of
the
the
one
card vote
difference
this
between
time.
now and then was in 2018, the Congress swept the Gujar bastion. This time it's tight.
Yeah.
So therefore, that's why it's 94-93.
But
That
Rajdeep,
difference-
it's being made up by the Jats. The Jats which went to the BJP in 2018, a huge percentage of that, if you look at least what the trend suggests right now, are going towards the Congress. More to the Congress than the BJP.
If for a moment we draw a cricketing analogy,
yes,
the BRS at this moment faring like the England cricket team in the World Cup, defending champions, getting hammered. Only 40% of the BRS seats which they held in the last election, they are retaining. 60% of BRS seats are flipping at this moment. 60% of your sitting seats, like seats which you have at this moment, are flipping over. The Congress is bagging 42 of those 50 BRS seats. The BJP bagging 8 out of 50 BRS seats. No wonder K. Chandrasekhar Rao is looking so glum. And look at the retain ratio for the Congress. They had only 19. They're retaining 72% of those seats. 4 of those are now being led by the BRS. Let's look at the retain ratio for the BJP. Of the one they had, they're retaining that at this moment. In terms of strike rate, the Congress's strike rate in Telangana at this second is 53%. The BRS's strike rate only 32%.
Can you just help us in one what is going to become critical today as the day goes on? At the moment, 11 others are leading in Rajasthan.
Right.
Can you, Rahul, tell us who these 11 others possibly are? Because those 11 others could have a price on their head come this evening.
Rajdeep,
They are the
just
11.
I've just got a text message from Jan Chaudhary and he's saying, please correct Rajdeep Sardesai. The Jat community is 20% in Rajasthan. No,
It's not.
of the last
It's
census.
not as by.
12%
Okay, so,
on
you know-
record.
you know, when
12%.
Rajdeep
12%. He can say 20. It is 12% on record. So please tell Jayant Chaudhary, I go by data. He goes by his perception.
Okay,
When
12% by
Rajdeep bowls the
record.
googly, I get very scared because he says, just check on the EI. And I'm wondering, is the EI programmed to be able to throw up an
It is.
answer of that? Mercifully, it is. So it passed the Rajdeep test. Here it is. You asked about the 11 others. I have them on the screen right now. One of them is a BSP MLA contender. There are 3 independents and 6 are from the other smaller parties. So others are currently leading in Rajasthan and they'll become very important in Alwar rural, in Bharatpur, in Bilara, in Churu, in Khetri, in Khinswad, Pali, and in Sirohi. Those are the 11. Rajdeep, next time you want to bowl a googly, just give me a heads up or send me a message before tossing that ball on national TV.
No, the reason I'm saying, look, BSP and the independents and the rest, most of these are rebels who did not get tickets from the Congress or the BJP. We'll have to see whether people like Rajendra Gudda are leading at the moment. That will be an interesting seat to see, because remember, he's the one who came up with the red diary accusing the Congress of corruption, the Gehlot government of corruption after being a minister in the government. Now, if people like Rajendra Gudda start winning, He's contesting on a Shiv Sena ticket.
It's very clear we will have a super over in Rajasthan. You know, here's the breakup of the rural seats in Rajasthan. There are 156 seats in Rajasthan where more than 60% of the population live in rural areas. On those, the Congress is leading on 77, the BJP on 70. If I look at the urban seats of Rajasthan, where more than 60% of the population is in urban areas, the BJP and the Congress are divided 10 each, which is a bit surprising, frankly, from the BJP's perspective, because they think they do well in urban areas. In the semi-urban seats of Rajasthan, at this moment, there are 24 such seats where the percentage of people living in urban areas is between 45 and 55%. The BJP leading on 13, 8 to the Congress. Rajdeep, you wanted a super over. I think we're heading in that direction. Coffee lao, nashta lao, it's going to be a long day, particularly in Rajasthan.
Well, look, it is possible that one side goes over 100. I don't rule that out. All I'm saying is that it is a fight. And I repeat what a journalist in Rajasthan told me. I thought very rightly, both these big parties put their egos above ground realities. Had the Congress been able to accommodate Sachin Pilot, they might have done well in the Gujjar belt. Had the BJP been able to accommodate Vasundhara Raje, who knows, they would have got that gender factor in their favor. The reason why both the parties are competing strongly is that both these parties have not been able to outmaneuver the others by creating a very strong
But
narrative.
Sachin Pilot that you talk about, Rajdeep, he was restricted to his own constituency. He has a huge pull with the youth. If he was allowed to campaign across the state, you would have pulled in that youth factor. Only in the last, I think the last 2-3 days was he allowed to campaign outside his own constituency. And on the other hand, if you look at it, he's been able to pull in. Maybe, you know, there's a fracture of the Gujar vote, but a lot of it has come back to the Congress this time as well.
You know, you can't blame the Congress leadership for this, you know, Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot.
Why not?
Ashok Gehlot's ego problem. He was not able to accommodate.
But you're such an all-powerful high command cannot settle between two leaders for 5 years.
But Rashid Saab,
Amit Shah and Narendra Modi.
no, but there's a big difference.
If caucus
Ashok
moved twice.
Gehlot's track record has been each time he is at the end of his 5 terms in office so far, he gets hammered. If he actually wins a 4th time, he'll be equaling a record in Rajasthan of Sukhadia, where he would have also become chief minister for the 4th. It's not happened yet, but if it does happen, that's a record that's up for grabs. Here is what Chhattisgarh is looking like. It's settling very. Bhupesh Baghel, who was in our office very recently, will be heaving a sigh of relief. In Chhattisgarh, it seems at this moment that the Congress could go through. It's not as close as it is in Rajasthan. Chhattisgarh, which our poll said could go down to the wire, even though the Congress was clearly in the lead. Here's what the numbers look like. 54 for the Congress, Rajdeep, 33 for the BJP. BJP up on a very low base, Congress down on a very high base, but still quite comfortably placed.
You know, if you look at therefore,
Even AP is settling very well.
what we are getting a sense now is, look at what's happened in Bastar. I told you earlier that it was tough. 11-1. Congress leading 11-1. So the tribal vote, which we thought could go to the BJP, is now solidifying behind the Congress in Bastar. Just as it's going towards the BJP in neighboring Madhya Pradesh. 2 states, the tribal vote in Madhya Pradesh going to the BJP, in Chhattisgarh going back to the Congress. So the Congress appears at the moment getting some kind of a comfort factor out of what's happening in Chhattisgarh. It doesn't look like Chhattisgarh would go to the wire. On the other hand, BJP in Madhya Pradesh looking more and more solid. You know, clearly 138 place 88. It's now going to require a huge swing away. And because every region now is polling, you're getting a sense the BJP is consolidating itself in Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan is, I think, the one with those 12 others which could still go down to the wire. And Telangana, 63-33 is almost twice as your. Look at the BJP though in Telangana, Rahul. Interesting. They're reaching double digits. Sudhir can correct me if I'm wrong. BJP has never reached double digit in a Vidhan Sabha election in Telangana.
But I think the story is rural areas, the Congress leading 44-18. When it comes to semi-urban areas in Telangana, Congress leading 9-5. It's only in the urban seats where it's almost neck and neck between the Congress and the BRS, both leading in 9 each. So semi-urban and rural is where the Congress is making.
What do you think has changed in rural Telangana for such a tsunami to take place in rural Telangana? What's that one? Is it local level corruption that the guy who was driving a scooter is now in a Mercedes Benz?
Absolutely. Lack of accessibility, arrogance, corruption, and the guarantees provided by the Congress, which seem to be topping up on what KCR was giving in the last 9.5 years.
The other thing that's settling quite clearly is that the India Today exact poll was quite close to exact, right? I mean,
Yes.
we'll just wait for the match to finish before the champagne comes out.
Maybe the Congress, Rahul, should divert DK Shiv Kumar from Karnataka to Rajasthan.
Bhejna padega. They'll probably have to do that. So here's what Chhattisgarh looks like. In the Dalit seats that we were just discussing, the scheduled caste seats, 10 of those leads are for the Congress. In the tribal seats of Chhattisgarh, out of the 46 seats where the tribal population is more than 20%, the Congress is leading on 29, the BJP on 17. In the Sahu community seat, remember this is a community that had deserted the BJP in the last elections. This time they're at 10, up 6 from the last time. Congress at 15, down 4 from the last time. In the Thakur-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, 6 such seats, the Congress leading on 4. In the Banya-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, the Congress leading on 2, the BJP on 1. So, Rajdeep, I hope your Natu steps are all practiced and rehearsed. I think our polls, directionally seeming right.
We will see what happens when it happens. But Shazia Ilmi, meanwhile, is also joining us of the BJP. Mahima Singh has been still with us of the Congress. But Shazia Ilmi, 2-2 is what it appears at the moment. The BJP leading in 2, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Congress leading in 2, Chhattisgarh, Telangana. How do you see 2-2?
I think it's looking very good for BJP in both the states, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. And if you look at Chhattisgarh, I think we're making great strides, big leaps there. So it's going in the right direction, though there's still some time to go. And I feel we're getting a clear majority when it comes to Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and a very clear trend showing victory of BJP and BJP being way ahead. If you look at even the earlier trends and even now, I think it's all looking pretty good for BJP. We're poised for a decent
so you're saying
victory
you're saying the 2 big states as of now, if you win those 2, you're not, even if you lose Chhattisgarh and Telangana, that offsets it?
Rajdeep, if you look at just 5 years back, we lost in all of these 5 states. So any gain is a big gain. And these 2, if you see, it's huge. Look at Chhattisgarh. I mean, look at the numbers. Of course, the gap is there. We will close in slowly. And as for Telangana, I mean, I guess we'll just be a bigger force there than what we were. But the fact of the matter is, considering we lost all 5 in the last polls, the fact that we're doing very well and just close to victory in 2 big states, it's a big.
It's a good point that Shazia Ilmi makes. Mahima Singh, a quick response from you. In all the 4 states compared to 2018, BJP doing better. First time entering double digits as of now in Telangana. It's giving a tougher fight in Chhattisgarh compared to last time. It is ahead in Rajasthan and it is ahead in Madhya Pradesh. So for the Congress, on the other hand, there may be a sense that the Hindi heartland may be still at times a bridge too far, particularly if these Madhya Pradesh numbers hold.
I would say that one thing is for sure, the democracy is winning today. Whichever side it falls, the democracy is winning, unlike the BJP's desire, opposite to the BJP's desire rather. Because the BJP for the 9 years...
So how is it opposite to that, ma'am? Let's be fair. They are also contesting... No, ma'am. How do you say that the BJP is against democracy when they are winning? They are winning through the ballot box.
I'm coming to that. The last 9 years, it is the BJP that's been saying we want a Congress Mukt Bharat. So when you try to negate the most prominent opposition party, what does it indicate when you say we want a Congress Mukt Bharat? So opposing to those dreams, it is rather appearing like it is the people's issues, it is the people's fight that is thriving over the false sense of invincibility of the BJP.
Okay, but the truth, I take your point, but the truth, Rahul, is that there is, and maybe across the table someone wants to respond to this, because the fact is in all the 4 states today, compared to 2018, the BJP is doing better. It got bested by the Congress in Madhya Pradesh, it got bested in Rajasthan. At the moment, it's leading in both. In Chhattisgarh, it's narrowed the gap compared to 2018. And it's reaching 10 in Telangana. So overall, it seems to be a decent day in the office for the BJP.
Well, even Rajasthan now indicates 100 BJP, 85 Congress. That's
No,
a
so I'm saying
decent-
across the 4 states, the BJP is
These
doing
gains,
better. Is
yeah.
there a sense that the BJP can say, look, actually we've done much better than 2018 today?
Yeah, of course, because 2018 they had nothing. right?
Nothing.
So now getting 2 states would be a big booster in the run-up to 2024 campaign. And especially that picking up 10, 11 seats where everyone was thinking that now they are down and out in Telangana, I think that would also give them a shot in the arm for 2024 in South.
In Telangana. So therefore,
Rajdeep, if I could come in here, if you want to extrapolate to 2024,
Yes.
if the BJP is to repeat its majority in 24, it has to sweep its bastions in northern India and western India,
Yes.
right? These election results so far indicate the BJP could well do that.
Yes.
Rashid, therefore, the Congress needs Rajasthan now. It needs that gap in Rajasthan to close to have some kind of sense that, look, we are very much in the race. Just winning Chhattisgarh and yes, getting the big prize of Telangana may not be enough.
Yeah, I think for the BJP, Rajasthan was in a platter, but retaining Madhya Pradesh is a very big thing for BJP. For Congress, of course, it's a lost case. They were not very sure internally. Rahul Gandhi himself said it about Rajasthan. So I think Madhya Pradesh is a big loss for the Congress, but the gains in Telangana are very significant.
No, but
As
it's
I
not. It's not a normal victory. Remember, if after 18 years of Shivraj Singh Chauhan being in power, this is where the BJP ends up in Madhya Pradesh. That senior BJP leader I was just speaking to a moment ago, this is like snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, because every single data point for the last several months had suggested that the BJP was up against it in terms of anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. To be able to pull off a result like this is nothing short of a marvel in election management and engineering, because this was really an election for the BJP to lose and for the Congress to win. At this moment, in the leads that we have, the BJP is up 19 from the last time, 128, 115 is the magic mark, 116, 99 for the Congress, they're down 13. It's looking, Rajdeep, very difficult. And there's that other data trend that's on our screen. Again, I keep showing this because it's very interesting. I just heard from our production control room that the viewership live at this moment on India Today television is second only to Aaj Tak in Hindi. And given that 3 states are Hindi heartland states, that's pretty phenomenal, which means it's not just more than our competition. So if I do a quick addition of all the other channels, yes, it's more than all these. So India Today by itself, the vote share, the viewership vote share of India Today at this moment by itself is more than the vote share of all other channels put together. That is just phenomenal.
Is that saffron is coincidence, right?
No, it's not actually saffron. It's red. It looks saffron. Don't look for a conspiracy.
I'm just saying.
It's a program graphic and it's not saffron. It is red, and there's nothing wrong with saffron, by the way. It's red and it is more than everybody else. It's also second only to our own Hindi channel. It's more than all the other Hindi channels. So I think you guys are doing by viewership standards and from the vote share we are getting, you guys are doing a great job. So thank you very much for that.
The fact is that Rajasthan is the one state I think that's going to keep us going, even though the numbers at the moment suggest the BJP 15 ahead. There are 18 others. And this is a state with notoriously small margins of victory because there are triangular fights in many constituencies. Yes, Preeti.
Pilot is trailing.
Sachin Pilot trailing at the moment?
Sachin Pilot is trailing right now.
That's very interesting.
But it's interesting because, if you look at it, this is the same place where Mr. Ramesh Biduri, who's a Gujar himself, Delhi leader, was sent to manage the campaign for the entire Tong district. It was a highly polarizing campaign. And maybe if I can take that question to Shazia Ilmi, Rajiv, if you allow me. Shazia Ilmi, if you had got, many on ground say, if the BJP had got their campaign in a more cohesive fashion instead of, many thought that it meandered a little. It was polarizing in the beginning. Then you went on to law and order. Then you tried to, what many would say, go back where the Congress manifesto was. If you had a cohesive campaign, the numbers could be very, very different, where you completely pulling it away from the Congress.
And if I may add, Project Vasundhara
I could hear you very well, but whatever I can make of your question, Preeti, just look at the numbers. Even in Chhattisgarh, imagine what the predictions were, and we are way ahead by 24 seats. Even Telangana, where we're just making our base, you just see how we're doing. We're doing extremely well there, plus 10. I'm not saying our gain is as much as that of Congress. They have made huge strides. But everywhere, I feel we are very close to making our government. I mean, you know, even in
Shazia,
those two
I'm not,
states where we
you know,
were not
nobody's talking
predicted
about
to
the other
be
states. I'm just
winning.
talking about
So I
Rajasthan
feel-
was your election to win. History gave you an edge.
But they're still winning.
No, winning. I'm just saying with a huge margin. That's what
So
I
that
was saying.
I can show that. Actually, I can plot that on a line graph, Preeti. Shazia, see this. This is
Agreed.
interesting. You just see this for a moment. The point that Preeti is making, I want to build on that. Each time the Congress is typically lost under Ashok Gehlot, they get hammered, like come down to the 50s, right? So it happened in 2003. It happened again in 2013. The Congress, each time they get hammered, they just crash. They win, they barely win. When the BJP wins, it wins big. When the Congress wins, it barely wins. 2008, it barely won. 2018, just slightly ahead. This time, the BJP is ahead, but just marginally. So the point that you're making is absolutely correct. That is very different, Shazia, from the trend that Rajasthan has shown for the last several elections.
हमारा आपके पास अभी उस खत्म हो गया.
Okay, so let's now look at the national overall card. Just at this moment, the overall picture that's emerging from the 638 seats for which we have trends at this moment. The Congress is leading in 302 of those. The BJP is leading in 273.
You know what my sense from these numbers at the moment suggests is that the BJP has much to feel confident about leading up to 2024.
100%.
Because you've got a situation where you had anti-incumbency against your government in Madhya Pradesh, but you seem to have been able to arrest it to a large extent. I think in Chhattisgarh, you've shown the capacity to make a comeback in an election that was being written off a few months ago. I do concede, and I do believe that the BJP should concede that they got their Rajasthan strategy wrong. That somewhere they took the election for granted 6 months ago, thought we don't need Vasundhara Raje, we will fight this election. At the moment, they're struggling to reach the halfway mark, and they may well be dependent on others. And I think they made a dent, if T.S. Sudhir agrees with me, in Telangana by getting 10 seats, building on what they got in Lok Sabha 2019, 4 seats. So far when I look at the numbers, good news everywhere for the BJP. The Congress therefore needs a turnaround in Rajasthan to be able to feel that this could be a better day for them. Their best news is clearly coming from Telangana, where they ran their most cohesive campaign.
Two quick points here. One, the BJP strategy of fielding their MP seems to have worked. And I'm looking at the bellwether seat of Andol, which is their reserved constituency. It was a BRS seat. And this time, it is the BJP candidate who is winning, who is a former comedian in Telugu cinema, Babu Mohan. He's the one who is leading. And up against him was the former Deputy Chief Minister of United Andhra Pradesh, Damodar Raj Narasimha.
Yes, go ahead, please go ahead.
In Telangana, what seems to be happening that the Congress is doing much better in North Telangana, where they were BRS was expected to give them a fight, and in the southern Telangana, they are not doing as well to be able to basically.
The other thing that's happening on the ground in Telangana is that the police has started to arrive at Revanth Reddy's house, and security is really being pumped up over there because it's quite clear, as far as the police is concerned, and their political sourcing is usually very good, that Revanth Reddy is the odds-on favorite. So the police walas all showing up to salute the new boss. 64 leads at this moment for the Congress. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us. Nagarjun, Revanth Reddy said he will not take flowers and cakes till he saw the India Today exit poll numbers. He thought he was winning, but just to be sure, he wanted to see the exit poll numbers. It seems the poll numbers were bang on.
Well, that's true. In fact, our numbers are going as we predicted. People have already come here with flowers, bouquets as well. But what is interesting is the state police and the Hyderabad city police have come here to increase the security. You see, this is the entrance of Revanth Reddy's house, and police have already come in numbers to make sure that there's no untoward incident and to beef up the security. So there is a sense of messaging also that the numbers, as we see that Congress has crossed the 60 mark, people have come in to pour wishes to Mr. Revanth Reddy and the Congress leaders here with flags, flowers, sweets, shawls. But the interesting fact is that the state police and the city police have turned up at Revanth Reddy's house this morning. Just an hour back at 8 a.m. when we started to do the early trends, the police were not here except for his personal gunmen. But now the city police have turned up at Revanth Reddy's house to make sure that they give him enough security, which is a clear sign that the way the wind is blowing this morning.
You know, the other thing is, look at the South-North divide. And I wonder whether someone on the panel wants to talk about that. Look at how South India is voting and the Hindi heartland is voting. BJP very competitive across the Hindi heartland, and the Congress is unable to even capitalize fully on anti-incumbency as the Madhya Pradesh numbers are showing. On the other hand, when there's anti-incumbency south of the Vindhyas, we saw in Karnataka 6 months ago, and now we are seeing it in Telangana, the Congress is the natural contender for power. We've seen Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra go 12 days through Telangana, go almost a fortnight through Karnataka. Congress doing well. But in the same areas where he went in Rajasthan, went in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Congress not doing well. It makes my point that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress's appeal far greater in south of the Vindhyas than it is in the Hindi heartland.
Definitely, they do have more appeal, but I would say this to give an objective assessment. You know, in Karnataka also Congress won because the JDS declined. Here also BRS declined. I think we're not discussing this whole TRS to BRS thing. When you are a regional party, you have come to create a state, and then and I've seen senior leaders of BRS in conferences, they're saying we want to be national, we want to contest in Maharashtra elections. I mean, what are people going to think?
I just want to put a note of caution for Telangana, just to add to the excitement. Congress at 62. Remember, the 6 others are MIM. Add them, they are in an informal understanding with the BRS, becomes 47. BJP is 9. Add that, that becomes 56. I keep repeating, Congress has to be 65 plus, which they well may be in Telangana to feel some southern comfort. But, you know, Shazia Ilmi, that's a point. While you're making impressive strides once again in the Hindi heartland, in south of the Vindhyas, the Congress remains the major national party. We saw it in Karnataka. We saw it now. We are seeing it now in Telangana. South remains BJP Mukt except for Puducherry.
No, I would concede that because we have lost Karnataka, and just like my Congress colleague was talking about, democracy wins every time. We are not sore losers. We do not blame the EVMs. We do not blame the Election Commission. And you make a point there. But you just look, even in Telangana, you just see, I mean, we are gaining by almost 8 seats. It's close to 10. And you look across the board and you see that, you know, there's a gain and again and again for BJP from where we were last Vidhan Sabha results to now.
I want to give you some, I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, ma'am. Sorry.
Situation.
I want to give you some breaking news at the moment, because at the moment, and this is good news, which will make you smile a bit more, Shazia, because in Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel, his nephew. Vijay Baghel is leading over Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. And Amit Jogi was the third candidate put up there, seemed to be used to split the vote. At the moment, in the battle of the Baghels in Patan, Bhupesh Baghel is trailing to Vijay Baghel. On the other hand, T.S. Singh Deo, the other contender for a Congress chief minister, is winning at the moment. So who knows? This is politics and anything can happen. I keep saying, you know, even within a state, there are all kinds of battles being played out.
Was tricky.
Okay, so let's look at some of the VIP candidates in Rajasthan. In Sardarpura, Ashok Gehlot is currently leading. Vasundhara Raje in Jhalrapatan is currently leading. Sachin Pilot at this moment. Remember, these are very initial trends, so don't panic just yet if you're a Sachin Pilot fan, or don't get too excited if you're on the other side. He's currently trailing in Tonk. CP Joshi in Nathwada is trailing. Rajyavardhan Rathore, who was with India Today this morning, currently leading in Jotwara. In Taranagar, Rajendra Rathore of the BJP is leading. Gaurav Vallabh, famous Congress spokesperson, you'd see him on TV, is trailing. Satish Pune of the BJP is trailing. Pratap Khacharyavas of the Congress in Civil Lines is leading. Vishwaraj Mewad is leading, interestingly, against CP Joshi in Nathwada. Hanuman Beniwal is leading. And Kirodilal Meena in Savai Madhupur is leading. Diya Kumari of the erstwhile Principality of Jaipur is leading. Mahant Balaknath is leading. And Bhagirath Chaudhary of the BJP is leading in Kishangarh as well.
One of the interesting ones is Satish Punia, because he was the party president till about 8 months ago. He is seen as a Jat face of the BJP, and he's trailing in Amer, tough constituency for the BJP just outside Jaipur. So he could be one name if he loses struck off that chief minister list. But Piyush Mishra is joining us from outside the residence of one of the men of the moment. Shivraj Singh Chauhan could be creating history, become the first chief minister to win be sworn in 5 times north of the Vindhyas of the BJP. Piyush Mishra, what's the mood? Is Shivraj Mamaji already celebrating? Have the laddus begun there, Piyush?
Well, Rajdeep, right now as we are speaking, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is holding a crucial meeting with Jyotiradittya Scindia. He woke up today early in the morning at around 6 o'clock, and since then he's keeping a close watch on all the developments. As we are speaking, Jyotiradittya Scindia has entered inside the residence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and now there's a one-on-one meeting between both the two leaders. Remember that Jyotiradittya Scindia played an important role as far as the campaign for BJP is concerned. And right now, as we are speaking, the meeting taking place. After this, we can expect more leaders to arrive here at Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. Let me also try to show you visuals from right outside this very place. It's the residence of Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. This is Chief Minister House, Bhopal, and here you can see the nameplate also. A board is also, signboard also, where it is written Chief Minister House, Bhopal. The big question here is that after the final tally is out, after the results are announced completely, it remains to be seen if Shivraj Singh Chauhan is going to retain this house or if some other person from BJP itself will be becoming Chief Minister. Because right now, according to tally, BJP has already crossed the halfway mark. But as the BJP crosses halfway mark, the meetings have started taking place. Jyotiradittya Scindia, one of the topmost leaders of the state, has now reached here at Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. We'll have to see who all are going to take part in this meeting, which is right now underway.
Why give us the key candidates? Because the one name that is striking out to me, and you can give us more out, is Prahlad Patel. Union Minister is leading. He's also an OBC face, potentially seen as a next generation leader for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh.
So let's zip through all the key candidates in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Budni is currently leading. Kamal Nath at this moment is trailing in Chhindwara. He's never lost Chhindwara as an assembly. Once his family, his wife lost in Chhindwara, but this is his pocket borough. Narottam Mishra is now leading. Previously, when we checked, he was trailing in Tatya. Narinder Singh Tomar in Dimni is actually trailing at this moment. Kailash Vijayvargiya on the seat of Indore 1 is leading. Fagan Singh Khulaste in Nivas is leading. Prahlad Patel in Narsinghpur, that's the seat that Rajdeep was speaking about. The buzz in political circles, if you want to believe that, is if they're looking beyond Shivraj Singh Chauhan, he could be one of the faces. He's up against Lakhan Singh Patel of the Congress and Mahesh Chaudhary of the BSP. Prahlad Patel currently leading in Narsinghpur. Apart from him, Jayavardhan Singh, the son of Digvijay Singh, is at this moment trailing in Raghogad. Deepak Joshi, former Chief Minister Kailash Joshi's son, now fighting on a Congress ticket, is leading on his seat. Lakshman Singh, the brother of Digvijay Singh, is trailing at this moment. Interestingly, Jitu Patwari, one of the strong men around Rahul Gandhi, is at this moment trailing in Rao. And apart from this, if you look at Arif Akil,
one more interesting name. वो भी हमेशा कहता है मुझे कब बनेंगे मुख्यमंत्री, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय. Son lost his ticket. Father is given the ticket. Son is dropped. Son was seen with a cricket bat threatening people a few years ago. Good old Kailash ji, who sings very well, by the way. Beautiful singing. So if you wanted a singing contest among MLAs, Kailash Vijayvargiya would be right there at the top. और सुबह 8 बजे वो true Indori style में वो गाना आपको सुनाते हैं.
There's something interesting I can show you in terms of how the women candidates put up by the BJP are doing. There were 27 women candidates. 11 of them are winning. Amongst the male candidates of the BJP, out of 203, 117 are winning. If I do the same for the Congress, this is for Madhya Pradesh. 12 out of 30 female candidates of the Congress are currently leading. 87 of 200 male candidates are leading. Rajasthan 99-83. The BJP thinks they've got this under control. The data at this moment suggests it's close. Everywhere else, the India Today exact poll told you already what the numbers were going to be like.
What is also very clear is the BRS is not being wiped out. I think when you see a political party, still, it's not a party which is going to, and this is true of regional parties. I repeat what a political.
They were 88, they are 41.
No, but not being wiped out. My point is, when you're wiped out, you're at 20 or 25. We've seen in Tamil Nadu in the past parties.
There is no silver medal in politics.
Agree.
There's a winner and there's a loser.
No, all I'm saying is that.
No, but I don't agree with what you're saying. No. See, if it's AIDMK versus DMK, two virtually equal forces, then there can be a wipeout. You're at 88, Congress is at 19, they've lost most of them in the course of the 5 years.
Sure.
This is what a wipeout in Telangana looks like. You've been hammered at the hustings.
No, you've been...
and it will get worse in the Lok Sabha elections.
No, what is clear is the BRS is going to face a serious challenge. KCR is not getting any younger.
Exactly.
He's going to have to find a new level leadership. Obviously, KTR and Kavita, we don't know whether there's a, Harish Rao, whether there's a next generation leader there. But Do you really believe
See,
that
KCR from the fast of December 2009, 15 years ago, 14 years ago, he served a 14-year period as, you know, as
The
an
face of Telangana.
embodiment of Telangana. That it's run its course now.
Do you believe that this is the end of the road for KCR if these numbers hold, or do you believe KCR is good enough for another fight?
No, he will put up a fight, but yes, the next generation of KTR and Harish Rao would take over. The biggest challenge for them would be now the Congress would want to do to KCR what KCR did to them. That is, poach their MLAs, especially in Hyderabad. And I am told, I can tell you that talks have already started with possible winning candidates in Hyderabad.
Not just that. When I listen to Congress leaders, they say when you're fighting a regional party, it's war. You will have FIRs being filed against the BRS leaders like they filed against you. I mean, you know, people don't know this story, Rahul. One of the reasons why Revanth Reddy is determined to take on KCR, it was his daughter's wedding. And he was in jail. And he had to struggle
This is
to
2015, the Kashmir.
That's right. He had to struggle to get bail to attend his daughter's wedding. And I'm told he told someone, "Ek din main aisa sabak sikhaunga isko, wo zindagi bhar yaad rakhega."
But there's another.
This is a very personal fight.
No, but there's
that's taken
another.
place there.
There's another
Hindi film
There's
dialogue.
another lesson there. Whether it's the likes of say Bhupesh Baghel or now Revanth Reddy, leaders can emerge in democracy if you're willing to look beyond Dinesh and the most obvious candidates who are lazy and not wanting to work so hard. You know, society, politics, the state, people just throw up a leader like you found in Revanth.
And we are seeing within the Congress, this regional satraps once again coming.
Wherever Congress does something fresh, it works.
Can I make a point?
But still, in many places, it doesn't do fresh things.
Just a point about Telangana. I think what the regions we were looking is slightly different. If you slice Telangana in east versus west, so don't do, like, just look at the map. Just look at the map you have there, Rahul. Don't slice the regions. Actually, we were thinking in terms of north, central, south kind of.
This is what it looks like, Rahul. You want to explain this? This is the last map of Telangana. It's called the power map, right? So it tells you where the power is coming from. Look at how strong green is all over. This is the new map of Telangana at this moment.
But if you slice it differently, what seems to be emerging that on the sort of like western side, you still have BRS presence, but on the eastern side, which is Khammam, Mehboob district, it's
towards
complete,
Andhra.
Yes, towards Andhra, it's a complete sort of like.
Does it have a spillover effect in Andhra Pradesh?
But that's only in Khammam district and to an extent in
No, but
Nalgonda.
could it impact what happens in Andhra Pradesh?
Yes, it will
going forward?
definitely impact what happens in
those
Andhra.
districts are more similar to Andhra Pradesh than the way we were looking at, right? So it could have
No, but in terms of development, I can tell you Telangana districts much better than the Andhra districts.
Absolutely. You know, Telangana actually is a success state in many ways. Look at their per capita income. Look at them on most welfare indices. Look at their paddy cultivation. It's a growing state. It is corruption at the local level, cornering of benefits by a few at the cost of many. The inaccessibility, the farmhouse chief minister, arrogance, the charges that you had to tie up with BJP, all of them have worked against. But, you know, an interesting one line on WhatsApp from a Congress neta on Telangana, where they're having their biggest, their best day. They said Telangana Rashtra Samiti called itself BRS. Now it should call itself NRS, Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. Nowhere Rashtra Samiti. So you see, you've got Telangana is the big success story. Sunil Kanogulu, election analyst taken in by Rahul Gandhi into the AICC, spent a lot of time and personal
But look at the
investment.
difference, because he's coming from a more old school of political management. Kamal Nath and Sunil didn't get along. Sunil got frustrated with him, came back to Telangana. You have to change the way you fight elections, Rashid sir.
Absolutely. I think aggression helps. In case of Bhupesh Baghel and Revanth Reddy, it has helped. Way back, when Shivraj Singh Chauhan was nobody, he fought against Chief Minister Digvijay Singh in 2003. And as you know, Arvind Kejriwal had contested against Sheila Dikshit. So it always helps. I think in the entire Madhya Pradesh campaign, the Congress lacked aggression. They were
But the question that will be asked now is, should Rajdeep, the Congress, have thrown up somebody else instead of a Kamal Nath? If they'd gone with a fresh face, would they have done better?
I think
I'll make the point that taking off from what Rahul Verma said, look, this is a BJP dominant state. The BJP hasn't lost a major election here except 2018. No, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Till 6 months ago,
you must allow me to respond. You make a fine point that Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh have dominated the politics of Madhya Pradesh in the Congress. There was a time when Madhya Pradesh had a lot of Congress leaders. There were the likes of Arjun Singh, there were the likes of Madhav Rao Scindia. Then you tried the likes of Kantilal Bhuria, you tried a tribal face, you tried Arun Yadav, OBC face, it didn't work. The point is, I think we've got to accept Madhya Pradesh is a BJP dominant.
No. Just to make one. See, you can't choose just a face from anywhere. when you are a party which is sitting in the opposition, you also need a face who can finance the election. You can't just pick a person and say,
No,
okay,
but can
why
I make
can't
a
you become
different
the
point?
face?
Rajdeep, the point is that you throw up a fresh face like a Bhupesh Baghel or Revant Reddy, because with no disrespect to Kamal Nath, and I know odds on chances are he's watching us at this time because he watches us very carefully. Chances are that with a younger face, you would have got some traction. People look at Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Kamal Nath doesn't look like a mass leader.
No, just to finish, and Preeti, I'll get you in. The fact is they've tried and they've failed. They've tried in the past, Kantilal Bhuria. They did not give Jyotiraditya Scindia possibility of being made into this star pan Madhya Pradesh face. He went to the BJP. I think you're right to the extent
The Congress in Madhya Pradesh would be nowhere without Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath putting together a campaign.
Yeah, you see, they're not, and just to add, and Preeti, I'll get you in. Just to add, contrast it with Chhattisgarh. Bhupesh Baghel is a product of what happened in 2013. Sadly, the entire Congress leadership there was wiped out in a terrible Maoist attack. They needed a new leader. Along comes Mr. Baghel and transformed the party. Now, Preeti, go ahead.
Just 2 points.
Sorry, because otherwise I'm accused of stopping you. Please go ahead.
No, Rajdeep. Just
Please
2
tell
points. The 2 points I want to make. One, where Kamal Nath's politics was concerned, you can't be a bigger Hindu than a state which is steeped in Hindutva, where the BJP comes into question. Number two, I think the Congress will also need to go back to their drawing board, especially Rahul Gandhi. OBC, caste census, every rally, right? Look at our own numbers in terms of our exit poll numbers. The OBC has gone en masse with the Bharatiya Janata Party, right? 56%. What he also did in the bargain is, in a state which is got a decent amount of general and upper caste, you've totally alienated it. A loss of 13% for the Congress. Every rally, as per our poll, every rally that I went to on ground, I heard that this is not going to work. He needs to change his stand. So now you have to go back to the drawing board.
In fact, to take off from what Preeti says, this whole Congress narrative of an OBC census, which they're going to make a narrative for 2024. Without a strong OBC leadership on the ground, it's not going to work. Where is your OBC leadership on the ground, Rahul, to take the thing, to take the idea that you want a caste census, you're an OBC-friendly party?
It's not even worked. You have an OBC like Gehlot. You have an OBC in Rajasthan, but it's not worked in Rajasthan as well.
Rajasthan, I will hold my horses before we make any broader comments on.
As per our exit polls.
But as per Madhya Pradesh, the fact is, it's a 50% OBC dominated state. You went to the people saying caste census, it's not worked. On the other hand, the OBC south of the Vindhyas in Telangana have come to you, even though the BJP there pitched itself as a party that will have a backward caste chief minister. One size doesn't fit all, Rahul, in Indian politics. It's time national leaders realized it. State elections are won on local narratives. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a more credible, trusted leader than anyone that the Congress had to offer. Simple.
See, Rahul Gandhi's obsession with the OBCization of the Congress, going back to the Uttar Pradesh election, where Beni Prasad Verma at one point was his chief ministerial candidate, it made no sense. The Congress has not had an OBC sort of bastion. Strong constituency since the 70s.
The other thing that's emerging from this data so far
they've
is
tried
that
repeatedly.
About 10 lakh votes have been counted in Madhya Pradesh. That's a pretty robust sample size. 49% of those votes are for the BJP, 41 are for the Congress. This is going to be a one-way sweep for the BJP. And just imagine what is at play. Even the BJP in its own polls and all their feedback mechanisms couldn't pick up that they were winning this big. Every single journalist, reporter who traveled to the ground couldn't pick up that this was a wave. There was a wave under everybody's nose. The only thing that picked it up was the India Today post-poll study that was done, which actually showed the quantum of the victory. That, Rajdeep, is quite special when it comes to data mining.
No, Preeti and I are going to say this, and she will hopefully confirm.
You will say nobody said sweep.
We said BJP ahead. We came back saying
ahead
BJP
is different from sweep. You never said sweep.
But okay,
I didn't say sweep.
Okay, I said BJP ahead.
My number was 125 to 130.
It's a bada number. If it's, once again, it's looking at 130 right now, but if the vote share gap is 49 versus 41, and if that holds, that 130 is going to go up.
As of now, Kamal Nath, the incredibly durable Kamal Nath is trailing as of now in Chhindwara. There's a Congress election person who's saying, no, he's leading as per ECI. As per our numbers, Kamal Nath is trailing in Chhindwara. Someone who's won 9 Lok Sabha elections there, won the last by-election from Chhindwara. His son is the MP from there. The only time he's lost from Chhindwara is when his wife once contested in 1996. So you've got Kamalnath at the moment trailing in Chhindwara. So clearly Congress at the moment on the back foot in Madhya Pradesh, and the BJP also building some kind of a lead in Rajasthan. Once it crosses 100 with a 24 seat lead, but remember it's only
No,
10
but
a.m.
with 15 others, the moment it crosses 93, 94, the BJP through the Congress needs to be 100 plus to be comfortable or very close to 100.
Speaking
BJP, even if it's
Congress needs
slightly.
95.
At
So
least.
whoever is 95 has a chance.
There is one Mr. Durable in Indian politics, and that's Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's Rahul Dravid now, the wall, whatever you might want to call him.
No, but I think Chetan makes a good point.
I think it's too early to say.
And can I also add a little bit of masala to it? Look at Chhattisgarh. It's tightening. 40 is playing 50 in Chhattisgarh. So you're just 5 ahead of the halfway mark. 5 more switch sides at 10 a.m. in the morning. And you can look at your margin calculator now for Chhattisgarh, Rahul, and tell us. I won't be surprised if Chhattisgarh could also go down to the wire if these numbers hold at the moment. 40 is playing 50 there. That's the closest fight out of the 4 states. If you look at the moment purely in terms of numbers, there's only a gap of 5. You're only 5 above the halfway mark. Small shift in Chhattisgarh could change the way the state is at the moment.
If we look at the national picture, if I aggregate all the leads that are coming in from the different states and throw up an overall picture, in the 638 seats where counting is on at the moment, it's tightening. It's 289 versus 280. Earlier, the Congress they won 320 last time. So it's 289 this time versus 280. The national contest, this is just a talking point. This is just bragging rights. But that contest is tightening as well. 289 versus 280 and 69, Rajdeep, for the others.
I think what the picture that, as I said, it will be interesting to see Chhattisgarh is because Chhattisgarh margins are notoriously small. So we could see a shift there, which could make it a cliffhanger. I think Madhya Pradesh and Telangana are settling down. I'm not yet saying Rajasthan is fully settling down because, again, there's a 10-seat shift required that could change the picture dramatically. But the other states, the Congress's best news, Telangana, the BJP's best news is in Madhya Pradesh. And look at how it's changing within the state. Tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, if you go to the belt by belt in Madhya Pradesh, you will see the tribal areas, it's the BJP which is dominating. These were areas which the Congress won last time. Just take a look at a region like Malwa Nimad, which was last time very much with the BJP. This time, on the other hand, with the Congress, this time BJP is leading in 12, Congress in 6. So you've changed the complete dynamics of Madhya Pradesh by winning tribal belt. Even in Mahakaushal, 23 to BJP, 21 to INC, and GGP, the Gondwana Ganatantra Party, is leading in 3.
So one of the questions that people will have in their minds, and spend a moment with me as I take you through this on the election intelligence dashboard, and this is where the magic and the true prowess of the EI comes in. These kind of insights, I guarantee to you, even top party leaders at this second will find difficult to process in the speed at which I can. So we'll go through it one by one. And in Chhattisgarh, if you're wondering from where things stand, 52 versus 38, what could change? So here it is, for the first time this morning, a margin calculator. How many seats are being won and lost at this moment with a margin of less than 500 between the winner and the runner-up? At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, there are 87 seats where the margin is less than 500, which means that just the initial rounds of counting have happened. Anything can change. The Congress is leading on 51, the BJP on 36. 87 seats, margin is less than 500. Anything can change on these seats. Let's look at those seats where the margin is less than 1,000. 88 such seats, 52 versus 36. So these are very initial trends. That's the point that Rajdeep was making. Very initial trends in Chhattisgarh. So the situation in a tight contest could change unless it starts opening up in some direction. Should I just do the same in Rajasthan as well? Because people are thinking it's settling. Has it really settled? In Rajasthan, if I bring out my margin calculator, let's look at the seats where the gap is less than 500 at this moment. Remember, these are initial leads. On 196 such seats, the BJP leading on 103, the Congress leading on 77. Again, in Rajasthan, the trend could potentially change. From there, let's now come to Madhya Pradesh. I'll pull out the margin calculator for Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, on seats where the margin is less than 500, there are 226 such seats at this moment. The BJP leading on 128, the Congress leading on 93. So if you're a supporter, Rajdeep, of any party amongst our viewers, don't eat your laddus just yet. The game has only just got started.
Absolutely. And, therefore, I would say in all the states except for Madhya Pradesh, I think you can still say, I know that 65 out of 119 appears that the Congress is safe in Telangana. I just only put the caveat that when you add the BRS, BJP and others, and T.S. Sudhir, is there any possibility at all of an alliance of a Mahakutumi of BRS, AIMIM and the BJP?
Well, that would be a bit of too much of a wishful thinking. But
And
one
I-
interesting part about that others category,
Yes.
6 of them are from MIM, 1 from BSP, and in Nampally seats, which is the area abutting the Hyderabad railway station, the MIM is trailing. The Congress is leading in that was a seat where the Congress thought they would upset
In
Owaisi.
fact, correct me if I'm wrong, since 2009, MIM has won its 7 seats. This
Yes.
time they could be losing one, and there was a buzz in Hyderabad that Nampally was the one that they could
vulnerable
lose.
seat. Firoz Khan of the Congress is leading.
And I have a particular reason to remember Nampally. I used to go to a court there every few months for a defamation case, and therefore I have memories of Nampally very stuck in my mind. Nampally court jana hai. Correct me, Sudhir.
Absolutely,
There's a Nampally
the
court.
Metropolitan Magistrates courts are there.
My God, don't ask me what used to go on in the Nampally court, but go on.
I think Rajdeep, this Mahakutumbi you're talking about is possible if we include, the central agencies, Office of Governor, etc. Then possibly it's feasible.
I know you're saying that, but the truth of the matter is
You can't
that
have MIM and
BJP.
No,
BJP
you see,
together.
in the past, the BRS has shown a great ability to capture the opposition in some form or the other. You can do that when you're in power. Once the Congress has crossed 60, they'll do what Sudhir said. They will capture the BRS.
Should I run the margin calculator for
Please.
Telangana? There's phenomenal interest. I mean, the level of interest in Telangana and amongst people from Telangana in India Today's coverage is just phenomenal. So I'll show you the margin calculator for Telangana and give you a sense of how many seats are being won and lost with very wafer-thin margins at this moment. Of the 119 seats, in 40 seats, the margin is less than 500. The BRS is leading those. Congress is leading on 66 seats. So in the initial rounds of counting, nobody's really leapt into a very big lead just at this moment. If I show you a very quick breakup of where the BRS's losses are coming from and where the Congress's gains are coming from, the BRS getting hammered in the north, getting beaten in central, losing less ground in Hyderabad, and getting quite badly beaten in south as well. The Congress's gains, if you look at where the Congress's gains are coming from, the Congress is gaining 18 seats in the north, 14 in central, 3 in Hyderabad, 13 in the south. Is the north surprising you, T.S. Sudhir, just a bit?
Well, in fact, it's the south which is surprising me a bit. Of course, the Congress is doing very well, but south, Mehboob Nagar, Nalgonda was where they were expected to sweep. Uttam Kumar Reddy told us that Congress could win entire 12 out of 12 or at least 11 out of 12 in Nalgonda district. So that would be something which would worry the Congress, because this was the best bet for the Congress party.
No, but I think North is a huge surprise.
Yes.
I mean,
North
look
is a surprise.
The fact is the Congress is actually winning on the back of the North.
Yeah.
You see, they thought they would sweep South and Central. What's happening instead? It's the North. And this is where KCR refused to change his candidates.
Yeah.
This is where he decided we'll keep in the candidates who had won a couple of elections 2014 and 18, didn't change his candidates and is paying a heavy price. And the BJP, which won 3 Lok Sabha seats in the north, is actually only leading in 2. So the anti-incumbency vote has crystallized around the Congress in the north. It's the north that is propelling the Congress to a possible win in Telangana.
Most of the ministers came from
That's
the
right.
northern part.
All the major ministers in his government came from North Telangana. Akshita Nandgopal is joining me at the moment from Hyderabad. Akshita, it appears all roads at the moment are leading to Revant Anna's house. Revant Reddy is about to take revenge for the fact that he was almost denied bail to attend his daughter's wedding.
Very much so, Rajdeep. I'm joining you live now from the Congress office in Hyderabad. The celebration has begun. I just want to give you a slogans that everyone's watching India Today here as well. You can hear the slogans being distributed. Literally shoved into their mouth as they're chanting these slogans. आप हिंदी में बताएंगे? हिंदी ठीक है? आप बताइए, आपको लग रहा है कि अभी पूरा हो गया जी?
100% मैडम, अभी होने का नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी ने हाथ से हाथ जोड़ो, मोहब्बत जोड़ो, जो बात हुआ।
आपके पीछे 88 लिखा है, 88 तो नहीं पहुंचा अब तक।
सही बात। हेलो, मैं बात कर दूं, मेरा केसीआर आना केसीआर नहीं आना बहन
केसीआर आना
मैडम डेफिनेटली वो भी है मैडम सिंगिंग आपको आपके जगह हमारे नेता जो ठहरे हुए हैं कई लोगों से
ठीक है हाँ आप बताइए
मैडम डेफिनेटली वी विल सिंगल लार्जेस्ट मेजॉरिटी 80 सीट्स मैडम लास्ट 1 मंथ से 100% कांग्रेस लीडर्स को पूरा कंफर्म हो गया
So you're saying 86
मैडम
Okay, everyone's very high-spirited here. High-spirited. They all want to have a word, but they're all saying 80 plus even now, Rajdeep. It's what? It's at about, I can't see from here, but I can see that it's going up further, about 67. 67 plus. They're saying 80 plus.
So there you can see Revant Reddy's supporters celebrating at the moment. There are stories within a story though that are taking place. Let's look at some of the VIPs in Telangana at the moment. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, this is a huge story building up, is trailing at the moment in Kamareddy to Revant Reddy. Remember, KCR is contesting in 2 constituencies. Gajwel is his bastion. In Gajwel at the moment, KCR is leading. So he's leading in Gajwel, but when it comes to the other constituency, the other key constituency of KCR, which is in Kamareddy, which is the real battle that's taking place, Sudhir, in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Revant Reddy, KB Ramareddy, he's trailing.
One of the reasons why Revant Reddy decided to take on KCR in Kamareddy is because he wanted to send across the message that among the entire lot of Congress aspirants for chief ministership, I am number 1. And that's why he took on KCR. Otherwise, we don't see in Andhra and Telangana politics the big heavyweights taking on each other.
And here's a huge story. Mohammad Azharuddin is leading at the moment in Jubilee Hills in a seat which is dominated by the BRS, where Owaisi has put up a candidate against him. Mohammad Azharuddin at the moment is leading in against Bhagati Gopinath, who's a very strong leader in that area of Jubilee Hills. T. Raja Singh in Ghosha Mahal leading. Not surprising, he, remember, was charged once with hate speech, but he is a dominant strongman figure there. Akbaruddin Owaisi, controversial figure, is leading at the moment also in the old city of Hyderabad. It's a seat which the AIMIM has held. Harish Rao, Siddipet, right-hand man of KCR, nephew of KCR, and also finance minister, is leading at the moment there from Siddipet. Etala Rajender, the BJP strongman, contesting also 2 seats, is trailing at the moment in Gajwel. So that's a bit of a setback for the BJP, but BJP expected not to win that seat from. Let's see if there is any other seat that's significant at the moment. Bandi Sanjay Kumar of the BJP, its former president, its OBC face, is trailing at the moment. So the BJP is taking a bit of a hit in Telangana with some of its strongmen. Madhu Yaksha Gaud is former MP, is hoping to become a minister in Telangana in a tough seat. Is the ex-Nizamabad MP is leading at the moment in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Yes.
God was thought to be the urban counterpart, counterpoint to KT Ramarao as far as the Hyderabad space was concerned. Now, whether he will be able to do so in Hyderabad, build up the party in Hyderabad, that will be a tall order. But Madhu Yashki Gaud would be the person to look out for.
You know, if we look at the region map of one last time of Telangana, because of that huge interest there, the BRS is leading in 9 but down 3 in Hyderabad. The Congress making some gains at the moment in Hyderabad. So is the BJP at the moment in Hyderabad. If you go down south at the moment in Telangana, the Congress is leading but in a tough fight. BRS down 14. They had swept this region. Congress leading in 19. The real story of Telangana remains the north, because here the Congress is leading in 23, BRS in 7, BJP in 2, areas of Adilabad, Nizamabad. This is where the Congress is making its big leap forward in the state. And in central Telangana at the moment, it is the Congress all the way 21 to 9 areas like Khammam, among others. So you've got the Congress in Telangana clearly in the lead at the moment.
Rajiv,
the best news for the Congress coming from Telangana.
About North Telangana, these include the tribal areas. This includes the coal belt, where again the Congress had made huge inroads. There was a lot of resentment against the BRS among the coal belt areas.
And correct me if I'm wrong, large Muslim population here. So the Muslim, OBC, ST, SC combined in Telangana, traditional Congress base areas like Medak, which Indira Gandhi famously won in 80, are coming back to the Congress. The best news for the Congress in Telangana It's a tough fight though. Chhattisgarh. Rahul has been waiting for one super over. We thought the super over will be Rajasthan. As of now, who knows? That super over could be in Chhattisgarh.
It is tightening in Chhattisgarh. Let's look at the numbers from Chhattisgarh just at this moment, because initially it seemed the Congress was quite comfortably placed in Chhattisgarh. That no longer seems to be the case. The data at this moment suggests the Congress is leading on 47, the BJP is leading on 43, 46 is the halfway mark. So the Congress only one seat above the halfway mark. That cannot be good news from the Congress. Let's look at what's happening in the different regions. Remember, the path to power in Chhattisgarh usually comes from the Bastar region. The Congress leading in 8 of those 12 seats, the BJP leading on 4. They were hammered in Bastar last time round. In the rest of Chhattisgarh,
it's 45 all round. It's a tie at the moment. The super over is coming as of now from Chhattisgarh. 45 each in
and Rajasthan
Chhattisgarh.
seems from the moment, from the data, to be settling in favor of the BJP, at least at this moment. Our
That's right.
poll went up to 100. There's 7 more than where our poll ended. But Chhattisgarh is indeed going down to the super over.
Yes.
See, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, they were one state until year 2000.
Yes.
And since then, all elections, the voting pattern has been similar. If you look at it, 2003 election, 2008 election, 2013 election, 2018 election, it was the same, on same lines.
For the first time, Rashid Saab, since counting started in the morning, the BJP has overtaken the Congress.
I'm not surprised.
Overtaken the Congress in
I was not
Chhattisgarh.
surprised.
It's now 47 versus 43. Chhattisgarh is getting exciting. If they're able to win Chhattisgarh, along with sweeping Madhya Pradesh and winning Rajasthan, the BJP will be dancing. They would have swept the heartland.
And it will be huge because look at what happened in 2018. In 2018, all these 3 states were won by the Congress. The Congress won a near 3/4 majority in Chhattisgarh. That is being overturned, Rahul, by the Congress actually now declining sharply and the BJP now leading by 4 in Chhattisgarh. So you've got the distinct possibility of a 3-1 verdict in favor of the BJP. As we stand today, it's the BJP leading in 3 states, the Congress just in 1, which suggests that the Congress, and remember, the BJP won 62 out of 65 Lok Sabha seats in these 3 states. So these results will give the BJP a huge boost. When you lost 2018 in the Vidhan Sabha and still won Lok Sabha, imagine when you win the Vidhan Sabha, you could, you will only feel even more confident
But
of
these are just
2024.
trends. Things could still change. But at this moment, the BJP in Chhattisgarh has a 52% strike rate. In a bipolar fight, 52 is good because the Congress's strike rate is only 48. Let's just try and get into Chhattisgarh for a moment because there's been a twist in the tail in Chhattisgarh. The BJP leading for the first time, 46 versus 44. Dr. Raman Singh, the former chief minister of the BJP, on his seat in Rajnandgaon, is trailing. Bhupesh Baghel in Patan at this moment seems to be trailing. Amit Jogi, Ajit Jogi's son, is trailing in Patan. It's Vijay Baghel, who is the MP from that area. He currently is leading in Patan. T.S. Singh Deo in
2008 also he
Ambikapur, from the Congress party, deputy chief minister, is trailing as well. Arun Sahu, who's the new face of the BJP coming from the Sahu community, is currently leading in Lormi. Brij Mohan Agarwal, one of the businessman faces. He doesn't like to be called a businessman, but a trader face of the BJP. He's leading in his Raipur city south seat. So this is a big twist. It could be 3-0. If it is 3-0, bragging rights, they'll say, okay, Congress is relegated to the south. In the heartland, sir.
There are 4 states going to the polls.
I said Congress will be relegated to the south.
There's a possibility here of 4 first-time chief ministers.
Yeah, Arun Sahu would be, to me, my mind, be the front runner because again he fits in with what the BJP wants: create a clear OBC, build OBC faces across the Hindi heartland. If the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, and it's still a big if because it's very close, Arun Sahu could be a potential.
If they want to take a more controversial decision, former IAS officer O.P. Chaudhary could be considered as well.
And he's younger as well.
He's younger. The BJP top brass loves him.
You could have 4 first-time chief ministers.
And Rahul, you see this fellow, this Vijay Baghel, is not only a Lok Sabha MP, he is a giant killer. In 2008 also he had defeated Bhupesh Baghel.
And you know what the BJP did very successfully in Chhattisgarh, Rahul, is they got a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel. So he was, virtually signaling that we are taking the battle into the enemy camp. Also put up a lot of smaller parties and independent candidates sponsored by the BJP. We'll have to see your margin calculator to look at the margin. But my sense is these others are playing a crucial role at the moment in Chhattisgarh. In the past, it used to be the BSP and the Gondwana Ganatantra Party which would play that role. Now you've got Amit Jogi's party, the Congress Janta, the JCC, the Janta Chhattisgarh Congress, and you've got a lot of independents who are denied tickets who are playing a role. So Chhattisgarh is the state, Rahul, that could go down to the wire. And if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh, wow, 3-1, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah will have reason to celebrate today.
So I just want to explain before I show the margin calculator that the caveat to keep in mind when you look at the margin calculator is that these are very initial rounds of polling. So a lot of seats will look like they're in the margin. That could change as more votes get counted. So in the margin calculator, there are 80 seats out of 90 in Chhattisgarh, which are being won and lost by margins of less than 500 votes. And it's a dead heat, 40 versus 40. 40 for the BJP, 40 for the Congress. When the margin is less than 500, the ball can swing in either camp, Rajdeep.
It can swing in either camp, but Chhattisgarh clearly, once it's to the wire, and you've got a state where there could be the potential resort politics. There is a lot of pressure on individual MLAs, particularly the others get a couple. One side is 42, others is 45, 45 each. It's still anyone's game in Chhattisgarh. So I think if there is one state which is going to the wire at the moment, it is Chhattisgarh, smaller constituency. Are you surprised, Rahul Verma, by some of these Chhattisgarh numbers? A party which gets 68 seats last time is now struggling to cross the halfway mark. Bad news for the Congress.
See, some surprise because everyone was expecting Chhattisgarh to go in Congress way. But after the Axis My India poll, which actually indicated that it could be a very, very close fight, what we are seeing today is something we were forewarned of. What is much more sort of like interesting about Chhattisgarh is that BJP picking up not just among OBCs, but also doing well in ST seats.
There is
an interesting... Look at the swing, and you could show us that. Look at the swing compared to last time. You will have a 7 to 8% swing for the BJP already there.
What this shows is where the duel is BJP versus Congress. 12%. At this moment, the BJP is pounding the Congress. Where it's Congress versus the BRS, the Congress is beating the BRS. For the first time since I started tracking this data, the BJP has now overtaken the Congress in the national tally. So if I add the seats and the trends from each of the 4 states where counting is on at the moment, the BJP out of those 638 currently leading in 287, the Congress leading in 283. Last time they had 320. So the Congress has come down significantly from 2018. The BJP is up at 287 for the first time in the aggregate. This aggregate means nothing. It's just bragging rights. Bragging rights in politics are very important though. 287 leads for the BJP. Congress now at 283. They won't like this.
And I'll tell you a small story within Chhattisgarh that's developing. In Bastar, Congress leading in 7, BJP in 5. Remember last time Congress won 11 out of 12 and eventually won the 12th in a by-election. The Adivasi Samaj formed a party called Hamar Adivasi, and I went to some areas. They were objecting to the fact that when religious conversion was taking place, and the Christian tribals wanted protection, the Baghel government didn't give it to them. That the Baghel government didn't stand by them in their hour of need. Baghel government didn't give them some of the forest rights that they wanted. And they said, we are forming our own party. I won't be surprised if HMR, the Hamar Adivasi party, which has been set up by the likes of the old Congress leader Arvind Netam, who left the Congress in August this year, are actually denting the Congress in Bastar. And we are seeing with Sarguja also, where the Congress had swept, T.S. Singh Dev kind of leader losing, someone who's won with 50% plus of the vote. So that is making a difference.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan is speaking at this moment. He'd be delighted. I spoke to him after the poll. Let's listen to him. And this is the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister speaking at this moment.
गैस के रिसाव के कारण हजारों भाई बहन जिनमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे शामिल थे, उन्होंने अपनी जिंदगी खो दी, असमय काल के गाल में समा गए। भोपाल का वो दृश्य भूलता नहीं है जब सड़कों पर अपनी जान बचाने अपने बच्चों को लेकर भाई और बहन दौड़ रहे थे और वो भयानक दृश्य ऐसा है कि कई मवेशी भैंसें ऐसी थी जिनके पेट फट गए थे दौड़ते दौड़ते कई लोग गिरे और हमेशा के लिए दुनिया छोड़ के चले गए। मैं हम सब भाई बहनों के चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं, लेकिन इस संकल्प के साथ कि फिर कोई शहर भोपाल ना बने। ऐसी गैस ट्रेजेडी फिर ना दोहराई जाए। हमें सबको सोचना पड़ेगा। केवल मध्य प्रदेश और देश की बात नहीं करता, दुनिया को भी, कि भौतिक प्रगति की अंधी चाह में हम प्रकृति के साथ ऐसा खिलवाड़ ना करें कि प्रकृति हमको ही निगल ले। और इसलिए विकास और पर्यावरण में हमको संतुलन स्थापित करना पड़ेगा। ये धरती सबके लिए है, मनुष्यों के साथ साथ कीट पतंगे, जीव जंतु, पशु पक्षियों के लिए भी है। तो सबके लिए धरती सुरक्षित बने और आने वाली पीढ़ियों के रहने के लायक भी बनी रहे। ऐसे सारे प्रयास न केवल हमको मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि देश में और दुनिया में सबको करने पड़ेंगे। अभी दुबई में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने धरती को बचाने के लिए जो आवश्यक कदम उठाने उनका जिक्र किया था। भारत उस रास्ते पर चलेगा। मध्य प्रदेश भी हर संभव प्रयत्न करेगा कि पर्यावरण के साथ छेड़छाड़ ना हो और आगे हम विकास को ऐसा संतुलित करें कि वो विकास हमारे लिए जानलेवा ना बने। मैं एक बार फिर गैस पीड़ित भाई और बहनों के जो नहीं रहे उनके चरणों में श्रद्धा के सुमन अर्पित करता हूं। जो हैं उनके कल्याण के काम हम करते रहेंगे और आगे फिर कोई ऐसी ट्रेजेडी ना हो, इसके लिए हर संभव प्रबंध करेंगे।
Remember, of course, today is December 3rd, and 1984, December 2nd night, 3rd morning was when the horrific Bhopal gas tragedy took place, killing thousands of people. Shivraj Singh Chauhan remembering that day.
But it's also a show of confidence, Rajdeep. The fact that he's emerging, he's also staking claim.
That's right.
Because I've done it. No matter how much the BJP in different quarters in Madhya Pradesh tried to undermine him, at 138 with 21 leads from the last time, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, like Yogi Adityanath in Uttar Pradesh, emerging as a force in his own right. No matter what you think, you know, people even in the BJP were saying, bore ho gaye, ubasi aa gayi, thak gaye, he's sounding repetitive. If he's been able to lead the BJP to 138 leads at this moment with 29 trends over the last elections, Shivraj Singh Chauhan is one of the biggest winners today. Make absolutely no mistake about that. That's the verdict. And his Ladli Bahina scheme turning out to be a game changer. Our poll was showing a 10% vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress amongst the women. This, like Yogi, in Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP thought 220, 230, they actually ended up with more than 300. This is a big victory for the man of the moment, Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
And, you know, after our poll, when we conducted it, he spoke to us on the phone. He was, in fact, while the poll was on, his secretary was sending messages. And one of the things that he mentioned, which I thought is an important word in politics, it's the word called bharosa. It means trust. You see, Shivraj Singh Chauhan put 1,250 rupees in the pockets of women through the Ladli Bahina scheme. The Congress promised it. But when I'm getting it already from one person, I tend to trust him. I got a sense, Preeti, when we traveled, and you traveled a lot there as well, that women trusted Shivraj Singh Chauhan to deliver on that promise. Yes, there were other serious problems. There are paper leak problem. There was the Patwari recruitment scam. There is a sense that, you know, there are very few jobs that the government has created. But purely on the gender factor, it appeared that Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and not just Ladli Bahina, before that there's Ladli Lakshmi. In fact, he told me that I've had a series of schemes for 30 years. Don't just focus on this. Do you agree that there is gender which cut across caste in Madhya Pradesh?
Well, you're right there, and it comes from with what you pointed out right in the beginning, Rajdeep, bharosa. So there is a sense of affinity that the women of Madhya Pradesh, you know, the fact is we can talk ad nauseum, but the fact he's called Mamaji hasn't come overnight, right? It's been coined, it's been fueled, and it's been fueled over generations per se, where the women of Madhya Pradesh are concerned. So you'll speak to somebody who's just the first time voter and you speak to the grandmother of that voter and 3 generations of that, in the same family. They have that affinity where they believe that he will deliver on, on these grounds. While in this case, the Congress was offering 1,500 rupees, but for them, 1,000 rupees raised to 1,250 rupees was a lot more than the promise of a 1,500 rupees in case the Congress government came to power. And this is what cut across regions. It cut across the Chambal region to the Mahakoshal region, and it also cut across, to the other Bundelkhand and Bagelkhand.
So we can show that, Preeti. On the election intelligence dashboard, I can show you where the BJP's leads are actually coming from. The BJP is down 3 in the Bagelkhand region. Bagelkhand. I just got somebody saying Bagelkhand. Bagelkhand is not sounding right. Okay, so Bagelkhand. In Bundelkhand, they're up 7. In Chambal, the BJP is up 11. That's good news for Jyotiraditya Scindia. In Mahakoshal, the BJP is up 6. In Malwa, the BJP is up 4. In Nimar, the BJP is up 5 seats. If I look at the Congress's gains and losses, the Congress is losing 6 seats in Bundelkhand, 10 in Chambal, 7 in Mahakoshal, 4 in Malwa, and 3 in Nimar. Pooja Shali joins us from right outside Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. There is a question that's been asked within BJP circles in particular, whether there will be a generational change, whether the top brass in Delhi will want to change the chief minister. Given that the BJP currently leads at 139, are Shivraj Singh Chauhan supporters confident that it will be Mama Ji once more?
Let's ask that question then, because for now, Rahul, what a moment this is turning out here in Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. For the starters, I'm at the Chief Minister's residence. This is where Shivraj Singh Chauhan, 4-time Chief Minister, 2005, when he took over, 2008 to 2013, then returning in 2020 after the Congress government had collapsed. These workers are all set. And like you heard, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's confidence. He's gone ahead as per schedule. Tragedy when he paid the tribute, says we'll continue to work. Let's ask the question. अच्छा, एक बार बताइए, कितने सालों से आपने शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को देखा है मुख्यमंत्री? अब क्या शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ही आने चाहिए, मामा ही आने चाहिए, या कोई और आना चाहिए, बदल जाना चाहिए?
नहीं, शिवराज सिंह चौहान। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। शिवराज भैया राज करो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं।
मुख्यमंत्री, ये बदलाव नहीं चाहिए जो कह रहे थे कि इतने सालों से है, अब तो बदल जाना चाहिए, कांग्रेस आ जाएगी। तो ये जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं 130 से 140 की तरफ, ये क्या दर्शाता है?
शिवराज भैया को जनता चाहती है, क्योंकि उन्होंने इतने अच्छे काम किए हैं कि अभी तक मध्य प्रदेश में मंत्री ने नहीं किए, और विकास बोलता है। हाँ बोलिए, शिवराज जी का काम बोलता है, जो फालतू गप्पे छप्पे नहीं, कुछ नहीं चलेंगे कांग्रेस के।
तो लाडली बहना चली आप?
अरे लाडली बहना नहीं, दौड़ के चली। अब लाडली बहनों ज्यादा काम रहा पुरुषों का, पुरुषों का। अरे मैं आप बताऊं, तन मन और धन।
All right, so these are the supporters, and I must add here, of course, there is Ladli Behna scheme for the young women, for girls, but remember, there's also the tribal section here, 47 seats that BJP had lost earlier in 2018. It had gone to the Congress party. Is it going to get that back? Because it's the tribal belt, it's the women, it's the young girls. And now this gentleman says also the men have voted, and they are saying it has to be Shivraj Singh Chauhan. We are not ready for any change. Bharatiya Janata Party.
आज तक की जो रिपोर्टिंग बता रहे थे 149 गलत बता रहे थे कि ये ऐसे ऐसा बोल दिया कांग्रेस, जबकि 101 इससे ऊपर आएगी।
क्योंकि बिल्कुल सही बैठा है हमारा रुझान, बिल्कुल। See, so the people here, Rahul, Rajdeep, they are watching Aaj Tak India Today's Access My India polls, and they are saying it's actually there. Where what we were suggesting, 140 to 162, that is what is happening presently, and it's only trending. So back to you in the studio. Here I can tell you preparations are on. Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Jyotiraditya Scindia have gone as per schedule to pay tribute over the anniversary of Bhopal gas tragedy, but they'll be returning here at the Chief Minister's house. Laddus are ready. I can tell you that they're just waiting for an official confirmation.
I hope you get some of those laddus as well. The good thing about being a reporter on the ground is you can eat a laddu no matter who wins, right? Especially if you're India today, we can have laddus. We can have laddus in both hands, and if the poll has done as well as it has, then we can have double the laddus. Here is the retain ratio of Telangana. What this suggests is just gives you the sense of anti-incumbency against K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Out of the 88 seats that the BRS had won last time, they are currently trailing on 61% of those seats, retaining only 34 of those 88. And the big wins are coming for the Congress, which has bagged 50 seats, which the BRS had last time. The BJP's picked up 2 seats the BRS had last time. Others have picked up 2. For the Congress, it had 19 seats that it won last time. They're retaining 74% of those. They've lost 5. 4 of those are going to the BRS, none to the BJP, none to the AIMM. So the BJP had only 1 seat, so that doesn't really make much of a difference. Let's look at the BRS's gains and losses and where these are coming from. In the northern part of Telangana, the BRS is currently trailing on 20 seats they had last time. In the central part of Telangana, the BRS is down 12 from the last time. In Hyderabad, the BRS is down 3. In the southern region of Telangana, the BRS is down 15. Where are the Congress's gains and losses? As I said, and this is the magic and the power of the election intelligence dashboard, which we've worked so hard with the India Today Data Intelligence Unit to power live for you. 19 of the leads for the Congress coming from the north, 14 of the leads for the Congress coming from central, 3 interestingly from Hyderabad. The Congress was supposed to be a wipeout in Hyderabad. That doesn't seem to be the case. 14 of those leads, T.S. Sudhir, coming from the south. And interestingly, even in Chhattisgarh, the Congress is now back in the lead. So our poll, I mean, beyond a point, we don't really care who wins, but we want our poll to be correct. Congress again in the lead in Chhattisgarh.
Our poll is also 3-1. Our poll as of now is 3-1. We are completely spot on in Madhya Pradesh. We are completely spot on in Telangana. We are completely spot on in Chhattisgarh. It's in Rajasthan.
No, but we were at 100.
But there we will say Rajdeep won, Pradeep Gupta.
But our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
If I could add here,
Our poll was 100 in Rajasthan.
in Chhattisgarh, the Congress is ahead, but both Singhdeo and Baghel are trailing.
But by a very narrow margin. So Vijay Baghel is leading by just about 1,000 votes against Bhupesh Baghel in Patan. So that's not a very big
Rahul
lead.
Kanwal, 9 p.m. on your News Today group. I have given my number 2 plays 2. As of now, 2 is playing 2.
Rajdeep,
Right?
I must tell our
No, no,
viewers,
here
it's
it
very
is there.
slippery.
It's on-
Very slippery. 1 second. The
It's
numbers
two
we
is
have to
playing
stick.
two.
The numbers, Rajdeep, we have to stick with are our post poll numbers. If the post poll numbers are right, then we
So
are.
as of now, 3 of our post poll numbers are spot on. In Rajasthan, we had given the edge to the Congress in a tight race. All I'm saying, please see my number if you can.
But Rajdeep, it might be too premature, like Raman Singh from the BJP in Chhattisgarh, who's already tweeted that Suraj ug gaya hai
You
for
see,
the
I'll tell you-
BJP. So
you
it
see
could
the
be a
problem.
little
No, the
premature.
problem for the BJP in Chhattisgarh at the moment is that the rural seats still the Congress is leading 41 to 31. It's in urban and semi-urban that the BJP is leading the Congress. So, in fact, in urban it's 6-3, in semi-urban 5-4. They will need to make up that gap in the rural seats.
Okay.
The tribal areas could still be critical, but it could go down to the wire.
Okay, so
Chhattisgarh could go to the wire.
Let's spend a moment in Chhattisgarh to try and see if and what can change. So let me look at the margin calculator for Chhattisgarh, which will give you a sense of how many seats are currently being won and lost with a margin of less than 1,000 votes. So here it is on your screen. There's 72 seats where the margin at this moment is less than 1,000. And if it's less than 1,000, as the votes get counted, the situation could change. The Congress is leading on 38 of those. The BJP is leading on 34. So there are only 18 seats where the margin is more than 1,000. In the others, there's still a tight contest going on. So Chhattisgarh will keep us busy and engaged for a while. You were talking about how the Congress is doing on the tribal seats, how the BJP is doing on the tribal seats in Chhattisgarh. There are 47 seats where the tribal population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 27 such seats. The BJP is leading on 20 such seats. Amongst the Dalit-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, there are 16 seats where the Dalit population is more than 16%. The BJP is leading on 8. The Congress is leading on 8. In the Sahu-dominated seats, 26 such seats where the Sahu community population is more than 20%. The Congress is leading on 12. The BJP is leading on 14. In the Banya-dominated seats of Chhattisgarh, the Congress is leading on 2, the BJP on 1. In the Thakur-dominated seats, 6 seats with the Thakur population is more than 20%. The Congress leading on 2, the BJP Rajdeep on 4. So Chhattisgarh still very much in the fray. The super over could possibly come in Chhattisgarh.
And the reason why Chhattisgarh becomes important is there's huge difference, I think, between 2-2 and 3-1. At 3-1, the BJP is balle all the way. At 2-2, the Congress will clutch on to its straws and say, look, we retained 1 and we've gained 1. So I think that's how important it is now in Chhattisgarh. Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson Congress, and Tuhin Sinha, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. Charan Singh Sapra, to you first. Not looking good for the Congress at the moment, I'm afraid, Mr. Sapra. As of now, you are only comfortable in Telangana, south of the Vindhyas. North India is either rejecting you or clearly putting the BJP in a fight with you, as in Chhattisgarh. Mr. Sapra. Okay, we're having a problem with his line. Let's go to Tuhin Sinha. Tuhin, you've dressed in the appropriate colors. You obviously knew which way the wind was blowing this morning.
Well, the country is increasingly going to get saffronized from here, and this is going to mark the end of the Indy alliance. You know, Rajdeep, two things are very clear. Number one, when it comes to Madhya Pradesh, the combined credibility of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji and Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji is very clear on the ground. And in the other states, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, look at the hatred that people today have against the Congress hypocrisy. It is very important to know that, you know, when you travel on the ground, I have heard you mention in one of your programs, when it came to Madhya Pradesh, there was no anger against the existing government. But the anger is against the Congress despite them not being in power. Why? Because number one, they presided over all the Saratan attacks which was happening in the last 3 months. They are the hub of corruption in all the 3 states which they managed to retain, which they managed to win in the last 2 years or so, Karnataka or Himachal. They have presided over a financial anarchy with their fake promises. So I think, you know, there is a sense of disgruntlement in the people against the Congress party, including in Congress allies. And Akhilesh Yadav has been the most vocal against the Congress party. So I think this is going to mark the end of the Indy alliance. And for the first time, there is a pro-incumbency factor. Even after 10 years, BJP will go into the 2024 with a very clear pro-incumbency sentiment for the central government.
Okay, Rajdeep, we have over here now the national big picture that emerges. For what it's worth, if you add up all the leads which you have across the states, I want to take you through on the election intelligence dashboard, the overall national big picture that emerges. Remember, the Congress had 320 wins the last time out of these 638. Right now, they're at 270. The BJP is at 298. So the BJP with a 28-seat lead across these 4 states, despite the fact that in Telangana, they're doing far worse than the Congress. Despite that, in the overall big picture, as far as bragging rights are concerned, the BJP, Ashok Malik, would like this number, 298 versus 270.
See, if you look at where the seats are coming from, if the BJP, as I said earlier, has to repeat its majority in 2024, it has to win big in its bastions in Western India and Northern India. And of course, get some incremental seats in Eastern India and Southern India. But West and North are crucial for the BJP. And these results, if these results bear out by till the evening, show us that the BJP is well on course to repeating its performance in 2024 in Western India and Northern India.
And look at the historical timeline of Madhya Pradesh. If you look at this graph on your screen, the BJP has typically won Madhya Pradesh big. The saffron line is that of the BJP. The blue line is that of the Congress. The BJP won big, 173 versus 38 in 2003. 143 versus 71 in 2008, 165 versus 58 in 2013. If you're looking for insights into what might happen in 2024, remember that's when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket. If even without having Prime Minister Modi himself on the ticket, the BJP is sitting at 148 versus 79. Those in the stock market, those in corporate India, those watching for what this might mean for the Lok Sabha elections, 148 versus 79 means in the Hindi heartland, the BJP looking very strong. Only in Chhattisgarh, the BJP losing at this moment, but that also not by very much.
They're still gaining from last time.
Oh, gain. They got hammered last time, so they're up on a low base. But Rajdeep, they're coming back, and this looks now like the outlier. This is where the trend has been in the last 5 elections. We're going back to that trend.
I think both, therefore, when you contrast it to 2018 is significant, because in 2018, the Congress wins these states and yet is demolished in the Lok Sabha. Now imagine when you actually have governments in those states and then Mr. Modi comes on the ticket. You know, this whole double engine argument that has been made. The double engine argument, for whatever reason, didn't work in Karnataka. I think in states where the BJP's organization doesn't match up to the power or the appeal of the Prime Minister, the BJP struggles.
But Rahul,
We saw a bit of that in Himachal Pradesh as well, where in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP's organization had got enfeebled. But where the BJP's organization is rock solid, we talk of Madhya Pradesh as a BJP ruled state. It's also where the RSS is so powerful. Go to any village in Madhya Pradesh, you will see that the RSS has its shakas, the Vanvasi Kalyan Kendras. That adds then to the power of the BJP. 28 out of 29 last time in the Lok Sabha. Obviously, with these numbers, the BJP will feel confident of Madhya Pradesh. They'll feel reasonably confident of Rajasthan as well. The question now comes in Rajasthan, do you go with a new generational change or stick to a Vasundhara Raje? That's a question the BJP will have to answer. But with 151 in Madhya Pradesh, I know Ashok Malik has been saying the BJP may look beyond Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I actually think this is Shivraj Singh Chauhan's biggest moment. Look, I don't think you can deny him right away.
All I'm saying is if you need to do a transition, then 150 gives you more opportunity to do it than 120.
But where would that leave? Why would I do a transition? Why would I break something?
That's
okay.
The party leadership.
Shivraj Singh Chauhan is 64-year-old, and there is no, as such, there is no successor there. It's not that age is not on his side. And I think what you were saying about the, the BJP, RSS, Sangh Parivar imprints in Madhya Pradesh were very much visible in Chhindwara. When I went to see there was more, the saffron than, the number of green trees there. And mind you, it's largely forest area. So there was so much of sadhus and sons and all over the country had come to, defeat Kamal Nath.
No, but you tell me, did Kamal Nath make a mistake by saying, I am the Hanuman Bhakt? I am, I am more Hindu than the BJP. What was the alternative? You see, Rahul Gandhi comes to Madhya Pradesh and talks of caste census. Kamal Nath speaks of Hindutva. Where is that one consistent narrative that you need to defeat the BJP in a state? The Congress didn't have it in Madhya Pradesh.
You are within your rights to run down Kamal Nath, but what Kamal Nath did was he did not allow some kind of communal polarization that I saw in Rajasthan taking place in Madhya Pradesh. So that was there, but it didn't work.
But seemingly has worked more in Madhya Pradesh than it's worked in Rajasthan.
But my sense is the Congress did well in local corporation elections in March this year. And they thought it was a done deal. Then they won Karnataka, got even more overconfident. I get a sense the Congress has paid a huge price for overconfidence in Madhya Pradesh. And the BJP, on the other hand,
let's listen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. He's out there.
असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की जनता से अपील की वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं ये प्रमुख कारण है डबल इंजन की सरकार दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया गरीबों के लिए किसानों के लिए भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया प्रदेश अध्यक्ष संगठन महामंत्री उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने शिव प्रकाश जी ने अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था
सभी कांटे निकाल दिए आप कह चुके थे पहले भी अभी भी आप
मैंने पहले भी कहा कि
wondering if this is accidental. I promise you it's not. No person who's in the fray to be chief minister shows up that early in the morning on counting day unless he's taking claim. What Shivraj Singh Chauhan has done from those two public appearances this morning, Rajdeep, is signal to voters in Madhya Pradesh, to all those watching in Delhi, or to all those watching on TV and everybody in Delhi at the BJP headquarters, that this is my victory.
And you know,
that's the underlying message. He's not saying it, but if he had any, he's not staying at home. He's out there staking claim.
And you know, Rahul, jo jeeta wo Sikandar, BJP has every reason to celebrate Madhya Pradesh, but look at what they did. In September this year, go anywhere across Madhya Pradesh, the posters would have Mr. Modi on the top and 12 leaders at the bottom, including Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Narendra Singh Tomar, Rakesh Singh. They were all of the Jyotiraditya Scindia. It wasn't as if Shivraj was even first among equals. By October end is when the BJP changed and realized that, yeah, Shivraj Singh Chauhan may be a little bit more popular. This is where the BJP's tracker polls, I think, helped it. They recognized that Shivraj Singh Chauhan does have a trust, a sense of identity that the other leaders don't have, and slowly but surely projected him. I don't think now they can turn back. Yes, there are people like Prahlad Patel, also from the backward caste community, who will be seen as potential rivals for the future. But at least till 2024 Lok Sabha, Mr. Modi's aim is 300 seat, 300 par Lok Sabha. Till then, I think they will stick with Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Rajasthan will be more interesting, because you are not as dependent possibly on Vasundhara Raje once you've crossed 100 seats. There you may look for an alternative.
You've not depended at all. You didn't use her for the election. Why would you need her now?
That's right. So I think if you are going to see a chief ministerial change, you agree with that, Chetan, that you know, maybe you want a generational change in Rajasthan.
Whether it's, I don't know which generation they'll be, but they clearly didn't want to project her as the face, whatever may be the internal reasons for that. They wanted to keep control on the state, and now it's just without a face, they won that state. That is a bigger victory for BJP center than a victory with a local face.
In the dying hours of the...
What's your sense, Preeti? Will they go with Vasundhara Raje or will they look for an alternative?
Rajdeep, in the dying hours of the campaign, Vasundhara did find favor back in branding, back in posters, right next to Modi in the last two rallies. But having said that, if this number stays at about 100, then yes, Vasundhara Raje will be somebody who will be in. If
So
it
what's the
goes,
number
if
then?
they pull it away, over
Post
110, if they pull it away, then I do see that they might think of somebody else. Our own poll suggests somebody like a Baba Balaknath, who's a sitting MP of Alwar and now contesting from Tijara.
Ashok, do you think they'll stick with Vasundhara Raje at 105?
104, 105, yes. 110, no.
You know, it's very interesting what's happening in Rajasthan. There are very few states of North India, and Rahul, you please come in on this, where independents get 20 plus. You've got independents, and we look at their vote percentage, but I have little doubt that independents will be 20% plus. In a two-horse race, you have a large space for a third front. I wonder if Sachin Pilot could have taken that gamble 6 or 9 months ago and tried to create a third front, which was Hanuman Beniwal, Sachin Pilot, Aam Aadmi Party coming together. How do you see this role of independents in a state like Rajasthan?
One, in last 5 elections, independent, like basically non-Congress, non-BJP vote share has always been around 20% and seat share has been around 15%.
Yes.
And that's what we are going to see even now. Especially for the Congress, what was happening, that the independents used to tilt the balance in favor of one chief ministerial candidate. Right? Last time, I think because Congress fell short and Gehlot could have his day, because he also had people who became independents. And I think something Vasundhara Raje might be trying this time, that if BJP falls short of number or close to 100, she might rely on some of those
But
independents.
Rajdeep, what one needs to look at, what one needs to look at is who are these independents. These are, these are parties, which is the BSP, it's the RLD. There is one, I think, which is leading, which is the RLD. Then the RLP, which is Hanuman Beniwal's party. Then you have the tribal party, BAM now. And then you have certain independents like Yunus Khan and the others who have not been given a ticket by the BJP or the Congress, who've gone rogue.
Okay, and importantly, Vasundhara Raje herself is leading at the moment in Jhalrapatan, a seat that she's dominated for the last 20 years. So she is comfortably leading in another potential candidate, Satish Punia, Jat face of the BJP, former party president, is leading now in Amer. You've got Rajyavardhan Rathod on the other hand, who's at the moment trailing We are told, let's look at the VIPs again. Rajyavardhan Rathod at the moment from Jotwara is trailing at the moment, but that's, remember, only at the moment. So all of the candidates, anybody else?
CP Joshi, Rajdeep.
CP Joshi
Vishwaraj of Mewar, Vishwaraj Singh of the Mewar royal family up against him. CP Joshi, Nathdwara. There, Rajdeep, first up. Yeah.
CP Joshi, remember, once lost an election by one vote. Speaker in the last assembly, he's trailing. Ashok Gehlot is leading in Sardarpura at the moment. That's been his bastion in Jodhpur. Where is Sachin Pilot at the moment?
Finally leading.
Mr. Pilot is leading in Tonk. Remember, this is a large Gujjar Muslim population, expected therefore to win eventually in the end. At the moment, Vishwaraj Mewar is the one who's leading in Nathdwara. We have
Shanti Dhariwal is trailing. He was one of the who orchestrated a rogue CLP in last year.
In fact, I want to tell you, when Shanti Dhariwal was being given a ticket, apparently at the Congress meeting, there was Shanti. Because Sonia Gandhi said, who is this Shanti Dhariwal? Is he the same person who tried to rebel? He was not given a ticket initially, but eventually got one.
Rajdeep, the leader of opposition, Rajendra Rathore, is trailing from Taranagar.
That's right. So the good news for Vasundhara is that a lot of the potential chief ministerial candidates who could be chief minister, Rajendra Rathore being one name, he could eventually win, are trailing at the moment. So Vasundhara Raje looks like potentially at 104 seats for the BJP, virtually in the same situation that Ashok Gehlot was last time. 99 seats for the Congress when they formed the government in 2018. Gehlot was seen as the person who could bring independence together. I am told out of the others 23, 7 to 8 are those who owe allegiance to Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Paliwal. She's in Jaipur, and Aishwarya, the BJP in a tight contest as far as vote share is concerned seems to be poised to win. It seems the BJP at this moment is likely to cross the halfway mark in Rajasthan. They're already singing and dancing at the BJP office there. Those are images from the BJP headquarters in Jaipur. The dholwalas are out. The balloons are up. So they were obviously expecting this. The balloons are nicely set. So they clearly thought that they were likely to win. Aishwarya, can you hear me? Aishwarya, I think the dole is so loud that she can't hear us. Aishwarya, go for it. Just go for it. Tell us what's happening there.
So now, we just straight cut to the visuals here. The women, in fact, in large numbers present here. क्या आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतनी भारी बहुमत से जीतेगी? आप लोग काफी भारी संख्या में आए हैं। हमें क्या लगता है? आप लोगों को लग रहा था कि बीजेपी जीतेगी?
बिल्कुल, ये जीत प्रत्याशी थी। ये जीत, इस जीत की तस्वीर 2 साल पहले लिख गई थी। गहलोत सरकार के कुशासन से तंग आ गई। जनता ने जो बहुमत दिया है, इस गहलोत सरकार कहना चाहूंगी मैं, इसके कुशासन से निजात पाई है। और आज नारी शक्ति बहुत खुश है, बहुत खुश है।
Nari Shakti, Rahul, is something that everyone here is talking about. The women, Rahul, let me tell you, are turning up in large numbers. The dhol here that you can see right outside the BJP office in Jaipur, the dhol taking place here. Everyone is dancing, everyone is in a celebratory mode, and they all believe, Rahul, that numbers will go up as the counting proceeds. They believe that this actually will be a Prachand Bahut for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
From there, let's cut across to Revant Reddy's residence. Nagarjun Dwarkanath joins us from Hyderabad. 70 leads for the Congress, up 51 from the last time. The BRS down 51 from the last time. Revant Reddy, from what we can see, at least the supporters are expecting Nagarjun that he's going to be chief minister. The party hasn't announced just yet, but he has that confidence that he's the man who's led them to power. It's his turn to rule Hyderabad and rule Telangana. Nagarjun. Okay, give us a moment as we try and.
But I think, Rahul, what we can do, and we can ask our producers to do this, call 2 elections very clearly. BJP is going to form the next government in Madhya Pradesh. Bhopal is going the BJP way in a massive, potentially 2/3 victory. The India Today Axis My India polls spot on in Madhya Pradesh. All the criticism, all the anger that we had to face in the last 48 hours, getting messages at 5 a.m. in the morning saying your poll is wrong. I'm sorry, the poll is spot on. Well done, Pradeep Gupta in Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh, we are calling Shivraj Singh Chauhan led BJP is set to form the government in Madhya Pradesh. We're also calling Telangana, that Telangana, barring a last-minute surprise, the Congress is set to form the government in Hyderabad, displacing 10 years of TRS.
No,
I
what
think-
surprise can there be? With
I think
51 leads.
70, I'm just saying 60 is the halfway mark. So I'm not saying that they're...
This is-
Yes.
It's bad news for BRS. It's also bad news for the AIMIM. It's leading only in 4 seats.
That's right. Very interesting.
Down 3. And I'm told Karwan, Nampally and Yakutpura, these are the 3 constituencies where it is trailing right now.
Huge. That's huge.
So I can show
for,
that on
for
the
Asaduddin Owaisi,
Yes.
this is a huge setback.
Yeah.
He
2
takes
weeks,
this area as his fortress. And aligning with the BRS, it would suggest, Sudhir, that the minorities have consolidated behind the Congress.
No, the narrative of the Congress that the MIM has some kind of a deal with the BJP seems to have found some traction.
Absolutely.
in its parts. But of course, these are small leads right now for the Congress. But yes, the fact that he's trailing, because Yakutpura kind of thing, it had only 39% polling. Most of the old city constituencies have had less than 45% polling in a state which has seen 71% polling. So in that sense, the old city, the Congress seems to have breached it if these early leads hold.
Excellent point, Sudhir.
So AIMIM is currently leading only on 3 seats, down from 7 for the last time. The Congress is on 70, up 51 from the last time. If I look at how the minority-dominated seats of Telangana have voted, there are 17 seats where the Muslim population is more than 20%. The BRS is half of where they were last time. Others are at 3. They were at 7 last time. Congress is at 5. It's up 4. So there has been a move of the minority vote from the BRS AIMM Tango to the Congress in Telangana.
And one of the shifts that took place in Telangana was when by early part of this year, I would say mid part of the year, rumors were spread or speculation that the BRS had some deal with the BJP. When K. Kavita, who was once accused in the Delhi liquor scam, suddenly it appears that the agencies are going soft on it. The Congress sent coins and digital messages saying BRS and BJP bhai.
Even the PM said that in one of his campaign speeches.
In fact, the PM went to the extent of saying BRS K. Chandrasekhar Rao wanted to join the NDA. All of that went against the NDA, and Sudhir makes a great point. It resulted in a minority consolidation. Muslims, OBCs, and Dalits have come together to back the Congress there.
And one of the reasons why they are doing so well in the north, Kaleshwaram irrigation project, the Congress went to town talking about the Kaleshwaram ATM, that it has been the cash cow for the BRS. That seems to have found some traction if these results are...
Nagarjun Dwarkanath is now live with us right outside Revant Reddy's residence. Nagarjun, power, police and politicians seem to sense that that's the man who will be the next chief minister.
Well, that's true. In fact, the followers at Revant Reddy's house also are chanting the slogan that CM, Revant Anna CM. That's the slogans that we are hearing now. And all the recipes to celebrate are already here. The ingredients to celebrate the win. We can show you the crackers, the flowers, and the dole is already here. They started just celebrating now, but a message came from inside saying, wait for 1 more hour, don't start celebrating right away. And you can see the followers already on the other end in front of Revant Reddy's house that people are chanting slogans of him becoming the next chief minister of Telangana. But what is good news for him is he's leading in both the seats. He's a Jain slayer at this point of time because he took on the chief minister in Kamareddy head on, and he knew that it's a tough battle because it was not his typical conventional seat, but he did go there after Kodangal and contested there. Even on the polling day, he finished his voting in Kodangal and went back to Kamareddy to make sure that he goes around the booths, talking to people and looking at all the preparations being necessarily done there and meet the Karyakartas as well. So all credit to him is what the Congress is saying. And also the message that I'm picking up is
is leading. That would be a very big win. I want to go across to Akshita Nandgopal. She's at the Congress headquarters in Hyderabad. Akshita, I see the dole is out. The Congress supporters out to celebrate. There's a massive political tsunami in Telangana. The Congress is romping home in style.
Rahul, I can't hear a word of what you're saying because the music is non-stop here. But what you see on your screens is a Milk Abhishekam. First of Sonia Gandhi, then of Rahul at Congress headquarters at the Gandhi Bhavan in Hyderabad to go ahead and celebrate together. All the winning candidates will be brought here tomorrow and there's going to be a mega celebration. So what you're seeing here is just a trailer of what to expect in the next 24 hours, Rahul and Rajdeep.
Thanks, Akshita, for that. Meanwhile, there's been a big twist in the tail in Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP now seems to be stabilizing in a lead. Remember, if the BJP is able to win Chhattisgarh, it would be a clean sweep. What a win it would be for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. The BJP at this moment leading on 49 seats in Chhattisgarh. Their leads, as you can see, are coming from across the state. They're not concentrated in any one pocket. The Congress is down to 39. That's a loss of 29 seats from the last time. Chhattisgarh is the big story at this moment because Madhya Pradesh is a sweep for the BJP. In Rajasthan, they've been in the lead for a long time. It is Chhattisgarh which seem to be slipping out of the saffron party's hand. Now the BJP is dancing in Chhattisgarh as well. At this moment, 49 leads, Rajdeep, for the BJP in Chhattisgarh.
And the turnaround is taking place in the tribal belt. Remember last time, 29 seats, the BJP won, the Congress won 25. Now in Bastar alone, the BJP leading in 8, the Congress in just 3, the CPI in 1. And the smaller party, the Amar party, is damaging the Congress. The the sense is that the Congress in the tribal belts is where they are taking the hit this time. And once you take a hit in the tribal belt, that's where that pivoted the Congress into victory last time. Now you're finding the Congress struggling, which is why even the likes of T.S. Singh Deo are trailing despite having 50% of the vote. I won't be surprised now if the BJP wins Chhattisgarh. It is 3-1 possibly.
And that would be a big victory because they were never really in the race in Telangana. So if your BJP is able to win all the 3 states in the Hindi heartland,
just a repeat of 2018.
What could have happened?
Reverse of 2018.
But the interesting thing could be that this could make 2024 that much simple and clear. There's been unpredictability around the verdict today. But if this is the way it shapes up, 2024 becomes that much more settled from a BJP point of view.
It also affects intra-India alliance dynamics.
India alliance is in trouble.
No, the dynamics within the alliance also change.
The Congress will be chastened. The other allies will say, we told you you can't beat the BJP in a head-on-head fight, so please back off and give us some space.
But as per sources, already an India Alliance meeting has been called on the 6th.
What's the point of this alliance?
This morning.
What is the entire
Ajay Alok of the Bharatiya Janata Party now joins us. Ajay, 50 leads at this moment for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. Not just is the BJP sweeping Madhya Pradesh, winning Rajasthan. If you end up winning Chhattisgarh, you would have swept the heartland.
Well, Rahul, the trends are very encouraging, and we always knew it right from the beginning. Though the whole media in the country was not ready to believe that we are doing good in Chhattisgarh or we'll sweep Madhya Pradesh. Everybody was saying Rajasthan, okay, but Madhya Pradesh is tough. Chhattisgarh, no way. Everybody was saying. But we on the ground always knew that, yes, we are going to come. Because people understood this matchbox concept of Congress government, what they were operating in Chhattisgarh. The whole matchbox theory. Congress, corruption. Corruption, money. Money going to Naxals and money going for conversion. This whole thing happened in Bastar, and that was the reason that today Bastar has replied them. And that's what we were saying, that this complete matchbox concept of the Congress governance is going to cost them, and it has costed Chhattisgarh a lot. Like I've always said, Chhattisgarh pe 36 war kiye Congress ne. It will take time for them to heal.
what
if-
you're talking
I
about is
hope
the
this
Bastar region.
gets
It's often said that the power to Raipur goes from Bastar. 12 seats in Bastar. At this moment, the BJP is leading on 8 of those. It had only won the last time. The Congress is leading only on 3, down 8. And if Chhattisgarh is also in the BJP's kitty, do you think it makes Ajay Alok the path to 2024 that much clearer from the BJP's perspective?
Well, see, Bastar has a lot of importance because Bastar is essentially all the 12 seats except for one. Everything is ST seat. But in Chhattisgarh, if you look overall in totality, the 90 Vidhan Sabha seats, every seat of 90 Vidhan Sabha has around 15 to 25,000 of ST population. So the voice from Bastar, it resonates in whole Chhattisgarh. This is the truth. And that's what has happened. And let's wait for 1 more hour and I think the picture will be much more clearer.
Is an interesting case study when you squeeze other leaders, like some Arvind Netam, veteran Congress leader, left the party, formed his own Adivasi group. And Bhupesh Baghel was convinced, overconfidence, was convinced 3 months ago he's winning the election. So he didn't make any attempt to accommodate these leaders. They accommodated T.S. Singh Dev as Deputy Chief Minister in July this year. He felt resentful, or his supporters felt resentful. There was supposed to be a rotational chief ministership. And he spoke in Chhattisgarh, and if these numbers hold, that Mr. Baghel was a concentration of power. Everything was rooted, all his own bureaucrats, his principal, one of his key secretaries is behind bars for the last 1 year in the coal levy scam. So there was corruption allegation. Then the Mahadev betting scam happens just on the eve of the elections. And I think somewhere the sense went that Mr. Baghel is not inclusive enough. You have to be that. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, for all his other failings, has never given the impression ki main hi hu. He's always given the impression ki, I'm one of many. So I think Mr. Baghel, if these numbers hold, serious doubts over the way the Congress has run the campaign, and all full marks to the BJP for the way they've transformed their fortunes in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan, they were expected to win, but these 2 states are the 2 states that will give them lots of satisfaction if these numbers hold. And I think Bastar is where the Congress, the tribal belt, made huge mistakes. You didn't take a stand on religious conversion. You didn't take a stand on Tendu leaf pickers. You didn't take a stand when your leaders were leaving you. You paid the price
Rajiv,
for it.
can I make a point? Like now, if you look at these 4 states,
yes,
in 3 states, incumbents are losing. Only in MP, the incumbent is likely to come back to power, which basically tells you something about the whole sort of like thing we make about welfare schemes as if that's the only way they work. Welfare schemes also get offset by how incumbents perform on what issues, some things that you are mentioning about Chhattisgarh. Similarly, in Rajasthan, there were issues about scam students, like paper leak, all those kind of things. In Telangana, there were similar issues. So welfare schemes can only work if your performance on other metrics is also doing well.
And I may be wrong here.
In Madhya Pradesh also, I think there are a lot of things. There are a lot of sort of undercurrent was there. It's a BJP organization. This thing, influence of the, so to say, the Sangh Parivar, religious polarization. All these things also play a very
And I'll
big
tell
role.
you a game changer that the BJP did in Chhattisgarh. 1 month ago, they announced a scheme of 12,000 rupees for women. This, and our numbers of Pradeep were showing it. Women voters, I keep maintaining, Rahul, there will never be a state which you will win without the woman voter anymore in India. And the BJP closed the gap, and actually in Pradeep's poll is leading among women voters.
And Rajiv did not announce a farm loan waiver because the Congress
announced one.
for the second time around knew they were in trouble, announced a farm loan waiver like they did in 2018. The BJP didn't do that, but came back with a 12,000 rupees for married women.
That's right. They've come for that. They've also given, of course, let's be honest, the BJP has also announced a slew of promises in Chhattisgarh, especially for the farmers. When it comes to MSP, they say we will double it. So all of that is there. But if your delivery systems work, even basic delivery systems, you have half a chance. But without that, simply announcing freebies is not going to work.
Because welfare is now
Like Ashok Gehlot did.
minimum expectations of citizens. You don't do anything for 5 years. If you are not going to provide welfare, you are not even in the race. But that, like, this is just to stand in the race. After that, you have to get other things also right to be able to win elections.
And I just wonder, if it remains 3-1, what happens to the India Alliance and the Congress leading into 2024?
Congress should have crushed it today to have any chance, because anyway you're going to have the Modi factor playing much more in the Lok Sabha, Congress should have not just won, it should have crushed it to have any chance. And this is, we'll analyze why this happened, but you let a pilot, Sachin Pilot, not be happy. You let Scindia go. All these mistakes will add up or not. One day.
But come on, Rashid, why does this people of Congress? 1 minute.
Yeah.
The Congress is calling, I'm told, on the 6th, once an India alliance meeting. Does it go much weakened? Now they can't dictate terms. Otherwise, there was a feeling if the Congress wins 3 states, they'll dictate terms to the India alliance. Now the Congress has to introspect if these are the numbers.
I think we must have one set of rules. I mean, if there is no correlation between state elections and central elections, suddenly when Congress loses, it becomes there is a direct correlation. Key part is that out of the 65 seats from these 3 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, the BJP is already sitting on 62 seats. So it cannot improve upon it unless it gets all 65 seats. The key point there, of course, India alliances, they're co-partners, they're co-equals. It's a media narrative that the Congress wants to play Big Brother.
Rajdeep, if I could,
please do.
The internal, whatever Rashid Bhai may say, the internal dynamics of the India alliance do change. If the Congress had won Madhya Pradesh, let's say, won Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, then the pressure on, let's say, Arvind Kejriwal to do a deal with the Congress in Delhi would have been much stronger.
Yes.
Now that pressure has been relieved.
No, and where does it leave Preeti Rahul Gandhi? We spoke about Rahul Gandhi, his Bharat Jodo Yatra and the impact it has. We spoke about how he's been pushing for a caste census. If these numbers hold, Rahul Gandhi in the Hindi heartland just doesn't, or the Congress
But he's
organization.
admitted it himself that he doesn't really get the Hindi heartland. He said it in so many words. But having said that, Rajdeep, but Rajdeep, exactly.
Then you don't
having
get
said
India
that,
then, right?
No,
In a
no,
way.
no. 1 second. Let me finish. Let me finish. Having said that, I would think where Telangana is concerned, as Rahul Gandhi's failed miserably to connect with the voters in a state like Madhya Pradesh, going on and harping about the caste census and the OBC, similarly in Rajasthan, what he's done well, and you must give him credit, Rajdeep, as we tell him, as we say that he's done badly in the Hindi heartland, is that the Telangana election, he is on the ticket on that election as well. It's Revanth Reddy's and his jointly. This is possibly the first election that Rahul Gandhi has won on his name. He didn't do it in Karnataka. He's possibly done it here.
I'm sorry, folks.
Possibly.
I'm sorry, folks. Today, the Congress can clutch on to Telangana. It's an important win. But today is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Let's be very clear. It is BJP's day out if these numbers hold. Now that they are leading even in Chhattisgarh, we don't know. Chhattisgarh could still go down to the wire. It could still be a super over. 48 is playing 41, lots of small. But as of now, clearly in the Hindi heartland, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress is messaging not working.
Where you talk about the India alliance, where the Congress completely got it wrong. For example, even in the state like Madhya Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party is not a big player, but influences at least 6 to 8 seats in the Bundelkhand region. What they could have done was tie up when the Samajwadi Party wanted a tie up there. Because in the
do you think it would have made any material difference?
Rashid Tadbhai, I'll give you an example. In the last election, if you look at it, there were 6 seats where the Samajwadi Party polled in more than the winning margin. This time around, we don't know what the margin is. But look at the numbers. Look at the numbers right now. BJP is at 146. If they had tied in...
That is my point. See, Preeti, if you look at that map of Rajasthan, you look at, Madhya Pradesh, and you look at region-wise, the Congress is nowhere. Nowhere means nowhere. So I don't think this, Samajwadi Party would have mattered.
That's the dharma of an alliance, no?
Can I just make a point here? The fact is, if these numbers hold, Himachal Pradesh will be the only state, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, north of the Vindhyas where the Congress is in power. It's in alliance in Jharkhand, but that's the nature of the map of India. North India is completely Congress mukt. Similarly, South India is BJP mukt. Now, what does that mean, particularly with delimitation coming a couple of years down the line? We don't know. Raman Singh of Chhattisgarh, Dr. Raman Singh, and Dr. Saab, I remember meeting him and he said, मैं आपको पेड़े खिलाऊंगा, मैं 12 बजे आपके प्रोग्राम पे आऊंगा 3 तारीख को. Dr. Saab, if you are watching, you had said 12 बजे आप आओगे, आप 50 तक पहुंच गए हो. You're 5 above the halfway mark. Raman Singh ji is talking to the media. Listen in.
पार्टी जब जो जवाबदारी दी है उसका क्रियान्वयन मैं करता रहा हूँ. आगे क्या जवाबदारी देगी पार्टी के नेता तय करेंगे.
ये 9 मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं अभी.
ये पूरी सरकार पीछे चल रही है. जब मुख्यमंत्री 2 राउंड में पीछे हो गया, इसका मतलब ये बता दिया कि जनमत उनके खिलाफ.
दावे कर रहे थे, कई तरह के दावे थे. 75 बार तो आपने अभी भी कहा है.
75 की बात कर रहे थे और मैं कल भी आपको कहा था, मैंने आंकड़े भी बताए थे कि कांग्रेस कहां तक जाएगी और वो 40 भी क्रॉस नहीं कर पाएगी.
रिसेंट ट्रेंड में बीजेपी आगे बढ़ती दिख रही है, करीबन 42 से 43 सीट, क्या कारण है?
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में शहरी और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में स्पष्ट रुझान है और ये वोटों में जनता की आक्रोश परिलक्षित हुआ है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो आज रुझान दिख रहा है वो निश्चित रूप से आगे बढ़ के सरकार बनाने में सफल होगी।
एमपी और राजस्थान में भी काफी बढ़त दिख रही है।
तीनों राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएगी। मुद्दे स्पष्ट रूप से 3 मुद्दों पे हमने बात किया था। कांग्रेस के वादे खिलाफी जन घोषणा पत्र का क्रियान्वयन नहीं कर पाए, पहला सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा था। भूपेश का भ्रष्टाचार दूसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था और तीसरा बड़ा मुद्दा था विकास के सारे काम ठप पड़ गए थे। इन 3 मुद्दों को लेकर और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो घोषणा पत्र जारी किया, मोदी जी की गारंटी एक सबसे बड़ा विश्वास था।
सर, महिलाओं का वोटिंग परसेंटेज काफी ज्यादा रहा। क्या लीकर बैन का जो उनका मुद्दा था, जो वो प्रॉमिस किए थे, वो
महिलाओं के 12,000 रुपया मासिक देने की योजना और महिलाओं को सम्मान के साथ 500 रुपया गैस सिलेंडर में देने की बात और 18 लाख आवास देने की बात, इन मुद्दों को लेकर उनके अंदर बात आई।
Former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, and the interesting thing is, when he comes out in this fashion, he is in some ways staking claim. He was never really projected. The likes of Arun Sahu or maybe even an O.P. Chaudhary, Braj Mohan Agarwal, those are the kind of faces the BJP put out. But Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Raman Singh both coming out and staking claim. And it's very clear from these numbers at this moment that it could be 3-0 in the Hindi heartland. Bad news. Somebody sent Rashid Kidwai a message. The Laddus are leaving the Congress office, it seems.
या वो कह रहे उसकी मिठास चली गई।
मिठास चली गई कि लड्डू भी गए?
यार, but the message to the Congress, again and again you celebrate prematurely at 7 in the morning. Who brings laddus to the party office? And let me tell you this, 2 months ago, the BJP looked in trouble in both Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Look at how they worked there. In Chhattisgarh, they concentrated on the Sahu Samaj. They concentrated on bringing back Raman Singh into the fold. So you had an older leadership as well, which was being looked after. They targeted the woman voter consciously. They targeted Bhupesh Baghel on corruption, put up a strong candidate against Bhupesh Baghel. A lot of micromanagement, Rahul. The difference I maintain between the Congress and the BJP, especially in the Hindi heartland, organizationally and micromanagement, is much better. The Congress, on the other hand, thought Chhattisgarh is a done deal, and the Congress thought, or so thought Kamal Nath, that Madhya Pradesh is a done deal. You paid for your overconfidence, and the BJP is just too strong an election machine to be ever, to be ever thought that you can pummel them into submission. Karnataka
and Kamal Nath rebuffed SP for even 4 or 5 seats.
Ye kaun hai ye Akhilesh Vakilesh? I mean, you can't talk like this. Kaun hai ye Akhilesh
During
Vakilesh?
the recent Diwali Milan, and then once again over dinner recently, I had a long conversation with Home Minister Amit Shah around his level of confidence for Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. And I said that the polls seem to suggest a much tighter fight. What gives you this confidence? And what Amit Shah said, I think, is very important for viewers to understand what seems to have happened in these states. He says, if the poll shows that 100 people are voting for the Congress, listen carefully to what I'm saying, it's not wrong. That could really be what the poll shows. Maybe 80 people are voting for the BJP in that poll, and that poll is correct. He says the limitation with the poll is that the poll doesn't account for how many people the party can bring out on polling day to the booth and get them to vote. So if 100 said they were voting for the Congress, but only 70 showed up, 30 who said they wanted to vote for Congress didn't go to the polling booth, did not vote, the Congress gets only 70. But if 80 said they wanted to vote for the BJP, but if the BJP is able to pull out, say, 75 of them, you are still 75 versus 70 on counting day. He says that's the one thing the pollsters cannot account for. My ability, the party's ability to bring voters to the polling booth on polling day. That is the big difference. If the Congress is losing Chhattisgarh at this moment, it is the micromanagement of the BJP that's helped them. If they're winning that big in Madhya Pradesh, it's their ability to manage this election. The Congress in Telangana is doing well, but in the Hindi heartland, the direct power versus the BJP, the Congress has been bested at the hustings.
Except for the 2018 election, show me one election in the Hindi heartland, and now I'm going back to a decade and more, where the Congress has bested the BJP. Where is it? In the Hindi heartland, where the Congress has bested the BJP. You've seen what's happened in Uttar Pradesh over the years. The Congress is a completely fringe figure. In Rajasthan, they won last time and they lost this time. They'll say it's rotational chief minister. Chalo, we'll give you that. And every 5 years, the government changes. Madhya Pradesh, how can you go, you believed that you had the state for the grabs, you lose it. Chhattisgarh, you are overconfident thinking Bhupesh Baghel won by a 2/3 majority last time. Jitna bhi kam hoga, 15-20 kam ho jayenge. I spoke to a congressman 3 days ago. I said, Chhattisgarh mein kya hai? 50-55 to aane hi hai, uske upar aayenge to acha. How? नहीं, last time थोड़ा कम हुआ है लेकिन इतना नहीं. That means you have not done your micro level management. You should have accommodated an Arvind Netam. You should have accommodated local leaders. Unless you do your local level management, as you said, Rahul, the last time, correct me if I'm wrong, the Congress has won 2 consecutive governments. 2 consecutive governments, mean re-elected. Is Tarun Gogoi
in a big state,
in a big state,
2011.
In 2011.
Mukul Sangma
When
in
was the
2013.
last time the Congress has defeated anti-incumbency and won? Only Tarun Gogoi last in 2011. That means for the last 12 years, whenever you win also, you know how to grab defeat from the jaws of
just
victory.
as far as trivia is concerned, there was also Mukul Sangma in 2013 and Ibobi Singh was at that time in the
state
Congress in 2012.
to Digvijay Singh in 98.
No, so there is a problem.
No. Before that, there was Sheila Dixit.
Here.
No, but isn't
Sheila
there a
Dixit,
no, no, but
2008.
Rahul,
I love election trivia, so don't mess
no,
with
but
my
Rahul
election
Kanwal,
trivia.
isn't there a question to be asked that if you cannot, the BJP is able every now and then to get its governments re-elected. They did it in Uttar
Every
Pradesh.
now and then, they're doing it again and again.
Uttar
Every now
Pradesh,
and then is not the right way to
Uttar
put it.
Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana are all examples where the BJP has shown the power to get their governments re-elected. So they are able to best anti-incumbency by a mix of welfareism, decent governance in some instances, and the micromanagement that you spoke about. On the other hand, the Congress party has not been able to do it for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And then therefore the charge will be Sarkar banti hai, and then you are arrogant in power. Sarkar to ban gayi, ab rahegi.
No, Rajiv, but you look at this way. You see, if you trust, regional leadership of Kamal Nath, Bhupesh Baghel, and Ashok Gehlot, you are accused of, not doing anything. If you take everything in control, you say there is over centralization, and there are a lot of factors. It's not simple. Look at welfareism. Ashok Gehlot did try to do that. Bhupesh Baghel tried. It failed. Maybe there is a lot of undercurrent for Ram Temple and all. I mean, we do not know why the BJP is winning with such a big margin. In Madhya
I mean,
Pradesh.
is it undercurrent for Ram Temple, Rahul Verma, or is it that the Congress simply is unable to handle power? Once they are in power, the accusation is they become ATM machines. I mean, their governments are used to simply finance other governments.
If you look at Rajasthan, to be fair to Ashok Gehlot, he's been chief minister 3 times. He's run reasonable governments.
Yeah.
But it is the nature of he's run reasonable governments, to be fair to him.
He's run reasonable governments. There are
It
people
is the
today.
nature of a bipolar polity that he loses.
No, I'll tell you what happened. And Preeti, you'll remember this. The youth of Rajasthan, any young man I met said, "Dekhiye paper leak kaisa hota hai." Koi
But Rajdeep,
kisi
can
ke
I be
khilaf
honest?
karwai
Can I
nahi.
be honest? I've traveled all across Gujarat as well, and at that time, paper leaks was a huge issue. Did they vote on it? No. To be honest,
In
I
Madhya
don't
Pradesh-
think the vote has really come on paper leak. And to give Gehlot at 72, Gehlot has lost miserably the last time he was 21.
Rajdeep,
But
Yeah, go ahead.
First point, in Indian politics, you are always going to see more people unhappy with any government than you are going to see happy. It's just the nature of politics. That's why it's called as cost of ruling. I think even we were all thinking that BJP has a state problem and Modi has to come every time to pull up the state. In fact, these elections are showing that BJP is a very agile and a very, very adaptive
it's more
party,
cohesive,
right?
Rajdeep.
And they basically change what you call micromanage or micro detailing. They plan much more like perhaps as Australia planned against India in the World Cup finals. They not just outplayed, but they had outthought about what the soil is going to look like,
You're equating India with
No, but the
Congress. I think
central,
they're going
the
to be a lot of
central
outrage.
leadership in the Congress doesn't really work with the state leadership. It's happened at various levels. You had, in Madhya Pradesh, I remember 3 or 4 of Rahul Gandhi's rallies were cancelled because he just wasn't popular enough. You had murmurs within the Congress local unit that Kamal Nath wasn't listening to the central leadership. When you look at Rajasthan, Gehlot ran this campaign practically on his own. Could Sachin Pilot have been better accommodated? Definitely. You could see all was not well, even though Rahul Gandhi was going to Rajasthan. You could see that all's not well in that unit.
Okay, so the big story at this moment, a BJP wave in the heartland. 152 out of 300, 230 in Madhya Pradesh, 106 out of 199 in Rajasthan, and now a convincing 52 out of 90. The Bharatiya Janata Party is taking claim to 2024 already with a very sound performance in the Hindi heartland. Jaiveer Singh joins us now from the BJP. Jaiveer, a big victory for the BJP in the Hindi heartland. Chhattisgarh initially seemed a bit tricky, but now as the rounds get counted, settling in quite comfortably in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Rahul, good morning. It is going to be balle balle for the Bharatiya Janata Party in all the three states. The dhol and the laddu celebration is going to come into the BJP's camp. The question is, what will happen to all the laddus which the Congress party ordered? Number two, the clear message is that Mr. Rahul Gandhi's politics of abusing the Prime Minister, appeasement and betraying the voter has been outrightly rejected. Let's not forget, he conducted the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. The Bharat Jodo Yatra has proven to be voter Todo Yatra for the Congress party as far as these two states are concerned. Chhattisgarh, it is not surprising. The voter was feeling upset. The Mr. Baghel has only filled the coffers of the AICC High Command rather than putting something in the jholi of the voter, and the result is in front of you. Another message is clear that for 2024, ye dil maange more, Modi Sarkar once more. In 2018, BJP did not open an account. The score was 5-0 and the result was in front of you in 2019. Now imagine what will happen when BJP has three states in 2024. Will the Congress be only relegated to a regional party? I think the day is not far.
Can I ask you this, Jaiveer, because you are well placed to answer this question. What's the difference between the Congress and the BJP? You worked in the Congress, you worked in the BJP. What's the single biggest difference, according to you, between the two parties?
Rajiv, allow me two differences. Number one, BJP knows the art how to win a losing battle. Congress knows the art how to lose a winning battle. Congress fights the elections on Twitter. Congress fights the election on the feedback of psychophans. Congress fights the election on the feedback of secretaries and OSDs. BJP and Prime Minister fight the election by putting their ear on the ground, by real-time ground pulse, and never taking anything for granted. In Congress, even before the election is announced, there is a fight about post of Chief Minister, who will get the cabinet ministership, which PN secretary, which accommodate which individual, who will go for the swearing-in ceremony. In Bharatiya Janata Party, we take each day as it comes. We fight the same election from panchayat to parliament in the same passion. And last difference, Radeep, and I must say that because I spent a considerable time in the Congress party. In BJP, the respect of the worker is paramount. And that respect is the reason their blood and sweat that today the BJP's Vijay Rath is entering all the three states. In Congress, the respect of worker is not in Congress's lexicon. It is only a one-way traffic.
You know, all your arguments are well taken, but with one caveat that 5 years ago, all these three states were won by the Congress. So we could have said the reverse then about the Congress party. I'm just saying that in politics, the point we were making, once the Congress comes to power, it's unable to retain power. The BJP is able to make comebacks in these states. Why do you think the Congress struggles to retain power?
I think, Radeep, you know, in politics, I'm very well aware, someday you're the pigeon and someday you're the statue. The issue is, the minute Congress wins an election, they take the next win for granted, and it's a hands-up approach. It's a complete surrender approach. Congress के भाग्य भरोसे और भगवान भरोसे चुनाव लड़ना शुरू कर देती है और मेहनत करनी छोड़ देती है. Look what is happening in Karnataka. They have won with a decisive mandate. There are allegations, stink of corruption coming from that state already. Infighting in that state has started already. Congress focuses more on their internal fiscal management and fixing management rather than delivering to the voters. BJP does not take any win for granted. One win does not ensure us a win in the second. That is the mantra we go in. We fight every election with the same sarfaroshi and shiddat from panchayat to parliament. You saw Mr. Amit Shah putting up posters in municipal elections in Hyderabad. I have never seen that culture in Congress party. And that is the major
So
difference.
two things have changed from the last time. One, the Congress's lead in Telangana, which had reached 73, is now down to 67. In Rajasthan, the lead of the BJP, which was 104, 105, is now up to 110. Chhattisgarh is 47 versus 42. And I want to take the margin calculator to see if Chhattisgarh is settled or is Chhattisgarh still tight. So, again, as I said, this level of analytics, nobody can do anywhere on national television. 63 seats in Chhattisgarh at this time, where the margin is less than 500 votes, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 500, 63 such seats. The BJP leading on 30, the Congress leading on 32. So at this moment, if anybody is dancing in Chhattisgarh, I'd say just give it some more time, at least 1 or 2 more hours for these leads to settle. How many seats have a margin of less than 1,000? 68 such seats. 34 of those for the BJP, 33 of those for the Congress. Chhattisgarh is on a knife's edge at this moment. Very, very tight. In Rajasthan, though, the BJP's lead is increasing. The one place where one party or one platform is winning without any contest is the live concurrent data, where India Today's lead continues to increase over all our competition. India Today now almost thrice the viewership of our next rival, which is Times Now, Republic at third, NDTV, CNN, beyond, they're like way low. Nowhere in any polling that's happening at this time is the lead quite as much. Remember, this also in some ways is live counting data, and this counting data, Chetan, clearly shows that India Today's lead is almost thrice. You could add up Times Now and Republic, they still wouldn't get to anywhere near India.
Before Chetan comes in, can I crack a joke?
80. No, Rajdeep, I think you can add all of them and they still won't come to India Today.
You see, since you have advertised this program as double engine, right? अब बीजेपी का डबल इंजन क्लियर है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी और अमित शाह. हमारा डबल इंजन कौन है? Who is Narendra Modi? Who is Amit Shah? Chetan,
who do you want to be?
Who do I want to be in my next life?
No, if you had to choose between the roles between the both of you.
If I had to, Rahul, you go first. You want to be Amit Shah or Narendra Modi? Come on. Come on.
I refuse to. You know, this is like somebody's laying out a banana peel. They're saying walk over the banana. Why will I walk over the banana?
You want to be Amit Shah or Narendra Modi?
I refuse. That's like a swinging ball.
No, you just say, I'm a humble worker of the party. That's the answer.
संगठन का कार्यकर्ता. मैं संगठन का कार्यकर्ता हूँ. No such delusion.
And you know, BJP has done, I know it is Congress's Telangana, let's give it to them fair and square, but they have, people said BJP will be nowhere in Telangana. They're at 7 seats, they were 1 last time. The vote share must have increased. They're probably going to increase their Lok Sabha tally there. They are doing really well in the Hindi heartland. I mean, whatever it is, the Congress has, like the gentleman before was saying, taken their success for granted.
No, but look at that. They erased the Lok Sabha tally the last time. I doubt if they can increase the vote share in the Hindi heartland. They were 10% nearly.
I actually thought
Telangana a lot happening. Telangana, only 5 out of the 15 ministers are leading. The 10 of them are trailing, including KCR, who is in 3rd position in Kamareddy.
That's very embarrassing for him. So let me go across to Telangana.
He's trailing by, I mean,
show that to our viewers for a moment.
Raven's lead is to
the key candidates of Telangana. The chief minister, how the mighty have fallen in Telangana. K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy is trailing. He's leading in Gajwel. His son K.T. Rama Rao is leading. Bandi Sanjay Kumar, who used to head the BJP, is leading in Karimnagar. Revant Reddy is leading against the chief. Now, just imagine, Revant Reddy is up against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Kamareddy. I asked him, you're taking a panga, why are you doing this? He currently is leading, and that is quite
a big... There's a story there, because KCR's strength is Gajwel. That's where he dominates. Why did he choose a second constituency? The first sign of weakness is when you choose a second constituency, and the first sign of strength is when the opposition leader is ready to say, okay, you're contesting the second place, I'll come and take you on.
There are 2 reasons why he chose Kamareddy. One, of course, he says that's the constituency where I was born, number 1. Number 2, He wanted to influence Nizamabad, where his daughter is going to stand for election in 2024. It's the adjoining
Sure, but when you
constituency.
start contesting 2 seats, it's the first sign of some weakness. And when your opposition is willing to take you on there, it gives a sense
You
to
didn't
the rest
expect
of the
that
cadre.
because the local Kamareddy MLA was not a strong candidate. There's another interesting development happening. BJP, 7 seats leading. Now, where are they leading? Apart from their usual places where they could have led, Nizamabad urban and Armoor. Now, both these constituencies have a sizable Muslim population. So, what is happening in Nizamabad district is interesting.
So we can show the 7 BJP leads. They're leading in Adilabad, Alampur, Armoor, Gosha Mahal, Karimnagar and Maheshwaram, and Achampet, which is a reserved Dalit seat. Those are the 7 BJP leads. The Congress is leading on 69. That's up 50. And if you see, the Congress has leads in the north, the Congress has leads, except in the south, where the Congress doesn't seem to have done quite as well. In central, which is a bit surprising, frankly.
Because Mehboob Nagar is where Revanth Reddy is contesting from district.
So we can come once again to some of the VIP seats of Telangana. Madhu Gaud Yashki is leading in Lal Bahadur Nagar. Revanth Reddy is winning on his second seat as well. Itla Rajendran training in Gajwel to K. Chandrasekhar Rao. The nephew of Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Harish Rao, is leading in Siddipet. This ball out of the park. If this is a semi-final, at this moment, 325 leads for the BJP.
Okay, we are predicting one more state. We can say now with some comfort that the BJP will form the government in Jaipur. Rajasthan's reverse of governments changing every 5 years will be maintained. The BJP now a comfortable 40, almost 50 seats ahead of the Congress. We can say with some comfort that the BJP will form the next government in Jaipur. So BJP forming a government in Jaipur, BJP forming a government in Bhopal, Congress set to form a government in Hyderabad. It is Chhattisgarh where the issue, as Rahul showed with that margin calculator, is still up in the air. Lots of seats still under 500 and the margin between the two leaders in single digits. Let's go to Nagarjun Dwarkanath, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Nagarjun, as always, knew where the winner was, and he's been at Revanth Reddy's house over the last few days. Nagarjun, you seem to pick the winner, whether it's in Karnataka or in Hyderabad. You know where the winner is. Where is Revanth Kadu?
Rajdeep, could you please repeat the question? It's too loud. You are unable to hear you. Can you please repeat the question?
My question is very simple. What is it that, how is it that you managed to find yourself always with the winner? I remember about 6 months ago, you were outside Siddharamaia's residence. This time you're outside Revanth Reddy. Is it a done deal that only Revanth will now be the chief minister? And why, did you have some inkling right from the beginning?
Helps to be a pilot.
Rajdeep, in fact, when I moved to Hyderabad in September, it was clear-cut the cadres were behind Revanth Reddy, and also when you have off-record chat with him, you know the way leader is thinking, you know the confidence, that where the confidence is coming from and the strategy they're doing. In fact, I've met all the 3 parties here, but it was Revanth Reddy who had all the confidence within the Congress party that I kept asking him, how do you manage to get 19 to 60? It's impossible because it should be a tsunami, and on ground when we go to people, they are still undecided. What Revanth Reddy used to, you have to look at it as a fresh elections. Everyone starts from 0 and not from 19. KCR is at 0, we are at 0. Both are starting afresh, and this is a fresh election. You can't carry forward the previous seat, is what he used to say. But look at the celebrations already. They have decided that he's going to be the chief minister, at least his followers. They're celebrating with crackers, they're celebrating with dolls, flags at Revanth Reddy's house. And of course, India Today is also here to cover all the color. And I'll try my best to get his interview first, like how we got Siddharamaiah, like how we got Mr. Basuraj Bommai.
So, Raman Singh is speaking to our correspondent in Raipur. I want to go across and see if we can catch that interview. Here it is.
पीएससी की भर्ती और महिलाओं के साथ जिस प्रकार का काम हुआ, जिस प्रकार घोषणा करके शराबबंदी की महिला को छल किया, ये उसका नतीजा है।
क्या लगता है आपको कौन कौन से इश्यूज, करप्शन को आप पूरे 5 सालों तक उठाते रहे, बेरोजगारी को आप उठाते रहे, लेकिन गांवों में जैसा कहा जा रहा था कि कांग्रेस पार्टी अच्छा करेगी, ऐसा भी होता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है, तो क्या लगता है आपको कौन से इश्यूज हैं जो आपके फेवर में जिन्होंने काम किया?
गांव में और शहर में जबरदस्त रूप से भूपेश के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनकी नीतियों के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, उनके कार्य पद्धति के खिलाफ आक्रोश था, और उसको आज जो रुझान दिख रहा है वही उसका नतीजा है।
आपके पड़ोसी राज्य में भी जो भाजपा है वो अच्छा कर रही है, लगातार आप 5वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री बनने की तैयारी में है शिवराज जी भी।
शिवराज जी को भी बधाई दूंगा, राजस्थान को भी, सारे कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई दूंगा। राजस्थान में, मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, तीनों जगह भारतीय जनता पार्टी का परचम लहरा रहा है। इसका यदि क्रेडिट एक लाइन में दूं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजनाएं, प्रधानमंत्री जी की गारंटी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी और माननीय अमित शाह जी ने, माननीय प्रदेश राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने, जिस प्रकार नड्डा जी ने मेहनत किया, उसका नतीजा तीनों राज्यों का रिजल्ट है।
सस्ता सिलेंडर देना और जो मैदारी योजना है, आपको लगता है कि ये सब चीजें भी लोगों में गई और इनका फायदा मिला आपको?
निश्चित रूप से महिलाओं के लिए 12,000 के देने की योजना का असर हुआ, और किसानों को 31 रुपये में धान खरीदी का वादा और 2 साल का बोनस।
मेरे सामने मिठाई रखी हुई है, मैं जाऊंगा, मेरे कैमरा पसंद दिखाएं। आपको खिलाएगा आला कमान और दोबारा से मुख्यमंत्री पद पे आसीन करेगा? 15 साल आप रहे।
मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी का बनेगा, ये तय हो चुका है। कौन बनेगा ये चेहरा विधायक दल तय करेगा।
कब होगी बैठक?
आज हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता आएंगे शाम को और एक बार बैठ के चर्चा करेंगे।
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। ये थे डॉक्टर रमन सिंह।
You have to. That's Chief Minister Raman Singh. 47 leads for the BJP, 41 for the Congress. I want to walk across to the election intelligence dashboard and give our viewers a sense of whether Chhattisgarh is settling in or could there be a twist in the tail. If BJP wins Chhattisgarh, it's 3-1. In the heartland, it's 3-0. That's a big win for the BJP. So it's Chhattisgarh which will determine whether the match ends in a 2-2 draw or it ends in a big victory. And the margin calculator is very important in determining where things stand at this moment. In the live data feed that we are getting, there are 63 seats at this moment where the margin between the winner and the runner-up is less than 500 votes. The BJP is leading on 31.
Super over. You and I want one super over, given the way the other 3 elections have gone, where we predicted who's forming a government in Hyderabad, in Bhopal, and in Jaipur. But in Raipur, I think all bets are off. And remember, others are now 2. One of them is Hamar, I'm told. That's the Adivasi party, which is leading in 1. The other one is BSP. So what you have possibly in Chhattisgarh is, we've been talking about resorts and post-poll politics. I don't think many people expected that Chhattisgarh would throw it. Most people thought Rajasthan. I think that's where the polls have gone wrong. But Chhattisgarh is a tightly contested fight, except for 2018. Go back to 2003. Every election in Chhattisgarh, vote shares between parties have been within the margin of error of 3%. So you could see either of these two sides emerging victorious at the moment. The BJP looks in pole position, and I still think that you could have an election that goes to a super over. But it again shows the sharp rise in BJP's fortunes.
You can see that on the map.
Look at where the Congress from 68, Congress is down to 40.
Rajdeep,
and the BJP's come up from 50
instead
to
of
48.
words, it's best illustrated through this data visualization. Look at this map from 2018 of Chhattisgarh. Look at how blue dominates all the way from the south to the north. Come now to 2023, where there's been a saffron surge in Chhattisgarh, a big pushback against the kind of dominance the Congress had. The Congress clearly took their position for granted, thought Chhattisgarh was in the bag. The BJP in Chhattisgarh at this moment seems to have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. 49 versus 39. The BJP is engineering an election marvel at this moment in Chhattisgarh. This is election magic from a BJP perspective, Rajdeep.
No, I think, Rahul, it's a complete wave in that region. Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. It's a complete wave, and I don't see Congress forming government unless they have 48, 49, 50 in Chhattisgarh, because the others are not going to back Bhupesh Baghel at all. This is the thing. And I think there is a very strong it's a pro-Modi, pro-Hindutva, pro-Ram Mandir kind of wave, because it was not visible at the ground as such.
No, I think it is actually a belief that the BJP is a better organized party than the Congress.
Yeah.
You know, elections are increasingly about last mile organization and your micromanagement.
Who played better cricket? It's like sometimes, you know, it's like they just played better cricket.
That's right. No, and Rahul used the Australia analogy. The Australia analogy, when they played the final, they prepared for all conditions. They chose, you know, they had the right people at the right moment. Pat Cummins knew when to slow down the game. You put Travis Head at the top. I think the BJP is a part. One thing we don't. No, 1 minute. No, one thing you don't realize about the BJP, and this is the problem with a lot of people. There is an election machine that works right down. I think Jaiveer put it well. They are willing to be flexible. They realized that perhaps things were not going so well in Chhattisgarh a few months ago. They made those course corrections.
You know, I'm willing to bet that somewhere in the BJP office, in the top echelons, this week they will have a meeting on Telangana 2024.
And you know, they will hope with these numbers. A police officer just sent me a message saying, look, BJP will hope with BRS out of the picture seemingly, they will start occupying that space. Because the moment the Congress is in power, the Congress will now see Telangana as an ATM. And then you will, the BJP will try and capitalize on that.
Because the BJP always finds it easier to take on the Congress rather than a regional party.
That's right.
I want to argue with Pradeep about one point.
Yes.
So he talks about Ram Mandir. With due respect, where was Ram Mandir an issue in this election in Madhya Pradesh?
Mr. Ashok Malik, in every public meeting, Prime Minister spoke about it.
No, but where was it a contested
And there are a lot of Katha. No.
You
Look at the ground. See, as reporters, we don't like. I'm just telling you.
No,
and
I'm not
lot
suggesting Ram Mandir
of
was not spoken
Katha
about.
were out on the ground, and they were all kind of this thing. This campaign was very much there.
In Rajasthan, yes, Mr. Malik, not in Madhya Pradesh.
Not
But
in
in
Madhya
Rajasthan,
Pradesh.
It's been
yes.
going on
Not
for
in
months.
Madhya Pradesh.
You know, there were some pundits in our studio, some of them outside, who, when the initial trends were coming, were talking about how great a day today is going to be for Rahul Gandhi and how this is the comeback of Rahul Gandhi in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I mean, if this is the data that holds, it doesn't really show Rahul Gandhi, Rajdeep in very good light. I mean, because initially all the because everybody was making it Rahul Gandhi ne aisa kar diya, waisa kar diya. Now what?
Because there is a wave.
No, 1 minute. It's not-
Welfareism was bashed by Ashok Gehlot and Bhupesh Baghel. So welfareism is not a kind
Now,
of.
if it goes earlier, all of you were saying, "Oh, Rahul Gandhi's done this, done that. His credibility is much higher post the Bharat Jodo Yatra." Now, what's happened?
No, 1 minute. Can I just make this point? That Rahul Gandhi, Bharat Jodo Yatra, is working south of the Vindhyas where the Congress organization is already well established and the Congress is the principal challenger either to the regional party or the BJP. He has not offered any narrative. Let me finish. He has not offered any narrative which can shake up the Hindi heartland, where clearly Mr. Modi is Neta number one.
No, but 2 hours ago, the narrative in this studio was different.
No, not at
Everybody
all.
was talking about how great a job Rahul Gandhi has done. Now it's a big victory for Rahul
I'm
Gandhi.
saying it. You see, Rahul, I'm saying that Rahul Gandhi is this thing of Mohabbat ki dukaan has not clicked. वो दुकान बंद हो गई.
आप तो सुबह बोल रहे थे click कर गई.
No, the results have proved otherwise.
That's what I'm
Why
saying.
say
No,
that?
that's the problem with pop punditry.
No, it's not panditry. It's, you see, the thing was not when Prime Minister Modi was talking about, Ram temple issue, people thought it's not an issue, it's not finding traction. It shows that it has found traction. When Katha watchers were going town to town, city to city, village to village.
You can't say Madhya Pradesh has
Rahul,
been
I
won
don't think
with the
this
Ram Mandir.
election has anything to do with Ram Mandir or Hindutva. State elections are fought distinctively on local issues based on the quality sometimes of your local leadership, your organization of elections, your last mile connectivity. I have been saying this for the longest time that the Congress on all these fronts is weak in the Hindi
But Rajdeep,
heartland.
in the
And it's not just doing one Bharat Jodo Yatra is not going to repair the damage organizationally that you've had over 20 years in the Hindi heartland. On the other hand, just a minute, sir. Because let's be fair, in the southern part, we make sweeping statements either way. There are nuanced statements to be made. In the Hindi heartland, for the last 20 years, the BJP has been the dominant party. The Congress is organizationally weak. You can't recover it with one yatra. On the other hand, in South India, the Congress is organizationally more robust.
Come on, in Telangana they hardly had an organization before Karnataka. A lot of them are put together now.
You can't.
The point I'm making, because
Rahul,
Rajdeep,
you can't have it both ways and say South India, I will give no credit to the Congress, but I will give all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi heartland. I am giving all the credit to the BJP in the Hindi
you're totally
heartland. I am giving credit to the Congress.
You are misrepresenting what I'm saying. The point I'm making is that if they won in Telangana, it's because there was massive anti-incumbency against the state government. It was not a pro-Congress. It's not as if our pundits sitting on one side were making it seem as if Rahul Gandhi's led the party to power in Telangana. Here's what's happening at the BJP headquarters. Let's take a look at the images over there. In Bhopal, Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Telecom and IT Minister, he played a big role. This was one of his big Sangathan responsibilities.
He and Bhupendra Yadav.
He's been in Madhya Pradesh for a very long while. It's a big victory. 157 leads. Make no mistake, the biggest victory of all today is in Madhya Pradesh. And the reason for that is you are up against 4 terms of anti-incumbency. From there, for the Bharatiya Janata Party to pick up 157 seats is a phenomenal achievement that you simply cannot take away. The BJP, they're celebrating at its office. Ashwini Vaishnav, he's seen largely as a technocrat, suave minister. He's really been put out there in an attempt to try and up his organizational skills as well, given a tough challenge. This is Jyotiraditya Scindia. Lots was being said again about problems in integration. You can see the relief writ large on his face in Gwalior Chambal. I'll take you through those numbers. In Gwalior Chambal, the Bharatiya Janata Party has done very well, and that would give a lot of hope and a lot of respite to Jyotiraditya Scindia, who really was up against it if the party had not done well in Gwalior Chambal. In Gwalior Chambal, the BJP, in fact, 19 seats up from the last elections. In Bagelkhand, down 2, Bhopal up 1, Bundelkhand up 4. The biggest gains are coming from that Gwalior Chambal belt of Jyotiraditya Scindia, where the BJP is up 19. In Mahakaushal, they're up 15. In Malwa, they're up 17. In Nimar, they're up 4. The BJP really, Rajdeep, hitting it out of the park and making electoral history in Madhya Pradesh. So many terms of anti-incumbency when you're up against this, to get this verdict is a phenomenal achievement.
It shows that after Gujarat, possibly after Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh is going to be the next BJP dominant state, because you're going back to 2013 where the BJP had swept the state. And after the comeback that the Congress made in 2018, to be back to square one in a two-party state suggests to me BJP on the march in Madhya Pradesh. And remember, there are 29 seats in Madhya Pradesh Lok Sabha, 11 seats in Chhattisgarh. Add the 2 with these numbers and what you've had in Gujarat.
Let's listen to Ashwini Vaishnav.
BJP all the way.
काम किया है डबल इंजन कार के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के प्रति जो जन जन का विश्वास है, और जिस तरह से शिवराज जी की परफॉर्मेंस रही, काम हुआ है, उसके आज परिणाम सबके सामने है। संगठन ने जो काम किया उसके परिणाम सबके सामने है। बहुत अच्छी जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश के जनता को सबको बधाई।
सर, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी लीड मिल रही है सबको लेकर। Okay, that's Ashwini Vaishnav. His talk in the internal BJP circles, Ashok Malik, will also go up because he's largely seen as a technocrat kind of guy to now help the BJP.
He's held the organizational reins for an election and delivered.
It's also interesting how they upskill their own resources. So you don't want to present him only as a technocrat.
Sitting in Delhi, you send him out there and he's had to work hard. He's delivered. There's one point I'd like to make. We talk about Rahul Gandhi, Narendra Modi, individuals. And of course, individuals do matter. I'm not denying that. But there is something to be said about the party organization as well. In Chhattisgarh, the Congress is finding it difficult to defend a one-term government. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has defended a 20-year government and reinvented itself in a sense, because this election campaign in Madhya Pradesh has been very different from the last one.
I think, and particularly let's look at the last 5 years. You've had 2 years of COVID. When Shivraj Singh Chauhan took office, COVID had a lockdown had been declared. So they had 2 very difficult years. You come out of those 2 very difficult years and you're virtually facing a fresh election. So I think all credit to Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
And Chhattisgarh is also settling. Chhattisgarh, which for a while seemed tight. Ladies and gentlemen, Chhattisgarh seems to be settling in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let me take you through the numbers for Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the BJP now has 51 leads. The Congress has 36. Let me take you through what the seat share numbers in Chhattisgarh are looking like and what the new assembly in Chhattisgarh could look like. From a Congress wave in 2018, the BJP now coming back very strong. 36 seats up from the last time. If we look at some of the regions of Chhattisgarh and take you through how the party has done, it's often said the power map of Chhattisgarh really comes through Bastar, where the BJP is leading on 8, up 7 from the last time, the Congress only on 3. These were the seats where elections were held in the first phase. If I look only at the first phase, just for what it's worth, if I look only at the first phase of Chhattisgarh and show you the seat share in the first phase in Chhattisgarh, 11 wins, leads for the BJP, 8 for the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And if I look at the overall picture, if all these 638 seats are added up, the BJP 328, the Congress only 239, the BJP really hitting it out of the park in the semi-finals in a head-on-head fight against the Congress.
No, I think what you've got therefore is now a scenario where you've got 3 fault lines. One, old versus new electioneering. The BJP does new age electioneering. The Congress does old age electioneering.
In some places, they're also doing new age.
Where they're doing it, like they did in Telangana, they've been reasonably successful. You've got the BJP more willing to effect a generational change. The Congress less willing to effect a generational change. And in my view, you've got a clear north-south divide in this country. North of the Vindhyas, the BJP today is a real machine. You can call it a wave, you can use whatever terminology, it's a machine. South of the Vindhyas, I would say the Congress on the other hand is recovering some of its lost ground. So I think you've got to see this in the larger context. But remember, India has only 135 seats south of the Vindhyas. It has more than 200 seats north of the Vindhyas.
I'd just like to take one point you made about the generational change. My sense is we may be looking at a situation where the BJP gets 3 first-time chief ministers and builds a team for the 2030, for the 2030 milestone rather than for now.
So who do you think could be?
I don't know. I don't have names.
But Mr. Malik,
I just please call me Ashok. I don't think the BJP would want to repeat the mistake that the Congress made in 2018 when it went back in time for chief ministers rather than empowered Scindia and Rajesh and Sachin Pilot, which would have given it at least talking points for the Lok Sabha election.
But Alok, if you look at it,
This is the pilots India. Your point is very valid, but they did appoint, Bhupesh Baghel, relatively younger face,
and they
coming
did
from
relatively
OBC background,
better.
with no results. That's what I'm saying. This is a wave election.
This is not a wave. This is
a
not-
wave.
I don't think this is a wave, but Congress relies a lot on unforced errors. They feel like BJP will make a mistake and will somehow win, and the BJP rarely.
No, but BJP doesn't make mistakes.
They don't make mistakes.
They're
Usually.
trying.
Sometimes it can happen.
No, if you think of it
In
as
Karnataka-
cricket, you really have to play much better than the BJP to win.
Yeah.
If you're counting on the BJP making mistakes, you'll find very few of them.
Yes, Preeti.
I remember, where the Chambal area was in Gwalior, I spent an evening with the cadre of the Congress. And one thing they said really struck home on what even Jayaveer said, on how they treat their own. And it's interesting because what they pointed out was, agar Congress chahati, to wo ek Rajya Sabha seat, दिग्विजय सिंह के चाहते विवेक तनखा को नहीं अगर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को दे देती, आज हमको ये नहीं देखना पड़ता ग्वालियर में. So on that account, and even if you heard Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav there, Alok, he did say that it is under the leadership of Shivraj Singh Chauhan. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia, who I spoke to, the eve of election, and he said, I'm fighting this election under Shivraj.
The fact is, to create a pro-incumbency wave is what the BJP has learned. And that's a challenge.
That's not a joke.
You're
That's
in
performance.
power and you're asking people to vote for you again. So I think that's
they cannot be a pro-incumbency wave. It's just performance.
Yeah, so
how can it be a pro-incumbency wave?
No, you're able to ensure that
If Shivraj Singh Chauhan gives 1,250 rupees to women, he clicks. If, the same thing Ashok Gehlot was doing or same thing Bhupesh Baghel was doing, a series of, welfareism, it doesn't work.
No, because Mr. Ashok Gehlot woke up 6 months
Shivraj
ago.
has been doing it
for
for
2
15
years, Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot was the running
Yeah,
theme
you're
of
on TV,
Rajasthan.
you're seeing-
I mean, you can't wake up. I'll give you an
Can we go to Pooja Shali?
Yeah,
She's
sure.
at the residence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Bhopal. He has led the BJP in Madhya Pradesh to a historic victory. In governments ruled by the Congress, they're getting voted out after one term. To come back 4 times over is nothing less than a massive electoral performance. Pooja Shali is on the ground. Pooja, is Shivraj Singh Chauhan expecting to be chief minister once again?
Well, that's what here I can tell you maximum support for him is. And there are two reasons, Rahul, that people here are telling us in Bhopal the reason for this thumping victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. One, of course, Shivraj Singh Chauhan's welfare scheme on the ground, specifically for women and young girls. But two, aggressive campaigning by the Bharatiya Janata Party, by Prime Minister Modi, by Home Minister Amit Shah till the last days when Congress likely could have become slightly light in their campaigning. The BJP was in full-on mode till the last day. Let's talk and get a quick check because I'm expecting the Chief Minister to likely address in some time. We're waiting for that confirmation now. I want to also add here quickly, Rahul. I spoke to Sadhana Singh Chauhan, the wife of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's of course now going to become who's now the wife of the Chief Minister, likely for the 5th time. And she told me why she cannot speak on camera, but the joy knows no bound today for the Sadhana Singh as well, because she's watched her husband constantly fight it out and fight even when he was wanting to come back, retain the government. That's the perspective around. Let's get a quick word from the supporters here. क्या आपको लगता है क्यों रीजन है कि शिवराज सिंह चौहान और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इतने मार्जिन से फिर वापस आ रही है?
देखिए, क्या लाडली बहना, आज तक के देश के इतिहास में किसी भी भाई ने अपनी सगी बहन को भी रक्षाबंधन पे 100 रुपए से लेकर के 1000 रुपए दिए होंगे, लेकिन शिवराज सिंह चौहान देश के ऐसे पहले व्यक्ति हैं जिनने 1250 रुपए हर लाडली बहना के खाते में डाले हैं।
More than the usual Rakhi gift that is given to women.
ये आगे भी 1250 तक नहीं रुकने वाले, ये 3000 तक जाएंगे, ये मामा का कहना है हमारे।
लाडली बहना की स्कीम है और भी कोई, आपको क्या लगता है, बताइए क्या रीजन है?
लाडली बहना योजना चलाई, बहनों को पैसा दिलवावे और सारे निष्ठावान कार्यकर्ताओं का इसमें निरंतर सेवा दे करके ये इनको फतेह किया है।
ये चीज बताइए कि सिर्फ शिवराज सिंह चौहान का चेहरा है, अब बात अटकलें चल रही है, कोई और चेहरा भी आ सकता है।
पानी नहीं तूफान है, शिवराज सिंह चौहान।
Now, Rahul, the support is for Mama Ji, who's also the brother, who's also, in many words, a father. He's become that figure, a figure who you can connect to as a local resident. Sir, आखिरी word.
युवाओं को जितना प्रभावित शिवराज जी ने किया है, क्योंकि स्वामी विवेकानंद जी कहते थे संगीनों के साए में असली आजादी।
Let's just go straight to our correspondent Piyush, who's with Ashwini Vaishnav at the moment. Also in Bhopal. Listen in.
क्या कारण
पूरा विश्वास था मध्य प्रदेश में डबल इंजन की सरकार पर जन जन का विश्वास है, जन जन का विश्वास।
एक ही राज्य में, कई राज्यों में इस बार बीजेपी ने जो दावे किए थे वो पूरे होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर जन जन को विश्वास।
आपने एक बेहद ही करीब से देखा है, क्या वजह रही
मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और कई जगह पर खासतौर पर
मध्य प्रदेश में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, राजस्थान में, पूरे देश में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर भारत का भरोसा है, जन जन का भरोसा है, जन जन का विश्वास है कि इस देश को मोदी जी ही विकसित भारत में ले जा सकते हैं, विकसित भारत बना सकते हैं। इसी गारंटी का आज ये रिजल्ट है और आप देखिएगा मोदी जी जितनी पिछली बार लोकसभा में सीटें थी उससे भी अधिक सीटों से वापस आई।
बाकी राज्यों में भी
Let's go straight across to Supriya Srinath, the Congress's national spokesperson, head of its social media cell, who joins us. Supriya Srinath, it's been a bad day in the office for the Congress. You are jubilant in Telangana, but you're being swept out across the Hindi heartland. You're even losing now Chhattisgarh. So it's clear it's 3-1. Srinath.
Thank you very much for having me on the show. And I will first begin with Telangana. It's important to talk about the positive news first. And I think wresting a state from a regional party 10 years after Telangana was formed is pretty historic for us. And the way we are winning Telangana, I think that's very, very encouraging. The fact that we are trouncing a regional party is big. That's a trend that one doesn't see very often. That's point number one. My own numbers and the numbers that I'm constantly seeing that we're getting internally tell us the tide will turn in Chhattisgarh. and I'm very reasonably confident about forming the government in Chhattisgarh. The margins could have been
but
better,
ma'am, the
yes,
tide,
but I
no,
think
no,
we will-
ma'am,
things will turn around
the
in
tide is
Chhattisgarh.
not turning. If anything, it's going towards the BJP in
I am
Chhattisgarh.
coming
The
to
BJP
the-
is pulling ahead.
So I am coming to exactly the question you asked me. Have the patience to hear me out. Once I'm done, you can of course counter question me. The numbers will turn around in Chhattisgarh. You wait and watch. Yes, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and particularly Madhya Pradesh, is deeply shocking, if I may, because I think the way we read the election and the kind of feedback that we're getting from the ground was very different from how Madhya Pradesh has turned around. So yes, Madhya Pradesh has been very disappointing. Rajasthan, I see a little bit of glimmer of hope, even though the numbers are not going to put us back in governance. I think the hope in Rajasthan is that each time we had contested an election as an incumbent, we were trounced to the low 20s or the 30s. I mean, here we are standing at about 66. That's not too bad, and I think that gives us some room for solace as far as Rajasthan
You're
is concerned.
clutching
because
at straws.
We have traditionally been trounced when
Ma'am,
we've
with
gone
due
to-
Not even at straws,
with
at
due,
thin
due
air.
regard, ma'am,
Yeah.
you're clutching at straws. I had Jaivir Shergill, your former colleague, on the show, and he made an interesting point. He says the problem is the Congress takes victory in elections for granted. It doesn't contest elections except for Telangana in a new way. Micromanagement, last mile connectivity. You missed that. You took Madhya Pradesh for granted. You took Chhattisgarh for granted.
No. No. I don't think anybody in their right mind in any party, whether it's us or the BJP, can ever take an election for granted. I don't think anybody can put their feet up and say that the election is long over before it's over. And when you lose, there are multiple reasons that will be attributed to it. I think there was a spirited campaign that was put up in almost all the states that we contested election in. Yes, we haven't won in some of the states that you've mentioned, whether it's Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan. I continue to be very hopeful about things turning around in Chhattisgarh. Could things have been better? Absolutely. Do we need to learn our lessons? Absolutely. But clutching at
And who's
straws and things
accountable?
like that, I think it's headlines.
Now, what
that
are the
people
lessons? What are
like
the
you to
lessons
use
and who's
feel free
accountable?
to use
You
them.
see, the
But I
Congress,
think
the
every
Congress,
election
ma'am, with due
teaches us a
regard, is full
lesson.
of platitudes.
Let me please finish.
What are the lessons? What are the lessons? Who is accountable? You keep going back to the same figures. You don't effect generational change, and you pay the price.
No, I don't think so. I think, all of you said regional leadership should be empowered. They were hugely empowered. Now, what should we do? We should hang them upside down because they haven't been able to deliver. I think, we read the mood wrong, perhaps in Madhya Pradesh. And I think in Madhya Pradesh, maybe the regional schemes of Shivraj Singh Chauhan has put him back in the driver's seat. Maybe we underestimated the power of something like a Ladli Yojana, which was an ongoing scheme. What we were promising
But you didn't
to them
misread
was
the
something
mood
that we
only
would
in
have
Madhya
done when we
Pradesh.
had
I'm
come in
sorry.
power, but this was
If
an
the
ongoing
BJP
scheme.
wins in Chhattisgarh, 53 leads at this moment, up 38 from the last time, you've massively misread the mood in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. In any fight where it's BJP versus Congress, you're being pounded.
No.
This is not, when you're saying you hope to turn it around, ma'am, you're not clutching at straws, you're clutching at thin air.
But I do believe that we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. So should I come to your channel and not say that? I do believe we will turn it around in Chhattisgarh. Yes, Rajasthan has been disappointing, but I'm at least hopeful of the fact that we have not been trounced the way we were when we were incumbents the last time around, and which is why I do believe that our schemes have
Half
worked on
of
the
the
ground.
BJP
They have
in
not been a
Rajasthan,
favorable verdict
BJP
for
is
us.
at 120,
Rajasthan
the
has
Congress is
continued-
at 630, 63. You're saying you haven't been trounced. I mean, how else does somebody get trounced? 121 versus 62, you're roughly half of where they are.
I will tell you how else. Rahul Kanwal, if you hear me out, you will see the reason and why I see hope in Rajasthan and why do I believe there is a glimmer of hope. Because the last time around, in the last few decades, when we have been incumbents and we have gone to sort another mandate, we have been very badly trounced. I think compared to that, these numbers are encouraging. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not rocket science that
But why
nobody
is
is trying
it?
to
Why is
understand.
it? May I press?
We take the verdict with...
Ma'am, may I press you on that? Why is it that when you have incumbent governments, you have not been able to repeat it? Even in Karnataka in 2013, in 2018, you were not able to do that. It seems that once the Congress comes to power, they don't seem to know how to handle power and create a pro-incumbency mood. The BJP has done that successfully now in state after state, especially in the Hindi heartland.
I think the one big lesson that all our governments will have to learn, whichever government we form next and whichever elections we win next, will have to be that when you do your work, you have to spend more time communicating it to people. I think we fall short there. I don't think we are as good as marketing as the BJP is. And that's a lesson we should learn from the BJP. We do good work and we
may I ask
presume
you-
that the people are beneficiaries and they are going to vote you back. So I think that's a lesson that we have to learn. And I'm saying it with all humility. It's a lesson we have to learn. If you're doing good
But
work,
Shukra
you
Shane,
have
what's
to
the
spend
lesson that
equal,
you've
if not
learned
more time
from a Jyotiraditya
communicating it to the
Scindia
people?
and with what went down? Because look at what's gone down in Chambal. It's a complete washout for the Congress, which you came back so strongly in 2018. What's the lesson on Jyotiraditya Scindia? Now do you admit you mishandled the
So
situation?
what is the lesson I can...
You're facing a rout
So
in the
what is the
Chambal
lesson
region,
I can
man.
learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? No, I'm answering your question. What is the lesson I can learn from somebody who quit the Congress and joined the BJP? Is
Maybe
there a
you could have
lesson I
dealt
can
with
learn
it
from
better.
him? I don't think so. I mean, what is the lesson I learned from a man who does an ideological somersault? I think there is something called political ideology. His political ideology
Supriya Shane,
and
in
ours
a
do not
state-
match. So what lesson can I
In
learn
a
from
state
him?
where you practically snatched defeat from the hands of victory, that's or the jaws of victory. That is what is being said in Madhya Pradesh. We spoke to your leaders. Most of them turned around and say, "Hame janta jita rahi hai." You can't rely on the janta without really having a cohesive narrative, Supriya Shane.
The Congress at this moment is half the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, half
No,
the
I
BJP in
disagree with
Rajasthan,
you.
and
Let
the
me- let
BJP
me
is
please
settling
make a
into a
point
very
here.
comfortable lead in Chhattisgarh as well. We're getting some visuals from Bhopal, Rajdeep. These are visuals of a historic victory. Shivraj Singh Chauhan there, one amongst the masses with the BJP workers celebrating one of the most historic victories, because till a few weeks ago, the BJP was actually trailing in their own internal surveys. From there, to turn it around and to script election magic, the Congress taking their position for granted, that's the BJP's post today. देश में एक ही गारंटी चलती है, वो है मोदी की गारंटी. And make no mistake, the biggest hero at this moment in terms of asserting once again his command and connect with the Indian voter, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 55 leads now for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Chhattisgarh. It's not a tight fight. Supriya Shirnet was saying, oh, we hope to turn it around. If it's 55 versus 32, it's game, set and match BJP.
We are back to 2013. In these very states, this was exactly what happened in 2013 when the BJP swept these states. So you're back a decade ago. Number two, since then, 2014, Mr. Modi takes over. 9 years now in power. Mr. Modi only amplifies the BJP's appeal in the Hindi heartland. It makes the BJP the most dominant force in 2023. I think these results, in a way, have virtually settled what happens in 2024. It will now require a miracle for the India alliance to recover from this, because the Congress, which was at the heart of that alliance, will now be demoralized in the Hindi heartland. They will have to rely on Southern India. Southern India doesn't have the number of seats. It will also mean the regional players like the Mamata Banerjees and all will demand more from the Congress. We don't know what the Aam Aadmi Party, how that equation will work with the Congress. At the moment, with these results, Narendra Modi, the double engine. You didn't answer my question, who's Modi and who's Amit Shah in our double engine. But it's clear that...
What do you want to be?
No, I don't want to be either. I want to be Sachin Tendulkar, but that's another story. But the fact is, at the moment, I think you've got Narendra Modi as your mascot. You've got a strong organization led by Mr. Shah. He played a big role in Madhya Pradesh in particular. And you've got a sense of a political ideology that fits in with the dominant ideology of the Hindi heartland. The Congress is not able to combat them on leadership, on ideology and narratives and organization when it comes to the Hindi heartland. I think Supriya Shirnet should accept that.
And I think the narrative thing is it's not like the Ram Mandir worked or it's like that one thing worked. There needs to be a narrative. What do you stand for? And I think this whole thing of nationalism, whether it's Chandrayaan, whether it's G20, whatever it is, there is a certain nationalism, bring India to the world stage. It seems to be working in the north. The Congress came, the Bharat Yatra, inclusivity. I guess Mohabbat Ki Dukaan is also kind of like an inclusivity. The India Alliance is also kind of like an inclusivity. But it's not very clear that what kind of inclusivity is it. It just means everybody stands on stage together. It just means everybody gangs up and defeats the BJP. Is there inclusivity to defeat the BJP? Or is it something else? And I think it's not clicking in the north at all for people, and it should have clicked in a big wave to have any chance in 24, where you're going to have your master hitter Narendra Modi in the Lok Sabha election.
No, even in-
what
even in- even
what
in-
is going? What chutney making of the Congress going to happen then?
No, even in South India, I mean, Razi spoke about a different narrative in North and different narrative south of the Vindhyas. Even south of the Vindhyas, my sense is that the BJP will now sit together to look both at Karnataka and Telangana. These are two states where the BJP would hope to make gains in April 2024.
RP Singh joins us. Massive victory for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. A massive victory now for the BJP in Rajasthan as well. And a huge victory in Chhattisgarh. It also shows once again how disconnected the Congress leadership was in the Hindi heartland to think that they had Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh in their pocket. You know, just to take things for granted, take things casually, assume that you've already won before you actually have. That is just foolhardy. And that too, when you're up against the most formidable election modern day politics in India has seen. You cannot take anything for granted. They took it for granted and they've now been smashed to smithereens in the Hindi heartland. Massive victories in Madhya Pradesh. Massive victories now in Chhattisgarh. Rajdeep was hoping for a super over. You were quite convinced Rajdeep was going to go down to the wire. 55 versus 32. This is nowhere close to a super over.
I think what it has shown is the voters, unlike us in the studio, do not share our excitement at a super over. They don't want that. I think you're seeing in state after state, voters have consciously chosen one side or the other. In 3 of the 4 states, if I may say so, the incumbent government is being voted out. In Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh and Telangana, the incumbent government is being voted out, which makes Shivraj's and the BJP's achievement in Madhya Pradesh all the more greater. See what happened even earlier. Except for Gujarat, you saw it in the last 9 months, Himachal Pradesh and in Karnataka, incumbent government voted out. The BJP is the only party which in Uttarakhand, Goa, Uttar Pradesh and now Madhya Pradesh has arrested this anti-incumbency against their government. And I think you've got to give them credit for the way they run their governments in the North Indian states. They've managed to create a certain connect, which means that even after 5 years in power, they're able to win. So I think that makes it, because the last 5 years, Rahul, have been tough. 2 years of COVID.
So let's
Governments have struggled.
Nabila Jamal joins us from the BJP office in Jaipur. 109 out of 199. This is not a tight fight. This is a massive mandate in favor of the BJP and against the magician Ashok Gehlot. Lots of people, including some here, were hoping that he'd be able to spring some kind of magic. That hasn't happened. The magician has been vanquished. Nabila Jamal, what's happening at the BJP offices in Jaipur? We can see those images of the BJP office in Jaipur, a saffron surge across the state. The BJP with a 60% strike rate in Rajasthan. The Congress's strike rate only 32%. The BJP close to double where the Congress is. In Rajasthan, also in Madhya Pradesh, solidifying now its lead in Chhattisgarh. This is a big victory for Prime Minister Modi, for the BJP, organizationally, for the likes of Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who micromanaged the campaign in Madhya Pradesh and has led the BJP to this massive historic victory. Look at some of the images that we are getting. The BJP is dancing. If it's 3-0 in the Hindi heartland, that becomes then the big story. The Congress did win Telangana, but Telangana is a part of the story, the larger national picture. 2024 looks quite assured from the BJP's perspective. Their cadre, their leadership will be that much more enthused. Rahul Verma, what impact could these numbers have on the battle for 2024?
As we have been arguing that, BJP did really well in Northwest India in 2019. And if they want to be anywhere close to that number between 272 and 300, they have to repeat that performance in this part of the country because South, it seems, is out of bounds for BJP still. They may hold on to what they had in Telangana, gain a seat or two, and would be tough to hold on to Karnataka, the number they had in 2019. So unless they do perform similarly in Northwest, it would be difficult to cross the 270-280 mark. Now, with this kind of performance, I think BJP is sitting in a much sweeter spot than it was 5 years ago and a couple of months ago. And the road for Congress has become very, very difficult now.
Not just the road for Congress, the India Alliance. this whole India alliance that was created was premised on the fact that you can create this large coalition against the BJP, and that purely in terms of arithmetic will work. Arithmetic doesn't work without chemistry. The India alliance will suffer for the lack of chemistry, and an alliance never works, Rahul, without a strong center or a magnet. If you recall past alliances that have worked had a strong magnet. The Congress was still a 150, 200 MP party when they won in 2004 and 2009. Now it's shrunk to a 51-member party. And with these results, what's clear is the Congress's recovery in Hindi heartland is a long way away. Delhi Durast, we have to say. Delhi Durast.
On the contrary, Rajdeep, there are many leaders from the India Alliance
Would be
parties who would be very happy today because they were thinking that the Congress was overconfident and taking on the role of the big brother where they hadn't quite earned it.
So Nabila Jamal is with us from the BJP offices in Jaipur. Let's go across to Nabila and try and capture the celebration, because the big story at the moment is this massive BJP win in the Hindi heartland. Nabila Jamal is in Jaipur. Nabila, explain what's happening around you. Can you hear me, Nabila? There's so much noise, I think, behind where she is. I'm not 100% certain that she can hear us. The BJP supporters are dancing in Jaipur. The polls predicted that it might be tighter than it is, 119 versus 64. BJP hitting it out of the park at the Savai Madhopur, hitting it out of the park in Bhopal, also in Chhattisgarh now, up 40 from the last time. Go for it, Nabila.
In front of the BJP office here in Jaipur. I'm sorry, it's really loud and I'm unable to hear you. But these are the visuals that are currently playing out outside the BJP office in Jaipur. There's Gajendra Singh Shekhawat who's right inside. But this is really a moment of immense joy for people here in Rajasthan because they knew very surely enough, Modi is the face. As much as I asked them about who's the CM face here in Rajasthan for the BJP, they say they don't care. They want Modi to come to power here in Rajasthan. So it's all Modi. Let me find out from them. आपको कौन chief minister?
ये जीत उस दलित बच्ची की चीख की जीत है जिन्होंने दलितों ने बच्चियों को भट्टी में डालकर जलाया। ये जीत उस कन्हैया लाल की गर्दन काटने के राष्ट्रवाद की जीत है।
जीत है
ये जीत उस कन्हैया लाल की जिन्होंने राष्ट्रवाद के नाम पे गला काटा था उसके बदुआ की जीत है। ये जीत उस महिला शोषण की जीत है।
Kanhaiya Kumar who was beheaded here in Rajasthan. That's something that many of the BJP leaders netas here are referring to, saying this is the real face of the Congress and they should be decimated. आप क्यों बोलते हो कि गहलोत क्यों हार गया?
महिलाओं को लेकर जो हुआ है ना राजस्थान
हुआ है, महिला के साथ
में बहन बेटियों का बलात्कार कर करके घूम रही है। ऐसा था क्या राजस्थान? पेपर लीक में नंबर राजस्थान युवाओं का भविष्य
As we know that in 2022 Rajasthan is said to be the worst when it comes to women's safety. The most number of rapes that happened in Rajasthan in 2022.
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान। महिलाओं पर अत्याचार
नहीं सहेगा राजस्थान।
महिलाओं पर अत्याचार।
आप कौन यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
जो हमारा हाईकमान तय करेगा वो हमें
हाईकमान तय करेगा। मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो? जो वसुंधरा राजे जी। वसुंधरा राजे इधर आइए। वसुंधरा राजे क्यों चाहते हो? वसुंधरा राजे जी इसलिए चाहते हैं कि महिलाओं को आगे बढ़ाने में हर तरह से वसुंधरा राजे जी ने महिलाओं को बहुत आगे बढ़ाया है। शुरू से ही महिलाओं के लिए बहुत पहले भी काम किया है, आज भी करेंगी और आज महिलाओं में बहुत उत्साह है। वसुंधरा राजे को हमने ज्यादातर नहीं देखा है उधर के काम करते हुए। वसुंधरा राजे जी ने वसुंधरा राजे जी के काम से महिलाएं सारी संतुष्ट हैं। आप कौन चाहते हो मुख्यमंत्री जी? मुख्यमंत्री कौन चाहते हो?
हम मुख्यमंत्री वसुंधरा राजे जी को ही चाहते हैं।
अच्छा, so you have a whole bunch of women here who want Vasundhara Raje as the chief minister, but we know that Vasundhara Raje is still in her home. As much as she would like to celebrate, we see her supporters here who are gathered in numbers celebrating the victory.
जैसे हमारे लिए राम अध्यक्ष शक्ति है, वैसे मोदी हमारे लिए राम है, राम है, राम।
अच्छा, तो मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
मोदी के नाम पे।
मोदी के नाम पे या वसुंधरा के नाम पे?
Mr. Modi, the chants of Modi, Modi all over Rajasthan. So whoever becomes chief minister, the fact is that decision will be taken by Prime Minister Modi. He is the man of the moment for the BJP across the Hindi heartland, powering that double engine as the BJP calls it. Joining me now is Sumi Rajappan. She's from Raipur, where a real turnaround. We'll join her in a moment. But yes, who will become Chief Minister of Rajasthan? Now, I'm putting you on the.
I'll just give you the
your
names.
neck on
I'll
the
give
line.
you the names. Baba Balaknath, sitting MP from Alwar, a counter to a Yogi Adityanath, self-styled, a yogi, campaigned with the bulldozer, number one. Number two, Bhupendra Yadav, close to
Amit Shah.
Om Birla, the current speaker, is another contender, if I would think. Diya Kumari, you interviewed Diya Kumari. They're trying to style her right next to Vasundhara Raje. So that could be an option. Gajendra Shekhawat has always fancied his chances. CP Joshi, who's now the party president, sitting MP from Chittorgarh. He also fancies his chances. So a number of
Rajendra Rathod.
Rajendra Rathod is trailing right now. If he doesn't win his seat of Taranagar,
he's leading now.
Okay. Then Rajyavardhan Rathod, I believe, is out because
Rajendra Rathod,
the opposition leader, the leader of opposition, is another.
So they've got
contender.
lots of names.
Lots of names.
At 116, are we now safely saying it will be someone other than Vasundhara? Your sense of the BJP, Ashok Malik, is they use these occasions to effect a generational change.
My sense is Mr. Modi won in 2014 with a certain agenda, a certain generation for 10 years. In 2024, the BJP does need a refresh. Okay. It's a favorite to win, but it needs a refresh for 2030.
Who do you think is the contender?
I don't have names. Only Mr. Modi knows, or Mr. Amit Shah knows. Let them decide. Let me not guess.
I think whoever we think it won't be that person.
Just one sec. I think there will be new chief ministers in all three states.
Even Shivraj Singh will go, you think?
In my hunch is
Ashok has been saying this consistently. He believes there'll be a new chief minister there as well.
Nothing that dramatic. Nothing that dramatic. I think they will be some changes maybe, but the BJP also doesn't do something crazy or like game changer. It is sensible. It's still 5 months is 20 weeks to the next election.
Okay, there it is. There we are seeing. Meanwhile, what we know at the moment is that in Hyderabad, we are all set for a change in guard. The police has already started arriving at Revant Reddy's Jubilee Hills residence.
That's the DGP of police, Anjani Kumar, on Revant's left, and that is Sanjay Kumar Jain. So the two senior most officials of Telangana police greeting the person who could be the next chief minister of
So are we very clear that it would be Revant Reddy, no one else? That it is only Revant all the way?
Pretty much. Just like in 2004, it was very clear that it would be YS Rajshekar Reddy if the Congress came to power. I think Revant has been the face of the campaign. The campaign songs of the Congress carried Revant Reddy's name. So in many senses, he was seen as the person who was leading the charge against KCR. And the day he filed his nomination from Kamareddy, it was certain that irrespective of the verdict of Kamareddy, where incidentally he is leading, he would be the chief minister.
I just want to go for a moment to Raipur because that's really been the turnaround. If all exit pollsters, you can go across exit pollster. The one state that no exit pollster that I can recall picked up is the BJP will be solidly ahead of the Congress in Chhattisgarh. And that's exactly what's happened. Sumi Rajapan, to her credit, said it's going to be close. Sumi is not just close, the BJP is pulling ahead. Is there a sense that it's a done deal now? That the BJP will form the next government in Raipur? And if so, who will be the CM?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, celebrations are already taking place at the BJP headquarters. Dhol, naganas, everything has been out that were kept preserved till late at night yesterday. And in fact, the rolls are out. We're witnessing colorful visuals here. People dancing and rejoicing. And I would still wait till 1 to like congratulate all the folks at the BJP. But we've been joined by Naresh Gupta, a BJP leader. कैसा लग रहा है आपको? कौन अब सीएम कौन बनेगा?
देखिए, सीएम भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता ही बनेगा और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि भ्रष्टाचारियों का, समाज विरोधी लोगों का, भ्रष्ट लोगों का सफाया कर दिया। करने वाले, धर्मांतरण कराने वाले लोगों का इस प्रदेश की जनता ने सिरे से खारिज कर दिया, नकार दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत जन सामान्य की जीत है, मोदी जी की जीत है, मोदी जी की पॉलिसीज की जीत है।
आपको नहीं लगता अभी 1 बजे तक इंतजार करना चाहिए?
1 बजे तक नहीं, ट्रेंड तो क्लियर सेट हो गया है, इसलिए हम
Now go across to Pooja Shali, who's speaking to Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's listen in.
जनसेवा के पथ पे चली है, उसे इस प्रचंड बहुमत मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया है। और इसका अगर श्रेय किसी को जाता है तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, हमारे दोनों मार्गदर्शक अमित शाह जी, जेपी नड्डा साहब को, और प्रदेश के अंदर हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष पीडी शर्मा जी को और हमारे लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी को जाता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता जिसने तन मन के साथ, खून पसीना के साथ इस पार्टी को संचित किया है, उन सभी को जाता है। सभी को मेरे दिल के गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को दो मेरे तरफ से।
कांग्रेस कह रही है धर्म का कार्ड चला और बीजेपी कह रही है कि मोदी की गारंटी।
देखिए, कांग्रेस को थोड़ा स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट सीखना होगा। खेल के समय में जीत होती है, खेल के समय में हार होती है। जो जीतता है उसके गले में माला पड़े, जो हारे वो भी अपने दिल पर लेकर हार को स्वीकार करे। ये ईवीएम मशीन
इनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए, उनकी हो जाए।
और जनता का नतीजा हम स्वीकार करेंगे।
हमारे साथ मुख्यमंत्री को लेकर के सवाल उठाएंगे।
मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान उनके जनहितैषी नीतियों के आधार पर और प्रधानमंत्री जी के पूर्ण एक तरफा एक सोच विकास प्रगति के आधार पर प्रचंड बहुमत है।
बेहद खुश नजर आ रहे हैं।
आप खुश नजर नहीं आए तो आपकी खुशी भी देखेगी। चलिए आप